Chapter 1: Life and Death. Third-person POV. Darkness, emptiness, devoid of any life entirely. Two figures floated in a strange-looking dimension, facing off against each other. One glowed a dark purple while the other glowed a scarlet-red color. Their mere aura warped the air around them. Whoever these beings were, they radiated power, the power that seemed to defy the rules of reality in some way. In a matter of seconds, the two beings charged toward each other. As they did, they seemed to leave a trail of power behind them. The two were about to make contact with each other, possibly causing some kind of shockwave. However, the sound of an alarm clock filled a room. The room was obviously a bedroom, but the bedroom was kinda small, with a small bed, a desk in the corner, a shelf with some stuff on it, and a pile of dirty clothes in the other corner. As the alarm clock continued to go off, a hand soon appeared and turned it off. After that, a low and soft groan appeared. On the small bed, a large lump began to rise up as it revealed a brown-haired boy with brown eyes. The boy let out a small sigh as he began to rub his eyes, trying to get the sleep out of them. "I am really starting to regret buying that alarm clock." The brown-haired boy threw the covers of his bed off him and slowly got out of his bed. He stood up and began to stretch. "Well, I guess I should head off and take a shower." He turned and made his way out of his bedroom. He made his way toward the bathroom. He entered and turned on the shower. He waited patiently for the water to warm up. It didn't take long before the water was at the perfect temperature. Perfect. The boy then got into the shower. A smile grew on the brown-haired boy's face as the warm water washed over his body. "This feels nice." The brown-haired boy enjoyed his time in the shower, standing there in silence, the warm water covering his entire body. But his attention was soon drawn to something. "Knock, knock, knock, knock. Issei, are you in the shower?" The brown-haired boy named Issei looked over at the door. He knew that voice. That voice belonged to his mother. "Issei, yeah, Mom, it's me." "Ah, you're finally awake early. I thought I would have to come and wake you up myself." Issei chuckled nervously as he scratched his cheek. When he turned off his alarm clock, he checked the time and saw that he woke up early. That is something that has never happened before. Maybe today was special. "Issei, yeah, I'm shocked myself." "Well, when you're done in the shower, come downstairs and eat your breakfast." "Issei, all right, Mom." After that, Issei heard footsteps walking away from the door. The brown-haired boy sighed as he began to finish up in the shower. He didn't want his mom to come back and tell him off. Issei soon turned off the shower and got out. He grabbed a towel and began to dry himself off. He made sure to get every part of his body, that included his hair. After drying his hair, Issei looked at himself in the mirror. The brown-haired boy chuckled at the sight of himself. He soon smirked. "Issei, man, I look good." Letting out small laughter, Issei shook his head at his own words. "Issei, man, I'm sure an idiot." The brown-haired boy turned and exited the bathroom. He made his way back to his bedroom, where he quickly got himself dressed in his school uniform. Now that he was dressed in his uniform, Issei made his way out of his room and started to make his way downstairs. When he arrived downstairs, he saw his mother sitting at the table with a cup of coffee in her hands. Issei noticed the way his mother's clothes were, her barely done-up shirt, and not to mention her hair that made her look like she just woken up. The brown-haired boy couldn't help but let out a small sigh. "Issei, seriously, Mom, you're doing another shift." Issei's mother took a sip from her coffee before looking at her son. "Mom, well, someone has to put food on the table and keep a roof over our heads." Issei sighed a little as he nodded in understanding. He can tell that his mother is under a lot of stress. The brown-haired boy has told her that he can get a part-time job to help with money, but Issei's mother won't allow it. She doesn't want her son working until he finishes high school. He is already in his second year. Issei can't help but worry about his mother after the brown-haired boy's father mysteriously disappeared one day. Things haven't been the same. Everyone has their own way of coping with things like that. Issei and his mother are no exception. Issei was soon brought out of his thoughts by his mother's words. "Mom, honey, eat your food before it gets cold." Issei, "Oh, okay, Mom." And so, Issei sat at the table and not even picking up his fork to eat his breakfast. The brown-haired boy basically began to inhale his food like Kirby. Issei's mom watched this happen with an expression of horror. She wondered if this boy was really her son or something else. "Mom, what that mouth do?" The brown-haired boy stopped inhaling his food and gave his mother a deadpan expression. "Issei," saying that resulted in Issei's mom slapping her son in the back of the head. "Issei, ow." The brown-haired boy held his head in pain as he looked at his mother. "Issei, what was that for?" "Mom, no saying that word at the dinner table." "Issei, okay, I won't do it again." "Mom, good, I don't need another lawsuit." Issei simply rolled his eyes as he began to inhale his food once again. When he was done, he picked up his plate and put it in the sink. He then checked the time and saw that his school was gonna open up soon, so Issei decided that he'll leave early. The brown-haired boy made sure to make himself lunch and some other things that he will need for today. He then looked at his mother, who was still drinking her coffee. "Issei, alright mom, I'm gonna head off now, I'll see you when you get back." Issei's mother placed her coffee down and stood up. She made her way over to her son and hugged the brown-haired boy. "Mom, you stay safe, okay, sweetie?" Issei smiled and hugged his mother back. They remained like that for a minute or so before letting go of each other. The brown-haired boy then turned and walked to the front door. He opened it and left his house. Issei gave his mother one last wave goodbye as he closed the door. He let out a small sigh. "Issei, alright, here we go, another day." Time skip brought to you by a monkey pointing a banana at you. Hyoudou Academy, named after the small town that it was in. There isn't really much known about the school other than the fact that it was originally an all-girls private school. At some point, Hyoudou Academy changed into a co-ed school and a new school building was made. The Hyoudou Academy has several divisions such as the primary division, high school division, and college division. Since it was still early in the morning, not many students arrived at the school. There were a few, but more will come later on. Issei walked up to the gate with his bat in his hand. The moment he walked through the gate, some eyes were on him. The brown-haired boy noticed that he was being given looks of disgust, mainly from the girls. Female student, oh great, the pervert is here early. Female student 2, I bet he's here to get in some early peeping. Female student 3, disgusting perv. Female student 4, just die. Issei rolled his eyes as he kept walking. He wasn't really fazed by the words, but the brown-haired boy completely understood their hatred of him. After all, he is a pervert. He and 2 others make up an infamous group called the Perverted Trio, who go around and peep on girls while they're changing and talk about their breasts. They are basically the enemy of all women, and Issei is kinda the leader. The brown-haired boy doesn't really see himself as much of a leader. Whenever the group wants to do something, it becomes a group vote. But apparently everyone thinks Issei is the leader of the group. "I see that you're here early, Mr. Hyoudou." Issei turned his head to the voice and was greeted by someone who he respects and hates a little. Sona Shitori, a beautiful young bespectacled woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut, and violet eyes. Sona was the student council president. The student council helps share students' ideas, interests, and concerns with teachers and school principals. They also often help raise funds for school-wide activities, including social events, community projects, helping people in need, and school reform. While Issei respects Sona and the work she does, he kinda hates her cause she is always on his case. Then again, it's understandable since he is a pervert. Issei, good morning, President. No surprise that you're here. Sona, of course I have to greet the students and make sure they are not doing anything that could cause harm. Issei, I feel like that cause harm part is directed toward me. This made the black-haired girl raise a small eyebrow. Sona, what makes you believe that, Hyoudou? Issei, President, I'm a part of the Perverted Trio. I thought you were smarter than that. Sona shook her head a little. While she doesn't like Issei's perverted actions, she gets a lot of complaints about him and his friends. The brown-haired boy was still a student at the school, so she has to make sure that he is treated the same as the rest of the students. Like, it's not like Sona hates Issei, she kinda finds him amusing, but that's all. Sona, there are still more students on their way to school. Make sure you get to class on time, and don't cause any trouble. Issei gave the black-haired girl a soldier salute. Issei, you got it, Miss President. Sona shook her head as she watched the brown-haired boy walk off, as she watched a small smile grew on her face. Sona, there is something special about you, Hyoudou. I can feel it. Time skip brought to you by Issei, destroying a planet. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, I'm bored. Currently, the brown-haired boy was laying on a grassy field with his two best friends beside him. The first was Madohama, a boy who for some reason has the strange ability to know a girl's body measurements just by looking at them. This has given him the name perverted glasses. The other boy was Matsuda, once a jock and proud sportsperson who has now devoted his life to being a pervert. Together, the trio makes up the infamous perverted trio, the enemy of all women. Matsuda looked at Issei. Matsuda, really, you're bored? We just finished peeping on some girls. Madohama adjusted his glasses as he smirked. Madohama, I get it, you want to go see more, do ya? However, to the duo's surprise, Issei shook his head. That is something that has never happened before. They always want to peep at more girls. Issei, I'm bored of that. Madohama, how can you be bored? The brown-haired boy simply shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't really sure himself, but he felt really bored of all the peeping. It felt like an infinite loop to Issei. Every day it's the same thing. He wakes up, goes to school, peeps on girls, gets into trouble, goes home, and it starts all over again. Issei, I'm just like, is this my purpose in the world, to forever peep on girls? Matsuda, what's wrong with that? Don't you like breasts? Issei sighed as he laid up. Issei, yes, but I just feel stuck. Madohama is stuck. The brown-haired boy nodded his head. Issei, like, why did we enroll in this school? Madohama and Matsuda said some sort of important line or whatever, but Issei didn't really bother listening. The brown-haired boy stared at the bright blue clear sky. The sun was high and there were 0 clouds in sight. As he stared at the sky, he began to think to himself about some things. Was this really his life? Was this really all that is meant to do? Simply peep on girls until things become extremely bad or until he dies. What about his mom? Issei wanted to help his mother, but he isn't sure how much more stress she can take. One day something will happen to her, and he won't be able to help her. The brown-haired boy has already lost his father. He can't lose his mother as well. Issei, I guess I'll have to wait and see what happens. Time skip brought to you by Dabbing. The sun was beginning to set as Issei was walking through the Kyoto park with a young girl with black hair and violet eyes. Yuma Amano, a beautiful girl who did something that shocked the brown-haired boy. She asked him to be her boyfriend, something that Issei never expected. When he first saw Yuma, Issei was curious about her cause. She wore a school outfit that he didn't recognize. Since Issei didn't want to let an opportunity like having a girlfriend go to waste, he agreed to be her boyfriend. He went home to tell his mother, but he soon discovered that she was pulling a night shift. So Issei was all alone at his house. He didn't do much. But when he got to his room, he stared at all the hentai and lewd stuff in his room. He wondered how much he could get for selling it all. However, that was something that he would have to deal with at a later time. Yuma smiled as she looked at Issei. Yuma, this has been a wonderful date, right, Issei? Issei blushed slightly as he nodded his head with a smile. Issei, yeah, it's been really fun. Yuma smiled as they arrived at the fountain. The black-haired girl then ran to the fountain and faced Issei. Yuma, hey Issei, can I ask you something? Issei, oh, of course, what is it? Yuma, would you die for me? Hearing this made Issei blink in confusion. He wondered if he heard that correctly. Issei, I'm not sure if I heard that correctly. What did you say? Yuma smiled as she walked up to Issei. She then grew an evil grin as she whispered something in his ear. Yuma, I want you to die for me. With that, she backed away as Issei's eyes widened, but before he could say anything, a bright light engulfed Yuma. Issei covered his eyes due to how bright the light was. When it began to die down, Issei looked and saw Yuma, but she was completely different. She grew taller, taking on a more mature appearance, and her eyes changed, taking on a darker, more evil look. Her clothing also changed as well, now consisting of black, strap-like objects around and under her breasts, a thong-like piece held around her hips by 3 thin straps, gloves that ran right up her arms with small lengths of chains hanging from them, shoulder guard-like objects on her shoulders with 3 large spikes sprouting from her right shoulder, and black thigh-high heel boots. She also had a pair of black feathered wings sprouting from her back. To say that Issei wasn't both afraid and drooling at the sight of her new body would be a lie, cause he was. However, he soon saw the evil in her eyes and it terrified him. He has been afraid before, but nothing like this before. Issei gulped and took a step back as fear filled his body, completely removing any perverted thoughts from his mind. Issei W8 asked, "She looks like a demon. Are those wings? They can't be real, right?" Yuma, well, I have to admit, I did have some fun today. Despite how naive and childish you are, things could have been much, much worse. She then looked at an object on her left wrist. It was a gift that Issei gave her on their date. He gave her it to show how much he was enjoying the date. Yuma, thanks a lot for the gift too, very sweet of you, but even so. A bright red light started to appear from her hand as Issei saw a spear-like object take shape. Issei gulped in fear at the sight of the spear. He had a bad feeling about it, a very bad it. When the brown-haired boy gets bad feelings, they always come true. Issei, wait, Yuma, play. Yuma, it's time for you to die. In an instant, Yuma threw her spear at Issei. The brown-haired boy didn't have time to react at all. Pain filled his body as he looked down and saw that the spear had pierced his gut. The spear disappeared as blood began to erupt from Issei's wound. He also started to cough up blood as well. Yuma, I'm sorry, but the fact is you are far too great of a risk for us to be left alive. I had no choice but to dispose of you. If you're looking for someone to blame, why not blame him? He gave you the sacred gear. Issei, what the hell is she talking about? Him, sacred gear. Issei fell to his back as Yuma spread her wings and took to the sky, disappearing completely. The brown-haired boy lay on the ground with blood flowing out of his wounds like a raging river, his mind going 1,000,000 miles per hour. Was this his end? Was this how he was gonna die? Issei, I don't. Was his purpose in life just to peep on girls? Issei, I don't want to die. What about his mother? What will happen to her? The brown-haired boy's mother has already lost her husband. How devastated will she be when she learns that her son is dead? Issei, I don't want to die. Issei coughed as he gathered all the strength he had left and stared at his own hand. Crimson red covered his hand. His hand began to tremble as his body started to go into shock. What kind of messed up way to die was this? It hurt so much. Issei, I don't want this to be the end. His hand collapsed down to his side, splattering in blood pool around him. His chest burned as it heaved, trying to take in air, but that wasn't gonna happen. Issei, one more chance. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes. He didn't want to die. There was so much he wanted to do. Everything hurt so much, he just wanted the pain to stop. The burning in his chest stopped and his body began to feel cold. Issei, if I could just have one more chance. Ding. Issei's eyes widened as much as they could. Issei, what? Something appeared within the brown-haired boy's vision. It was a screen. You have met all of the requirements to complete the secret quest, Courage of the Weak. Issei, secret quest, I've met all the requirements. This confused the dying boy. Those sounded like something in a video game. Issei has played a few video games and has learned that if you meet all the requirements, then it's important. Issei, wait, but where's that voice coming from? No one is around me, is it? In my head. You now qualify to become a player. Do you accept? Issei, qualify, accept. What is it talking about? I'm about to die. This confused Issei more, but it didn't matter. He was about to die. There was probably no point in accepting. You don't have much time left. If Issei could deadpan, he would, but he can't since he is dying at the moment. But whatever the screen was, it sure knew how to state the obvious. Of course, he didn't have much time left. He was dying. That was a stupid thing to say. If you decline, your heart will stop beating in 0.02 seconds. Do you accept? Issei, oh wait, if I accept, then does that mean I won't die? This could be what Issei is looking for. This could be his second chance at life. Maybe becoming a player will give him a chance to change things in his life, and maybe he'll finally be able to help his mother. But what if this is a trick? Well, what else did the brown-haired boy have to lose? He was already dying, not like he was gonna die again. If he agreed on becoming a player, then there is no turning back. Who knows where he could end up, heaven, hell, or maybe somewhere else. With nothing else to lose, Issei did what he must. Issei, alright then, make me a player. No turning back now. With that, Issei closed his eyes and he let the darkness take him, but not after hearing one last ding noise followed by what he agreed on. Congratulations, you have become a player. Wait. End of chapter. Chapter 2, Player. Third-person POV. Issei's eyes shot open as he jolted up in a cold sweat, panting very heavily as his body was shaking. Issei W, what the hell? The brown-haired boy remembered the hole and quickly checked himself, but he soon saw that there was no hole at all. This confused Issei cause there was nothing, no blood, no hole, no scar at all. It's like he was completely healed, but that shouldn't be possible. Issei what? Suddenly, Issei remembered everything that happened to him. He remembered going on a date and dying. Issei, a dream? Was it all a dream? At that moment, Issei finally realized something. He wasn't in his bedroom. He was in a completely different area. He looked around and saw that he was in a hospital room. Issei, am I in a hospital? The brown-haired boy slowly placed a hand on his face as he tried to process what has happened, memories flashing through his mind. Was it real? Was it all a dream? These questions were something that Issei couldn't answer, well, not on his own. Since he was in a hospital, maybe a nurse or a doctor will come by and explain what happened to him. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, what the hell happened to me? Suddenly, ding! The brown-haired boy looked up and his eyes widened as he saw something in front of him. You have unread messages. It was a screen of some kind. Issei was confused. He slowly reached his hand out to touch it, but before he could, he heard the door open. Issei looked over and saw a nurse enter the bedroom. The nurse saw that the brown-haired boy was up. Nurse, you're awake. Issei, yeah, how did I get here? The nurse walked over and stood next to Issei's bed. Nurse, you were found in Kyoto Park with a wound in your stomach. You were barely alive. Issei, I see. How long have I been asleep? The nurse looked at a clipboard that was in her hand, lifting up the first piece of paper. The brown-haired boy guessed she was looking at his file. Nurse, you have been asleep for about 3 days. Hearing this caused Issei's eyes to widen in pure shock. He was asleep for 3 days. What about his mother? Is his mother okay? The brown-haired boy was more worried about his own mother. The last time she came back from work, she nearly broke her arm and leg. It wasn't cause she was a bad driver. The brown-haired boy's mother was a really good driver when she is not exhausted. Issei, what about my mother? Did she hear about this? The nurse nodded her head. Nurse, she did. She was very worried about you. The brown-haired boy sighed. That is something he didn't want to happen. He didn't want to make his mother worried. Just great. Looks like he'll have to take care of that when he gets out. Issei, so when do I get released? The nurse smiled. Nurse, in a couple of days. You still have to recover. Issei nodded in understanding. It made sense. Issei, okay then. Nurse, if you need anything, don't be afraid to ask. The brown-haired boy nodded as he watched the nurse walk out of his room, leaving him all alone. Issei then looked at the screen once again. He noticed that the nurse wasn't bothered by it. He soon guessed something that made sense. Issei, could it be that she can't see this thing? The screen still said that Issei had unread messages. The brown-haired boy tried to touch the screen, but it didn't seem to work. He began to think, since he can't touch it, does he have to read the message box another way, maybe snapping his fingers or a voice command? Issei sat on his bed, staring at the screen for a solid 5–10 minutes trying to figure it out. He soon let out a small sigh. Issei, I have to open the message box somehow. Ding! Issei's eyes widened as he watched the screen change, and 2 messages appeared on the screen. Congratulations, you have now become a player. Daily quest, train to become a formidable combatant. Issei, a player, so that really wasn't a dream. The brown-haired boy narrowed his eyes at the screen. He honestly felt like the screen was just something that his mind was making up. But it seems like Issei was wrong about that. Just then another screen soon appeared. This system will help the player develop. Failing to comply with the system's orders could result in a penalty. This made Issei both curious and worried. Develop into what exactly, and what penalty? What could happen to him? Will it do something to his mother? It better not. Suddenly, another screen appeared, but this time this screen had something very interesting. You have received a reward. Issei, a reward? Does it have to do with that thing I saw when I was dying? What was it called again? The brown-haired boy began to remember the day he died. He remembered the screen saying that he completed a secret quest called Courage of the Weak. Issei wondered why, or rather how he completed that quest. Was he that weak? Sure, the brown-haired boy mainly focused on peeping girl N. Issei sighed in disappointment. He really was weak. Issei, damn it, I am weak. The brown-haired gritted his teeth. He made his mother worried about him. He didn't do a single thing to defend himself when she attacked him. Issei felt so ashamed of himself that he soon turned to one of the screens. Issei trained to become a formidable combatant. The brown-haired boy narrowed his eyes. Issei, open. Then the screen soon changed. Daily quest, train to become a formidable combatant. Push-up 0/100. Up 0/100. Squat 0/100. 0/10 km. Caution: if the daily quest remains incomplete, penalties will be given accordingly. Issei deadpanned at what he was staring at. The screen, or rather the system, couldn't be serious. Issei, is this some kind of joke? The brown-haired boy sighed. He wanted to do it so he would suffer the penalty. However, he was in no state to do any of that. Issei, I'm hospitalized. I don't have the strength to do all this stuff. With that, the brown-haired boy laid back down on his bed and closed his eyes. However, he will soon learn that doing this will be the biggest mistake of his entire life. He forgot about the caution about not doing the daily quest. The brown-haired boy was about to experience something truly terrifying. The timer on the daily quest started, and over the next few hours it kept taking. It turned from green to orange and finally to red. A screen appeared as Issei continued to sleep. You have failed to complete your daily quest. You will be transferred to the penalty zone for an allotted amount of time. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Issei's eyes slowly opened as he wondered what was going on, but then he realized what was happening. He quickly sat up as he had an expression of panic. Issei, an earthquake. On the outside, Issei was panicking, but on the inside he was confused. There hasn't been an earthquake in Kyoto for like 100 years, so why have some just decided to appear? Unknown to the brown-haired boy, his bed began to crack as it soon turned into sand. Issei simply blinked as his surroundings changed. He was no longer in a hospital. He was now in some kind of desert with a beautiful sunset. Issei, I am in the desert. The brown-haired boy slowly got up and looked around. He didn't see any but a vast of sandy orange for miles and miles. He was so confused. How did he end up here? He was in the middle of an earthquake. How can he end up here? Issei, this makes no sense. Wait, was everything really just a dream? Did he just dream about the earthquake? Issei has had similar dreams before, but they were about different things. Like that one time he had a dream about himself waking up only to find a man named Dio in his bed. The brown-haired boy shivered at that memory. He didn't want to sleep for a whole week after having that dream. Suddenly, the sand behind Issei began to rise up slowly, but soon it shot up with great speed. This caused some sand to land on Issei's head as the brown-haired boy noticed it, and a large shadow loomed over him. He slowly turned his head, only for his eyes to widen in pure fear. Poison-toothed giant desert centipede. The centipede roared furiously at the brown-haired boy, who began to sweat in fear. Ding! A screen appeared in front of Issei. This one made him even more scared. Why? Penalty quest, survival. Goal: survive for the allotted amount of time. Allotted time 4 hours. Time left 3 hours 59 minutes 57 seconds. Issei gulped as he hoped the system was joking with him. He really hoped that this was some kind of joke. Issei, this is some kind of joke, right? Drool began to escape from the giant centipede's mouth as it licked its own fangs. Issei guessed that it was really hungry. It probably hasn't eaten anything in a while. How could it? There doesn't seem to be anything in the desert. No water. No plants. No animals. Nothing. And Issei has to survive 4 hours of this. The brown-haired boy took a step back in fear. Issei, hey big guy, we don't have to do this, we can be friends. The giant centipede simply roared at the brown-haired boy. There was no way it was gonna let him get away. However, Issei still had his secret technique, a technique that he has been mastering for many, many years. Issei, well, it seems like I have to use my secret technique. This seemed to have gotten the centipede's attention. It wondered what the human in front of it was talking about. Issei proceeded to run as fast as he could away from the giant centipede. There was no way in hell he was gonna fight that oversized bug. Issei, fuck this shit, I'm out. Time skip brought to you by Issei, getting tormented by Ghost Rainair. Issei huffed and puffed as he has been running for what felt like forever. There was also another problem. In the beginning, there was only one centipede, but now there are two more poison-toothed giant centipedes, and just like the first one, they were very hungry. The brown-haired boy panted as he continued to run across the sandy landscape, his feet sinking into the ground a little with each step. Issei, fuck, I have to keep running, I can't die. Penalty quest, survival. Goal, survive for the allotted amount of time. Allotted time, 4 hours. Time left, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 7 seconds. Issei panted as he kept running. He had to keep going. He only had a few more seconds before he returned. 6, 5, 4, 3. One of the giant centipedes lunged at the brown-haired boy, its mouth wide open and ready to devour him. 2. Issei's eyes widen in fear. 1. Penalty quest has been completed. At that moment, Issei reappeared back in the hospital and landed on the ground hard. The brown-haired boy panted heavily as he was finally able to catch his breath. Sweat covered him as he panted. He then looked up at the screen in front of him. Issei, penalty quest, that was a total nightmare. Issei thought that Yuma stabbing him with that light spear of hers was the worst thing that has happened to him, but the brown-haired boy was way wrong. That penalty zone or whatever he was in was worse. Issei never wants to go back to that place ever again. The screen soon changes. You have received a reward for completing the penalty quest. Check your rewards. Accept/decline. Issei panted heavily. He was gonna make his decision. Since he went through 4 hours of running, he hoped that whatever his reward is would be something really good. However, he soon felt really weak. Running for 4 hours with no breaks whatsoever is not a very good idea. But Issei had no choice. The brown-haired boy soon fell unconscious. At that moment, a nurse entered Issei's room to check on him, but when she opened the door, her eyes widened as she saw the brown-haired boy on the ground unconscious. Nurse, oh my god, what happened? She looked down the hallway. Nurse, I need some help over here. End of chapter. Chapter 3, Dungeon. Third-person POV. The sun rose high into the sky as the light shined over the town of Kyoto. The warm light washed over everything. At the Kyoto hospital, 2 of the nurses were chatting to each other about some things, while one of them drank a cup of coffee. Nurse 1, you know that patient Issei Hyoudou. Nurse 2, yeah, what about him? Nurse 1, I heard he had a pretty nasty wound. Nurse, yeah, that's right, it hasn't been that long since he regained consciousness, but he's been running around every single day. Nurse 1, what did the doctor say? Nurse 2, that he should recover in no time, also that some light exercise wouldn't do any harm, but... Just then, the first nurse notices something outside the window. It was Issei Hyoudou. The brown-haired boy was doing a morning run. Nurse 1, look over there, he's running right now. The second nurse saw Issei pant a lot as he ran. The brown-haired boy was also sweating a lot. Nurse 2, light exercise. Are you sure he's going to be okay? The first nurse shrugged her shoulders. Nurse 2, how long has he been running? Once again, the nurse shrugged her shoulders. Issei POV. I kept running. I could feel my heart beating so fast that it felt like it was gonna burst out of my chest. My arms and legs are so sore. I feel like I am about to collapse to the ground and die, but I can't yet. I just have to do a little more. That is all I have to do. It has been 4 days since I regained consciousness. During that time, there are a couple of things I have become aware of. I soon stopped running as I placed my hands on my knees. I started panting heavily as I felt like I was gonna throw up and die. Anyways, enough about me, back to the things I have learned. Firstly, I looked up and saw the screen in front of me. Run 10 km, coupleted 10/10 kn. This screen I see in front of me is not an illusion. I can see it crystal clear. However, nobody else can see it. I can also physically touch it, but I learned that it prefers voice commands more. Daily quest: train to become a formidable combatant. Push-ups 100/100. Ups 100/100. Squats 100/100. 10/10 km. After my little incident in that penalty zone, I learned really quickly that I had to do my daily quest. While normally I wouldn't think about doing something like that after going through that for 4 hours, I think I changed my mind. Choose a reward from the list below. Reward 1, status recovery. Reward 2, ability points +3. Reward 3, random loot box +1. Accept/decline. I panted heavily as I stared at the screen. I might as well accept the rewards. Issei accept status recovery. At that moment, my eyes widened as I felt a sudden surge of energy flow through my entire body. I stared at my hands as I didn't feel tired anymore. In fact, I felt like I was ready to start a whole new day. Status recovery must relieve any fatigue from exercising. The exhaustion weighing down my body is gone in an instant. I had to admit that it was really useful. I wonder if I could use it during a fight or something. Wait, why am I thinking like that? I prefer not to get into fights, but if I end up meeting that girl again, it may be helpful. I then held out my hand as a small box appeared for a second before disappearing. You have obtained a random loot box. Other options include obtaining ability points to boost my stats or an item from a random loot box. I am not sure if the loot I get from the random loot box depends on my level. If that was the case, then I am sure to expect something really terrible like a strick or a few weak items. But if it is like those gacha games I have heard about, then there is a chance I could get something really good, which may be good for me. I guess it depends on luck. Name: Issei Hyoudou. Job: none. Title: none. Level 1. Health points: HP 100/100. Magic MP 10/10. Fatigue 0. Strength/SDR 5. Vitality/Vit 10. Agility/Agile 10. Intelligence/Int 10. Sense 10. Available points 3. Increasing my abilities will make me that much stronger. Of course, I will level up as well. Stats, skills, items, inventory, item stashes, and so on. It's like playing a video game actually, now that I think about it. Since this gives me the feeling of a video game, I wonder if things like mobs will give me a certain amount of EXP. If that is the case, then I could grind. Then again, I get the feeling that it isn't like video games where you get an infinite amount of mobs. This is a strange phenomenon that has taken control of me. I walked over to a nearby bench and sat down on it as I stared at the screens in front of me. I couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Issei, haha, I have no clue how this happened. Third-person POV. The sun was setting over the town of Kyoto. It was peaceful within the hospital as a woman was at the front desk. She was doing some work, but as she soon saw Issei Hyoudou walk over. Issei, hey, is it okay if I go out for a bit? The woman stared at the brown-haired boy for a moment. She knew that he was a patient. One that was in a really bad incident, but it had been a few days, so he seemed to be nearly all better. Woman, sure, but where do you plan on going? Issei, there's something I need to take care of. It won't take long. Woman, alright then, just stay out of trouble. Issei smiled slightly. Issei, I will. With that, Issei began to make his way out of the hospital. Once he got outside, he was greeted by the beautiful sight of the setting sun. The brown-haired boy took a deep breath before letting out a small sigh. Issei, alright, it's time to figure out what this is. Issei looked at his hand and saw a green key appear. He wasn't sure what it was, but the brown-haired boy had the feeling that it was really important. Issei, I get a random loot box every time I complete a daily quest, but I didn't expect to get something like this. Issei continued to stare at the key for a moment. The brown-haired boy soon sighed and started to walk off. He wasn't gonna get any answers just by standing around. He needed to go to a specific location. As he walked, the brown-haired boy was deep in thought. Issei, a key that opens a dungeon, quests, stats, rewards. Could the fact that I'm able to see these strange game-like features be any relation to what Yuma said? Flashback. Yuma, I'm sorry, but the fact is you are far too great of a risk for us to be left alive. I had no choice but to dispose of you. If you're looking for someone to blame, why not blame him? He gave you the sacred gear. Flashback end. Issei, a sacred gear? Is this system a sacred gear? Actually, I have a better question. What even is a sacred gear, and who is this him she mentioned? Issei let out a small sigh of annoyance. So many questions were flooding his mind. When the brown-haired boy thinks he has the answer to his own question, it just leaves him with even more questions that need to be answered. But one thing was clear to the brown-haired boy: if he wanted answers to his questions, then maybe he will just need to find a certain someone who can answer them for him. A certain someone who is possibly the reason he is doing this little quest, Yuma. Issei continued to walk down the streets of Kyoto, passing by a few people who were minding their own business. However, before long, the brown-haired boy had arrived at the location he needed to be at, a train station. Issei, so this is it. Issei took a deep breath before letting out a small sigh. He then brought out the green key from his pocket. Issei, let us see what this thing is all about. The brown-haired boy held the key out as he saw yellow energy appear. Issei's eyes widened as the green key disappeared from his hand. Issei, what the? At that moment, Issei was hit by a gust of wind, and a blue portal formed in front of him. However, the brown-haired boy can already guess that only he can see the portal and no one else. Without a second to waste, Issei slowly walked into the portal with a look of determination on his face. You have entered an instant dungeon. Issei, instance dungeon, so that is what this place is called. Suddenly, the brown-haired boy heard a noise and quickly looked back to see the entrance sealing up. Issei, what? Issei turned to try and leave, but it was too late. The portal was sealed off, leaving the brown-haired boy trapped inside this instance dungeon. Issei, damn it. The brown-haired boy punched the wall in anger, unfortunately confirming that it was real and not an illusion. However, as Issei felt hopeless, he notices something. He saw a girl walking up the stairs. She didn't seem to notice him, and she phased through the wall like a ghost. The brown-haired boy's eyes widened at this. He soon began to piece things together. If the girl didn't see him, that means that he isn't visible to their eyes, but he wondered if he could still touch them. Issei waited a bit and saw a man walk in. The brown-haired boy reached out to touch the man, but his hand simply went through him, confirming Issei's question. Issei, so they can't see me, hear me, or feel me. Am I in a completely different dimension? He held his hand out and touched the wall. Issei, so not only can I see the system and these dungeon portals, but when I enter them, I am basically erased from existence. Issei then crossed his arms. Issei, but what if I enter a dungeon that requires multiple people? Can I allow certain people to see and enter the dungeons? How does this work? You cannot leave this dungeon unless you defeat the boss or use a teleportation stone. Issei narrowed his eyes at the screen. He wasn't sure why, but he had the feeling that it was directly talking to him in a way. Issei, since I don't have a teleportation stone, I have no choice but to beat the boss. The brown-haired boy sighed. Issei, it shouldn't be too hard. The key did say that this dungeon was A rank, so this may be the weakest. Suddenly, a gust of wind struck Issei as the brown-haired boy turned and stared down the stairway. Issei, seriously, I have to do this all alone. Issei was once again struck by another gust of wind, causing him to deadpan. Issei, wow, whatever is down here must really have an attitude. Reminds me of that one anime I watched. What was it called again? Issei stood where he was for a moment, trying to remember the name of the anime. But he was soon hit by another gust of wind, causing the brown-haired boy to sigh. Issei, all right, I'm coming. The brown-haired began to make his way downstairs. As he did, he saw that the inside of the train station looked way different than in the real world. For starters, there were no people. There were cracks on the walls and the ground. Also, the lights were flickering. Issei guessed that whatever was inside this dungeon did all this, or maybe it is just always like this in dungeons. Issei, damn, this place looks like shit. The brown-haired boy kept walking, keeping an eye out for anything that could show up. This was a new experience for him, so he had to be on guard. Issei, will I be able to do this? Suddenly, Issei covered his nose as he just picked up a terrible smell. The foul stench almost made the brown-haired boy want to throw up. Issei, what the hell is that smell? It's disgusting. As Issei looked around, he got the feeling that he was being watched by something. This sent him on high alert as he checked his surroundings for anything that could attack from the shadows. Suddenly, he heard a noise. Just on pure instinct, the brown-haired boy jumped back. Issei wasn't the one doing this, it was his body. It moved on its own. Issei, what the hell? Issei looked to see what tried to attack him. When he did, he was greeted by a scarlet-red wolf with red eyes and, surprisingly, a metal jaw. Steel Fang Raken. Issei, a wolf, look at that jaw. That thing looks like it can bite through anything. The brown-haired boy can guess why it is called Steel Fang. One strike from those jaws and he is done for. Issei, this is my second, or rather third time seeing some kind of supernatural thing. The first was Yuma, if that really is her real name. She turned out to be some kind of winged person, an angel of some kind but with black wings. The second was those giant centipedes that Issei had to run away from in the penalty zone. Those things were a living nightmare. Now there is this scarlet-red wolf with a metal jaw. What's next? A knight that guards an empty throne, an ant, a dragon. Issei, since I'm gonna be using video game logic, it is safe to conclude that the centipede from the penalty zone are insect types while this thing is a beast type. The wolf growled at Issei as its eyes shined bright red in the darkness. The brown-haired boy gulped slightly as his legs were shaking. Issei, my legs, they're shaking, am I afraid? The memory of Yuma stabbing him with that light spear flashed through his mind. This caused Issei to grit his teeth. Issei, I didn't think I had any lingering trauma. Suddenly, the steel fang began to charge toward Issei. The brown-haired boy's eyes widened. Issei, shit. As the scarlet wolf lunged towards the boy, Issei was able to dodge the attack, but barely. Issei, if I get hurt here, no one will be able to help me. I can't get hit. The steel fang charged at Issei once again, and this time, the scarlet wolf nearly bit the brown-haired boy's eyes off. Once again, without Issei doing anything, his body moved on its own and did some acrobatics to dodge the attack. Issei blinked as he looked at his hand for a second. Issei H, how did I do that? The brown-haired boy then charged toward the scarlet wolf and leaped over it. Issei, my body, it feels light. Is this my body telling me not to give in to fear? Issei landed on the ground. He was given a second chance at life, a chance to do things how he wants to do it. A chance to make things better in his life. A chance to get out of this loop he was stuck in. A chance to finally get a girlfriend, a real girlfriend. A chance to finally help his mother. The scarlet wolf turned to the brown-haired boy and opened its mouth to attack him. At that moment, Issei clenched his hand into a fist. Issei, I refuse to die. Issei uppercuts the steel fang, causing the scarlet wolf to be launched into a fenced wall. The brown-haired boy was shocked by this as he stared at his hand. What was that power? Issei, what the hell, what's this? Issei wondered if this was cause he leveled up his strength state. Since it was the lowest out of all of his stats, he decided to make things even. However, the brown-haired boy didn't expect this. But, Issei looked over and saw the scarlet wolf walk out, completely fine. This honestly didn't shock the brown-haired boy. There was no way he would just suddenly kill the damn thing. This wasn't like an anime where the main character is overpowered and can defeat anyone with one punch. Issei, it's still stronger than me. Great, just great, but if I make it out of this, I just thought of an idea for a new anime. Issei charged toward the scarlet wolf as he unleashed blow after blow, but this seemed only to piss the wolf off. Issei, damn it, just as I thought, this isn't enough. Regular attacks have no effect on this thing. The steel fang lunged at the brown-haired boy who dodged the attack. Issei saw the wolf turn towards him as it seemed to have some piles and stuff within its jaws. Issei, what should I do? The beast lunged at Issei once again, but the brown-haired boy dodged the attack. Issei, is this seriously all I can do? Just hope I can figure something out before this thing eats me. The scarlet wolf attacked again and Issei dodged. However, this time he wasn't so lucky. The steel fang raken was able to leave a mark on the brown-haired boy's leg. Issei gritted his teeth. Issei, damn it, if only I had a weapon. Suddenly, Issei heard a ding noise as he looked and saw the system showing his inventory. The brown-haired boy's eyes widened as he saw something within his inventory. Issei, what the how did? The Raken roared and charged toward Issei, not wasting any time. He shoved his hand into his inventory and began to pull something out. Issei, I don't know why this is in my inventory, but it doesn't matter. The scarlet wolf leaped into the air with its mouth open and ready to strike. However, its chance of a meal was short-lived as it was sliced in half. What sliced the Raken in half? It was Issei Hyoudou who now wielded a sword. You have defeated the steel-fanged Raken. Level up. Issei panted slightly as he looked at the sword in his hand. It looked like just an average steel sword. But this apparently didn't fool the brown-haired boy. He can tell that it had some sort of supernatural properties to it. Issei, I am not sure how you got into my inventory, but I am glad you were there. Otherwise, I would have died. Suddenly, Issei heard a noise coming from the darkness. This caused the brown-haired boy to turn to the source of the noise. Issei, as long as I have a weapon. He saw two more steel-fanged Rakens, both growling as their eyes glowed crimson red. Issei, I'm not scared. The two wolves roared and charged at Issei with the intention to kill him. However, the brown-haired boy was prepared this time. He slashed the side of the first one, causing a nasty wound on its side. However, the second one caught the brown-haired boy's sword with its teeth. Issei, hey, get your own. Issei threw a punch into the scarlet wolf's face, causing it to let go of the sword as the brown-haired boy took this chance and decapitated it. Issei panted as blood covered his sword. He then looked at the other steel-fanged Raken. Issei, I see now compared to Yuma. A small smirk grew on his face. Issei, you guys are totally weak. The steel-fanged Raken slowly backed up into the shadows. All Issei saw was its glowing crimson eyes, but even those soon vanished into the darkness. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job none. Title none. Level 2. Health points HP 205/205. Magic MP 22/22. Fatigue 2. Strength/SDR 12. Vitality/Vit 11. Agility/Agile 11. Intelligence/Int 11. Sense 11. Available points 0. End of chapter. Chapter 4 Boss. Third-person POV. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job none. Title none. Level 2. Health points HP 205/205. Magic MP 22/22. Fatigue 3. Strength/SDR 12. Vitality/Vit 11. Agility/Agile 11. Intelligence/Int 11. Sense 11. Available points 0. Issei Hyoudou stared at the system screen in front of him. The brown-haired boy had an expression of curiosity as he stared. Issei, so it looks like all my stats go up by 1 point every time I level up, because I had my strength at 11 and now it's 12. After the steel wolf ran away from him, Issei decided to take a little break to figure out what he should do next. He didn't want to push further into the dungeon like a complete moron. That will be the death of him. Issei, I get 3 points when I complete a daily quest so that each time I level up can equal around 4 or 5 points. However, it seems that hunting beast is the fastest way to level up. The brown-haired boy crossed his arms. Issei, I wonder how much of a difference each point makes. These stats quantify things like intelligence and sense, too. He looked at the strength state. Issei, I guess the easiest to understand is strength. My strength is only at 12, but I think I can feel an improvement. Maybe if I increase it more I will feel more. Issei let out a small sigh as he looked at the ceiling of the dungeon. A small smile grew onto the brown-haired boy's face. This was really it. This was the chance he has been wanting for a very long time. Issei, this is my chance, my second chance. Issei slowly stood up, making sure to pick up the sword as well. He didn't want to venture off and not have it with him. He'd rather not remain in the hospital any more than he already is. Speaking of which, the brown-haired boy wondered how things were going for his friends. They haven't come to visit him, which he finds weird. He was sure that they would have came to see if he was all right. Maybe they were doing something perverted, like looking at nude magazines or just peeping on girls again. Issei looked at one of the dead steel-fanged Rakens. There was something that the brown-haired boy was wondering. Issei, since this is basically like a game, does this mean I get items from killing things like these? He kneeled down to the dead body and began to search it for basically anything that looked useful. After a few minutes of searching, he found something interesting. It was one of the Raken's fangs. Item Raken's fang. Level of difficulty, none. Type miscellaneous. Issei raised an eyebrow as he stared at the fang. Issei, level of difficulty. Does that mean that these things have a common to legendary system? The brown-haired boy wondered what he could do with the fang, maybe use it to create something like a stronger weapon, or maybe just sell it to get some money or rather gold. Issei wondered how much he would get from one fang. If he had to take a guess, since he is just starting, maybe 20 gold at most. Issei, does this mean this dungeon is an E-rank dungeon? Makes sense. I just started so the system wouldn't just throw me into the most difficult dungeon. The brown-haired boy stood up as he knew that he couldn't leave the dungeon until he defeated the boss. Then again, he could also use a teleportation stone to get out. However, he wasn't sure if he will ever find one. Plus, if he remains in the dungeon for too long, then he will eventually get thirsty and hungry, and he doesn't feel like eating any monsters. He has to beat the boss, but he could also die. This isn't truly like a video game. If he does, then he will never come back. But if he levels up enough, it may be possible for him to beat the dungeon. He refuses to die. He was given a second chance, and he isn't letting it go to waste. He will level up and become stronger, strong enough to beat anyone who gets in his way. Issei heard a growl as he turned his head to the right and saw a Raken growling at him. The brown-haired boy narrowed his eyes as he saw that it didn't come alone. It actually came with backup. He wasn't sure how many there were, maybe 100 or less. Normally, Issei would be afraid of something like this. However, Issei, there is nothing to be afraid of. His face grew an expression of pure determination as he glared at the scarlet wolves. Issei, I've already died once. The steel-fanged Rakens roared as they charged toward the brown-haired boy, and Issei charged toward the scarlet wolves as the battle began. With one slash from his sword, Issei destroyed 2 of them. At that moment, another one tried to attack the brown-haired boy by going after his clothes. Issei glared at the scarlet wolf, who at that moment realized that it had fucked up. You never mess with a man's outfit. It is their drip, and they will kill anyone who messes with their drip. Issei threw the Raken off him and sliced it in half, causing blood to splatter across the ground. Issei, that's what you get. He then looked at the other scarlet wolves. Issei, it's gonna take more than that to kill me. The brown-haired boy glared at the monsters that surrounded him. In the shadows, his right eye glowed blue, which scared the scarlet wolves. Issei, so put up a better fight, otherwise I'll feel bad. Issei charged forward and used a skill called Sprint, which made him fast. With it, he took out around 3 or maybe even 5 of the Rakens. The other scarlet wolves roared as they charged toward the brown-haired boy, which was the stupidest thing they have ever done. Issei, as long as I'm alive, I'm gonna fight with everything I've got. Level up. Issei slashed another Raken in half. Issei, I've come to a realization. Level up. Another one tried to attack the brown-haired boy, who somehow dodged the attack. Issei, if I give up here, I'll die in vain. Issei decapitated the Raken that tried to attack him as the brown-haired boy's eyes glowed blue. Level up. Issei noticed a Raken charging toward him, but he was prepared for it. He dodged the bite and kicked it in the face, causing it to flinch. This granted Issei enough time to stab the scarlet wolf in the head, killing it in an instant. The brown-haired boy panted heavily as he looked at the remaining steel-fanged Rakens that growled at him. The image of his mother flashed into Issei's mind as he gritted his teeth. Issei, I won't be able to protect the ones I love. I'll end up losing everything. The Rakens growled at Issei as their eyes glowed a crimson red. The brown-haired boy wasn't in the slightest intimidated by this. Issei, if it means I can become stronger. His grip on the sword tightened. No more loser. No more loop. He was gonna be a different person. He was gonna live his life the way he wants to live it. If that means giving up being a pervert, then sign him the fuck up. Issei, I'll gladly follow these ridiculous rules. With a roar of determination, Issei charged into battle once again. Level up. Time skip brought to you by the warden actually being friendly. Blood. The scent of blood filled the air as it stained the stony ground and the walls of the dungeon. If anyone else saw the sight, then they would feel nauseous from the gruesome sight. Issei panted heavily as he walked down the train station hallway, dragging the sword across the ground. He wasn't sure how long he had been fighting. His best guess is only a few minutes. This means that his fatigue must be pretty high right now. However, he soon heard another growl and turned his head to the left to see a lot more steel-fanged rakens. Issei let out a small sigh as the scarlet wolves growled at the brown-haired boy. He then grits his teeth as he prepared himself for the battle ahead of him. Time skip brought to you by Minecraft memes. Issei panted heavily as he looked at the sword that was in his hands. The blade was covered in blood and was cracked a lot. The brown-haired boy had a feeling that his weapon would eventually get worn out from all the fights he used it in, which just proves that he has been fighting for quite a while now. Issei, the edge of this blade is damaged. I had a feeling it would have been a matter of time before it got worn out. How much farther until he reached the boss? That is something that flooded his mind. It felt like he had been in the dungeon for days, but he may just be overreacting. Best guess is only a few hours. Issei looked at his surroundings and saw nothing but a bloody mess of dead raken bodies and blood splattered everywhere. It looked like something out of a horror movie. Issei, at least I was able to gain 3 things from all this: levels, fangs to sell, and a title. You have gained the title Wolf Assassin. Description: this title is given to hunters who excel at hunting wolves. All your abilities will now be increased by 40% when fighting against beast-type monsters. A small smirk grew onto Issei's face. He liked the sound of that title. This means that he was now 40% stronger against any monsters like bears, wolves, maybe lions, and tigers. However, the brown-haired boy couldn't help but wonder if it means all monsters that looked like animals, like birds and reptiles. He already knew that insects were out of the question since he guessed that the centipedes from the penalty zone were insect type. Issei turned as a screen appeared in front of him, showing his inventory. He wanted to do a check to see what he has gained so far in this little journey of his. Issei: okay, so I have 34 raken fangs, 2 worn daggers, a traveler's cloak, and finally. The brown-haired boy looked at his hand as he held a stone with a light blue symbol on it. Issei: a teleportation stone. A teleportation stone. It was the other way that Issei could get out of the dungeon if he couldn't defeat the boss. Then again, he hasn't even gotten close to where the boss is, or maybe he has and he hasn't realized it yet. He really wasn't sure. But he did wonder something. Issei: should I go back? It is probably very late. He thought about it for a moment. The doctors and nurses are probably wondering where he is. They may contact his mother and he doesn't want to make her any more worried. She is already stressed out. Issei looked at the teleportation stone in silence, but then he gripped it. Issei: no, I have come so far, I don't know if I'll ever get the chance to boost like this again. The brown-haired boy shoved his arm into the screen, placing the teleportation stone in there before taking his arm out. He had a feeling that if he used the stone, the dungeon will disappear and he will have to wait for another dungeon key. Issei: even though I may be ultimately controlled by some unknown being, used as a pawn in some kind of game, I don't care. With that, Issei continued his way forward. He will not run, he will go forward and win. He will solo level this dungeon. Time skip brought to you by Scramblecraft. Level up. Level up. Issei sliced and slashed through so many monsters. Each time he does, he can feel himself getting stronger and stronger. Yet he can also feel himself getting more tired with each battle. He had to finish the dungeon as quickly as he could before he dies of exhaustion. The brown-haired boy has also discovered that there were more monsters in the dungeon. It wasn't just a whole bunch of steel-fanged rakens. There were other monsters like a black panther called Black Shadow Raza and a rabid monkey called Razor-Clawed Briga, but it didn't matter, they would also fall to Issei's blade. Issei: every time I level up, little by little, fighting against these monsters becomes easier. Currently, Issei was panting heavily as he stood over loads of corpses. The brown-haired boy could definitely feel himself getting stronger. However, while it was becoming easier to fight the monster, it was like they were getting smarter with their attacks. There were times when Issei actually believed he was gonna die again because the monsters were attacking him with an actual plan, but this was only with a few of them. The ones that didn't just attack the brown-haired boy head-on, which resulted in their deaths. Issei, this place is like an actual game. These things keep respawning. They have a set pattern if I could just learn the pattern. Suddenly, Issei heard something. He quickly looked up as a Briga leaped down at him as two Razans tried to attack him from his left and right. A smirk grew onto Issei's face as he took his sword and used it to stab the Briga. He then used the sword to decapitate both the Razans before they could reach him. As he did this, one of the brown-haired boy's eyes glowed blue. He then noticed a Raken leaping toward him, but he easily killed it by slicing it in half. After he did that, he noticed something when he went to grab the fang from the Raken. The name that was above was now white. Issei, the color of the name changed. If the label is white now, that means that it is relatively weak now. Orange must mean that the monsters are on the same level as me or stronger, and red means that they're significantly stronger. The brown-haired boy remembered that the Raken's label used to be orange when he entered the dungeon, but now it is white. He also remembered that the poison-toothed giant desert centipede's label was red, which means that it was way stronger than what Issei was currently fighting. Issei, since its label is now white, that means that I have gotten stronger, but even at my current level. The brown-haired boy turned to his right to see a staircase that went further down into the train station. He could feel a strong power coming from down there. Issei, I don't think I will be able to defeat the beast down there. He gulped slightly. Issei, my stats have increased, which is why I know for sure that lurking down there is a monster. The brown-haired boy turned to a screen that showed his stats. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job none. Title Wolf Assassin. Level 15. Health points HP 1105/1105. Magic MP 200/200. Fatigue 30. Strength/SDR 26. Vitality/Vit 24. Agility/Agile 24. Intelligence/Int 24. Sense 24. Available points 0. Issei, I don't think I'm gaining any more levels by staying here. He then looked at his sword, which was more cracked. It looked like it could break at any moment. Issei, and my sword won't make it if I continue to fight these unnecessary battles. The brown-haired boy stared at the stairway for a moment. He then let out a small sigh as he began to walk down them. He came all this way, he isn't gonna just turn back now. He walked down them in silence, wondering what kind of monster he will face when he reaches the bottom of the stairs. It didn't take long before he reached the bottom. As he entered the room, he saw that it was overtaken by water and plant life. The brown-haired boy looked around and didn't see anything at first. This confused Issei cause he wondered where the boss was. Issei, where is it? It should be he. Suddenly, Issei heard something and saw something coming toward him with immense speed. The brown-haired boy's eyes widened as he used the sword to block an attack that struck him. Issei, what the hell, so fast? Whatever struck Issei launched the brown-haired boy back and slammed him into a stone pillar. Issei screamed in pain as he hoped that his spine wasn't shattered from the impact. Luckily, that didn't seem to be the case. He coughed as he looked at his sword, shocked to see that the blade was now broken. Issei, my sword. He panted a little as he slowly brought himself to his feet, feeling sore and in a lot of pain. Issei, I thought I leveled up quite a bit. Issei looked up and saw the boss. It was a giant snake covered in blue scales and had glowing amber eyes. King of the Swamp, Blue Venom Feigned Kasaka. Issei, I can't believe its label is still written in orange. Wait. End of chapter. Chapter 5, Near Deathwind. Third-person POV. King of the Swamp, Blue Venom Feigned Kasaka. Issei grunted in pain as he gazed up at the massive snake in front of him. This snake was most definitely the boss of the dungeon. He had a feeling that the boss was gonna be some sort of animal-type monster, but he originally guessed a giant wolf like the countless Rakens he has faced so far. Like he has so many steel fangs that he could probably become rich just from those alone. Then again, he may just be very much wrong about that. As the brown-haired boy stared at the boss, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He has spent what felt like hours in the dungeon, fighting so many beast-type monsters and leveling up. But in the end, it didn't even matter. Issei, I can't believe its label is still written in orange. Will he even be able to damage the snake? Probably not, since his sword is now destroyed. The brown-haired boy hopes that he can last for maybe 5 minutes or more, so he can come up with a solid plan to defeat the boss. What any smart person would do before coming into the boss room would prepare, but he couldn't prepare. He came into the dungeon completely blind, plus he was meant to be in the hospital, so he couldn't really get any weapons. Issei also knew that he couldn't run away from the boss. It will probably chase after him. Then again, he still has that teleportation stone. He can use that if he needs to. Issei, so big guy or girl, are you the one in charge? The snake roared at the brown-haired boy, revealing its 2 massive fangs that seemed metallic to Issei. He also saw that the snake also had smaller rows of teeth in its mouth. Issei panted heavily as he flipped his broken sword around and gripped the handle tightly. He may be tired and his weapon may be broken. But that didn't mean that he wouldn't give up. He wasn't gonna let his second chance go to waste. He was gonna live his life how he wanted. He was gonna live for his mother and himself. As he and the snake started off with each other, one glowing amber eyes piercing into the other's brown eyes, Issei took this chance to examine his opponent and see if he could find any weakness. Issei, there's no way my sword attacks will work against those scales. I can tell just at first glance that they are tough. The brown-haired boy gritted his teeth slightly. Issei, punching the damn thing won't work either. Issei wondered if he could damage the creature by hitting its eyes. Then again, he probably won't be able to reach them. Even if he did, that would put him in a bad position. Since he would be on the head of the boss, it could simply slam itself into the walls, and that would be it for the brown-haired boy. The Kasaka roared and lunged itself toward Issei, who was able to dodge the attack and began to strike the monster's side with the broken sword. One would think that whatever the brown-haired boy was doing is pointless, since the blade is broken and wouldn't be able to damage the snake's hide. That is half right. The Kasaka's hide may be very tough, but everything has a weakness. In some cases, things with tough hide can be damaged if their hide is struck with enough force to crack it. Issei, it's using speed and its own body weight to attack me. The body weight alone is extremely dangerous. If I am hit once, then my bones could shatter. He narrowed his eyes as he kept striking the snake's hide for a moment, but he eventually stopped. Issei, I need to break down its defenses while it's attacking me. Only then I will have the chance to beat it. The snake looked at Issei and growled at him. It then flung its massive tail at the boy, who dodged the attack. Issei, since I can't cut through the scales, I will need to attack from a different angle. The Kasaka roared as it charged at Issei once again. The attack missed and the snake crashed into the stone wall. As Issei was moving, he noticed the tail coming toward him. The brown-haired boy knew that he couldn't be able to dodge the attack in time. He had to improvise. Using the broken sword, Issei managed to block the attack. However, the force from the attack was enough to send the brown-haired boy flying back. Issei landed on the ground with a grunt, but he quickly got back to his feet. He couldn't be on the ground with the Kasaka just waiting to attack again. Unfortunately, the snake struck the brown-haired boy in the gut with its tail. Issei irgh. He fell to the ground and coughed with a little bit of blood. The Kasaka stared down at the brown-haired boy. Issei couldn't tell, but he had the feeling that the damn snake was mocking him. Issei, damn it, I thought I got a little stronger, but was that not enough? He gripped the broken sword. Issei, how much stronger do I have to get? The brown-haired boy stood up just as the monster lunged at him. Issei used the broken blade and blocked one of the Kasaka's metallic fangs. However, Issei was soon launched back a few feet. Issei urgh. He panted heavily as he glared at the monster. Issei was weak. That is why he died to Yuma, or whatever her name was. The reason he died was because he was weak. If he was even slightly stronger, then maybe, just maybe, he would have a chance to take her on. Maybe he would have been able to escape from whatever she was, but he doubts he would have been able to get help from anyone. The brown-haired can guess that he would look like an idiot if he just ran into a police station and said, "Some bitch with wings is trying to kill me." People would probably think that he is insane or something. Issei, I'm weak, I hate it. He gritted his teeth as he glared at the casaca. He then began to charge toward it. Issei, I'm ashamed to be such a weakling. The brown-haired boy began to strike a spot on the snake's scales, not even leaving a scratch on the monster's hide. But did Issei care? No, he did not. He hated that he was so weak. All those monsters he fought before coming to the boss were not obstacles. They weren't even level 1 NPC mobs, they were nothing but level 0. Killing them didn't prove anything. The title he gained from killing them wasn't anything important. It didn't matter. Issei, I hate that I'm pathetic. Unless the brown-haired boy actually defeated the boss he was facing right here and right now, everyone he has done is nothing but a joke. Strike. Issei, powerful strength. Another strike. Issei, overwhelming power is the only way to make people bow their heads. Another one. Issei, I kneel before you. Another one. Issei gritted his teeth in anger. The harder he grit, the more itself like his teeth were about to shatter within his very mouth. The harder he gripped onto the broken blade and struck the monster's hide, the more broken the damaged weapon became and the more rope burns that appeared in the brown-haired boy's palm. Issei, fake hypocrisy won't protect me. Another strike. Issei, no matter what kind of strategies your opponents use. Another one. Issei, they'll become helpless in the face of power. Another one. Issei, they might attempt to stand up against the terror, but will quickly be brought down to their knees again. The brown-haired boy grew a face of determination as he dodged a strike from the casaca and struck back, only to do nothing to the monster. Issei, I must become stronger. I came all this way to become stronger. As Issei dodged another strike from the snake, he was soon struck in his back by the casaca's massive tail. Issei, you are GH. The attack launched the brown-haired boy toward a wall. When Issei hit the wall face first, he felt immense pain and the impact caused a small crater to form. Issei fell to the ground as his entire body felt like hell. He was exhausted, he was basically struggling to keep his eyes open and the attacks were not making it easier. The boy's body also was very sore, his head was ringing like a goddamn alarm clock. His hands, his arms, his legs, every single part of the brown-haired boy was shaking and trembling. Yet despite all this, Issei didn't feel scared, hatred, sad, despair. He felt something else. He felt determined. Issei, I must. The brown-haired boy rose himself to his feet once again, feeling his legs shaking as he stood. Yet he didn't care, he will deal with that when this battle is over with. He glared at the casaca, staring into the monster's glowing amber eyes as the brown-haired boy's eyes glowed as well, but they were glowing a different color. Issei, I must become stronger. The casaca roared in anger as it lunged toward Issei, but the brown-haired boy has had enough of this monster. Issei, not yet. He dodged the attack before twirling the broken blade around and began dragging it across the monster's long tail. Issei, not yet. But just like all those other times, this attack did absolutely nothing to the snake, who turned and roared at Issei. He narrowed his eyes and charged at the monster once again, blade in hand and ready to end this battle once and for all. Issei dodged the mouth of the beast and dragged the broken blade down the monster's neck, body, it was one of the two. The monster quickly turned and tried to bite the brown-haired boy, but Issei moved out of the way of the attack. However, instead of just staying away from the monster, Issei had another plan. He jumped onto the monster's back, neck, body, whatever it was, and began to squeeze it tightly. Since he isn't able to hurt the snake with the sword, there were multiple ways to kill something, but Issei decided that he will simply cut off the monster's ability to breathe. Issei, good thing I have a lot of points in my strength state, let's hope this is enough. As the brown-haired boy squeezed the monster's neck, he saw that the scales under his hands were starting to crack and break. This brought a smirk to Issei's face as the casaca began to roar in pain and agony. It tried its best to get Issei off itself, but the brown-haired boy wasn't moving a muscle. Issei, try all you want, motherfucker, I not moving. The monster roared as it slammed itself onto one of the walls, making sure that Issei took the hit instead of itself. The brown-haired boy screamed in pain from the impact, but even so, he still wasn't letting go. It was gonna take a lot more than that to get rid of him, despite the fact that he literally facing a giant snake. He didn't feel afraid of it. This is probably because, compared to the pain, the agony, the fear he went through when he died during his date, a casaca was nothing. The brown-haired boy had no reason to fear it. Issei die. Blood coughed out of the casaca's mouth as it roared in pure agony. It slammed Issei into the wall as it was desperate to get the brown-haired boy off it. Issei die. Issei continued to crush the monster's neck as more blood gushed out of the snake's mouth. Meanwhile at the hospital, night had risen over the town of Kyoto. The sun had set not too long ago, so it was still early in the night. Mr. Hyoudou hasn't returned yet. A doctor was at the receptionist. He was heading to check on a patient naked Issei Hyoudou. However, it turns out that he wasn't in his room, he asked, and turned out he left the hospital not too long ago. Nurse, he left not too long ago, said that he needed to take care of something. Doctor, really? The sun went down a while ago, he's still not back. Nurse, well, he's doing much better and he will be discharged soon anyway. The doctor let out a small sigh as he crossed his arms. Doctor, even so, he should be in his room recovering. He did have a nasty wound when he was brought in. Nurse, that's true. How do you think he was still alive? The doctor thought about it for a moment before he gave his response to the nurse. Doctor, well, humanity is still evolving. Nowadays, there are some humans with unique genetics within them. Nurse, what do you mean? The doctor smiled. Doctor, you see, there could be a man with the ability to dislocate his joints and become extremely flexible, or maybe a woman with the ability to survive the harshest of freezing water with no training. The nurse was shocked by this. Nurse, you believe that Mr. Hyoudou has something like that? The doctor shrugged his shoulders. Not everything can be proved with science. Sometimes there are things that are better left to be unsolved by humanity. Doctor, who knows, there is so much that we are still learning, but there is one thing I know. Nurse, what is it, doctor? Doctor, all humans may be normal, but on the inside we're monsters. Back with Issei. Level up. Level up. Level up. A small but faint laugh echoed throughout the boss room as Issei had a huge smile on his face, but the brown-haired boy was also panting through his laughs. Issei, I guess this means I've become. Issei looked at the now deceased body of Casaca, who lay coiled around the brown-haired boy lifeless. The once glowing amber eyes of the monsters were gone and replaced by lifeless orbs. Issei, a little bit stronger, right? You have defeated the king of the swamp, the blue venom fang Casaca. Issei couldn't help but grow a small smirk. He actually did it. He had killed the boss. He got to live another way. As Issei panted heavily, he looked at the two items he got from killing the boss. The first item was a bag of some kind, which he could tell was holding some sort of liquid. Item, Casaca's venom glad. Level of difficulty. Type poison. Effect, Casaca's ironclad scales. 20% less physical damage. Side effect, muscle damage. -35 strength. Issei narrowed his eyes at the bag in his hand. The first effect of it sounded really nice. The brown-haired boy could really use that 20% less physical damage. Then again, the side effect is really annoying. Issei is pretty sure that his strength state is nowhere near 30 yet, so if he thought about using the venom gland, then there is a chance that his strength state may go down to 0 or worse, negative. Issei can't risk it. The brown-haired boy let out a small sigh. Issei, for now I will simply put it in my inventory. As soon as he said that, a screen appeared next to him. Issei chuckled as he placed the venom gland inside. He then turned his attention to the next item he got from killing the boss. Instead of something like a venom gland or a scale, Issei got a weapon, a dagger to be precise. Item, Casaca's venom fang. Level of difficulty, C. Type dagger. Attack +25. Effect, paralyze. The opponent will be paralyzed at a certain rate. Effect, bleed. The opponent will lose 1% health every second. Issei couldn't help but whistle at the dagger. Not only did the dagger look good, it also had two very nice abilities that the brown-haired boy could use in battle. Issei, a dagger made out of fangs. My attack has basically doubled with this thing and with these effects. A grin formed on Issei's face. Issei, I think I am gonna be okay for a while, but I can't get cocky. He then looked up at the ceiling with a serious expression. He struggled to beat a monster whose items say they are rank C and A. Just from those alone, Issei can tell that he is gonna have tougher challenges as he continues to level up. Issei, this is only the beginning. Wait. End of chapter. Chapter 6, Guess Who's Back? Third-person POV. The sun had risen over the town of Kyoto. The sky was clear as it was simply an average day in the small town. However, something was happening at the Kyoto hospital. It wasn't anything bad, in fact, it was actually really good. It involved a certain brown-haired boy named Issei Hyoudou. Issei panted slightly as he was doing some sit-ups on the hospital ground. Sweat was pouring down his body as he did his sit-ups. He was doing this because he had to finish his daily quest before time ran out. The last thing he needed was to go back to the penalty zone, even though he has leveled up a little, but he still knows that he is nowhere near the level required to take on those centipedes. It has been a few days since Issei defeated that dungeon, and he found out that after the boss died, the dungeon simply disappeared. This left Issei with a few questions, but he wasn't sure how to answer any of them. For now, he just focused on recovering and leveling up, even if it was slowly. If he is correct, then he is gonna face more powerful opponents further on down the line. The brown-haired boy panted as he kept doing his sit-ups. After he was finished with his sit-ups, he was gonna need to do some push-ups. So he did just that. After finishing the sit-ups, he moved on to doing push-ups. He did this for a few minutes. He had to do 100 after all, which didn't seem like much, but Issei was still not much of the working out type. As he was doing push-ups, he heard the door open slightly, followed by a voice. Excuse me. Issei heard the feminine voice and guessed that it was a nurse. He wondered if she was here to tell him that he was free to go back home. He looked over as the nurse saw Issei and blushed. Nurse, oh my god. Issei, oh, I'm sorry. The brown-haired boy slowly stood up as he panted slightly. The nurse blushed as she looked away. Nurse, and no, I'm the one who should apologize. The nurse's gaze moved back to Issei, who walked over to the bed to grab his shirt. She stared at the brown-haired boy's muscular build. Nurse, whoa, I don't remember this patient having such a nice body. After putting on his shirt, Issei looked over at the nurse and took in her appearance. If he had to guess, she was probably in her 20s, but yet she looks almost like a teenager. She had silver hair that reminded him of a special plate that his mother showed him when he was young. Issei also noticed that the nurse's eyes were a shade of light red. She wore a standard nurse outfit, but he had to admit that she looked kinda good. Nurse, you're being discharged today. Issei smiled. Issei, I see, thank you for letting me know. The nurse blushed slightly as she took out a phone which Issei guessed was hers. Nurse, do you think I could get your number? Issei, my number. Nurse, why yes, if you're okay with it. Issei, is she gonna send me my exam results? Couldn't she just send it to my mom? The brown-haired boy simply shrugged his shoulders. While it was a little confusing, he didn't see a problem with it. Plus, she asked nicely, so Issei guessed he will do it for her. Issei, okay, give me a second. He put his phone number into the nurse's contacts before giving her phone back to her. The nurse smiled. Nurse, thank you. Issei smiled. Issei, no problem. Issei soon began to stretch. Since he was being discharged today, he might as well head off. He is sure that his mother will be happy to see him home and safe. Issei, well, I better head off now. Thanks for taking care of me. The nurse smiled. Nurse, it's no problem. Time skip brought to you by Sung Drip Woo. Issei, I'm Ho. Mickey, how dare you make me worried sick? Do you have any idea how afraid I saw? Issei had just got back home. It took him a while because he had to do his daily 10 km run. That didn't take too long, but he did have to stop to grab a bite to eat. After he finished with his food, he made his way back home. He thought that his mother would be happy to see her son return. But he didn't expect her to end up slapping him repeatedly. Then again, he can't really blame her for slapping him. Like he was in the hospital for a few days to maybe a week or two, he wasn't really sure how long he was out for. Issei, ow ow ow, mom, stop slapping me. Mickey's, no, not until you learn not to make me worried. Issei didn't want to feel any more slapping. His face was starting to hurt a lot. He grabbed his mother's hand and sighed. Issei, mom, I'm sorry for making you worried. As he stared at his mother, he saw that tears were threatening to escape the brown-haired woman's eyes. She looked at the ground. Mickey, do you know how worried I was? I already lost my husband. I didn't want to lose you too. Issei, mom. He brought his mother close to him and hugged her tightly. The brown-haired woman began to let out her tears into her son's shirt. Issei didn't care about that. His clothes could easily be washed. What is important right now is calming down his mother. That is his #1 priority. Issei, mom, you don't have to worry. I am going nowhere. Mickey slowly looked up at her son. Mickey, you promise? The brown-haired boy nodded his head. Issei, I promise. Now how about we have some? Issei soon stopped and began to sniff the air. For some reason, he can smell smoke. There were a few reasons why. The first could be that someone is having a barbecue. The second is that there is a bonfire nearby. Or the third is that his mother forgot that she had food on the stove. The brown-haired boy has a strong feeling that it's option 3. He hoped not cause the last time it was the house nearly burned down. Issei, mom. Mickey, yes. Issei, I smell smoke. Mickey's eyes widen. Mickey, crap, dinner, I almost forgot. With that, she ran off into the kitchen, leaving Issei standing in the hallway. He let out a small sigh and shook his head, but a smile grew onto his face. Issei, same old, mom. Time skip brought to you by Sungjin Woo Petting Tank. It was a new day in the town of Juo. At the Hyoudou residence, Mickey Hyoudou was fixing her collar. Since it was a brand new day, that means that she had to head off to work and someone had to pay the house bills. As she finally adjusted her collar, she walked to the front door. She reached for the door handle, but she heard a voice. Heading off to work, mom. She looked behind her and saw her son walking over. One of his arms was under his shirt, scratching his chest. Mickey, oh, Issei, you were awake. Issei, on slightly. Issei, I've been up for a while. Be careful on your way to work. Mickey took this chance to look at her son. He looked completely different than a couple of days ago. For starters, he was taller now. He practically towered over her. She also noticed that her son seemed to be a bit more muscular. His facial features also seemed to be sharper looking. He just looked like a completely different person to her now. She really couldn't believe that this was her son. Mickey, Issei, have you been working out? Issei, a little. The brown-haired woman walked over to her son and looked up at him. Mickey, you look more buff, plus you're way taller than last time. Issei looked at himself as he simply shrugged his shoulders. He then picked up something from the couch. Issei, I feel fine, mom. Now stop asking weird questions and take this umbrella. Mickey raised an eyebrow. Mickey, why? I don't think it is gonna rain. Issei, can't be too careful. The last time you came back home from work, you were soaking wet. Mickey paused for a moment before she took the umbrella from her son. She then gave him a quick kiss on the cheek as she turned and walked to the front door. Issei watched as his mother opened the front door and left the house. He made sure to wave goodbye and give her a warm smile. He then looked over at a screen next to him. Push-ups 100/100. Ups 100/100. Squats 100/100. 10/10 km. Issei, I think I will run a little before I head to school. He then looked at one of his arms and saw that he had gained quite the muscle mass. He guessed that it might be because of the points he has put into his strength stat. While working out may also be the cause, to gain the muscle that he has now would have taken many weeks to maybe even months. The only place that the brown-haired boy has been beside the hospital is that one dungeon he did, which he is still wondering about. Does time move differently in the dungeons? Is living in them possible? Are there different environments with things like food and water? As the brown-haired boy was thinking this over, he stared at a screen that showed his stats. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job none. Title Wolf Assassin. Level 18. Health points HP 2220/2220. Magic MP 350/350. Fatigue 0. Strength/SDR 34. Vitality/Vit 27. Agility/Agile 27. Intelligence slash int, 27. Sense, 27. Available points, 12. Issei, I have 12 points. What should I put them into? Issei was originally thinking of just putting all the points into his strength state, but he soon decided against it because if it is the reason for his gain in muscle mass, then he does wanna end up like. Issei, is that what I'll end up looking like? I sure fucking hope not. That will be nightmarish to even look at. After some more thinking, Issei decided that he will put points into the states that will work well together. Issei, strength and agility go well together, so I'll invest in agility to start. Senses may also turn out useful. I can't have things sneaking up on me when I'm not looking. And so, Issei began to put his points into his stats. He thought of not putting any into intelligence because he isn't sure if he could do any magic yet. If he ends up being able to do some magic later on, then he will invest points into intelligence because that is linked to magic, or rather his MP. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job none. Title Wolf Assassin. Level 18. Health points HP 2220/2220. Magic MP 350/350. Fatigue 0. Strength /SDR 40. Vitality /Vit 27. Agility /Agile 35. Intelligence /Int 27. Sense 29. Available points, 12. Issei, this should be good enough for now. Thought I might change it up later on. After doing that, Issei checked the time to see how long he had before he had to go to school. He saw that he actually didn't have long before school started. He let out a small sigh. Issei, well, better get ready. With that, the brown-haired boy made his way to his bedroom and got himself dressed in his cute academy uniform. It was a little tough at first because his old outfit didn't almost seem to fit him. He struggled to get it on for a little bit, but before long he just stopped because he didn't want to waste any more time. Issei shook his head. It seems like he is gonna have to ask his mother to get him bigger clothes. He was lucky that the hospital was lucky enough to provide him with some clothes to wear when he came back home. Issei wasn't gonna lie, they were much better than those stupid hospital clothes or whatever they were. The brown-haired boy picked up the clothes and quickly put them on. He then walked to the kitchen and made himself a quick breakfast, which was some toast. After eating, he made his way out of his house with his stuff in his hand. Issei then started to make his way toward his school. As he was walking, he was in deep thought, mainly about his second chance. Issei, a second chance. If I keep getting stronger, I'm sure I'll be able to help Mom with the rent and find out more about what she was. The memory of Yuma, or whatever her name was, throwing that spear at Issei flashed through his mind. The brown-haired boy gets the feeling he will be seeing her, or better, yet those similar to her very, very soon. When that time comes, he will be ready and he will get some answers to why she tried to kill him. He personally believes it has something to do with this sacred gear she mentioned, but was she talking about the system or about something else? She sounded like she knew quite a bit about sacred gears, so if she was talking about the system, then she would have known that killing him would have activated it. Unless it wasn't the sacred gear she was talking about. Issei narrowed his eyes as he walked down the street of Kyoto. Issei, so I had one of these sacred gears and the system, or did the system just come to me because I was dying? Issei sighed, yet another question to join the line of many he had wondered. Maybe someday he will get the answers he needs, but until then he just has to follow the system's instructions and try to find anything useful. Time skip brought to you by Zaid Wolf Rumble. It was a peaceful day at Kyoto Academy as there were a few students chatting among themselves. There were also some that were still arriving at the school. One of these people who were still arriving was Issei Hyoudou, who had just arrived at the front gate. He stared at it for a moment before he simply walked through it. There were two reasons why he was just staring at it. The first was because of the old memories he had, all the perverted things he did. There were a few things he was proud about and some that he wished never happened. But the second and more important reason was that he was getting strange vibes from the school. The brown-haired boy didn't know why, but it kinda reminded him of Yuma. This put him on guard because there is a chance that one of the students is just like her, but he couldn't tell who it was due to so many people. As Issei walked toward the school building, he noticed that there were eyes on him. He wondered if they recognized him. Girl 1, whoa, who's that? Girl 2, not sure, he's handsome. Girl 3, agreed, sister. Boy 1, damn, that dude looks like a video game character. Boy 2, no way, he looks like a light novel character. Boy 1, light novel, that's stupid, he's a video game character. Boy 2, light novel. Boy 1, video game. Boy 2, light novel. Boy 1, video game. Boy 2, light novel. Boy 1, video game. Boy 2, light novel. Boy 3, I'm gay. Both we know Bob and we're proud of you. Bob's yay ooh. Issei's sweat dropped a little because he overheard the argument. Did no one really recognize him? He is pretty sure that he didn't look that much different. The brown-haired boy shook his head as he kept walking, but he soon bumped into someone. Oh, I'm so no way. Issei looked to see who he accidentally bumped into. When he did, he was honestly surprised and slightly nervous because it was Murayama, one of the kendo girls that he and his friends used to peep on. Murayama, Hyoudou, is that you? After literally shouting that at the top of her lungs, all the other students were shocked by what the brown-haired girl said. Girl 1, no way, that's Hyoudou. Girl 2, it can't be. Girl 3, oh god, I said he was handsome. Boy 1, video game. Boy 2, light novel. Boy 1, video game. Boy 2, light novel. Boy 1, video game. Boy 2, light novel. Boy 4, will you two shut up? Both no. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, good to see you, Murayama, how have you been? Murayama, I should be asking you that, what happened to you? She looked Issei up and down, seeing that he was taller and more muscular. The last time she saw the brown-haired boy, he barely had any muscles on him. In fact, he was kinda weak and could barely put up much of a fight. But now, he looked like someone who has fought enemies for hundreds of years. Issei crossed his arms. Issei, trip to the hospital, that's all. Murayama raised an eyebrow. That wasn't really much of an explanation, but she had to admit that it was better than absolutely nothing, but that didn't explain the gain in muscle mass. Murayama and the muscles. Issei been doing some daily workouts. Murayama, that's it. The brown-haired boy nodded his head as Murayama was just left in shock. Issei had barely been gone for long, and yet he has changed so much. But she guessed that he was still the annoying pervert like always. Once a pervert, always a pervert. Issei, well, I better be off. Gotta get to class before it starts. With that, Issei began to walk off as Murayama watched him. Murayama, there is no way he has changed that much. Issei entered the school building and walked down the hall, passing a few students and some teachers who were shocked to see how much he had changed. The brown-haired boy decided to be nice and greet one of the female teachers that were walking by him. Issei, hello. Female teacher, oh hello. The teacher was a stunningly attractive woman with a voluptuous figure, sexy hip-length black hair that had bangs hanging on the right side with two ahoges, green eyes, a mole under her left eye, and red round glasses, one earring on her left ear, and had very large breast. She wore a green knitted turtleneck, a tight black miniskirt along with her cross-garter motif stockings, and a white lab coat. Issei, having a good morning, I hope. The female teacher blushed slightly as she saw Issei's handsome face. Female teacher, I am. The brown-haired boy smiled. Issei, that's good to hear. With that, he gave a small bow before turning and walking off. The teacher watched him walk off. Female teacher, who was that? A graduate? No, there is no way I would forget a student as eye-catching as him. Is he a new teacher? She blushed slightly. Female teacher, he is kinda handsome. No, what am I thinking? Hey. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Devilish Encounter. Third-person POV. Class D, your average classroom that could hold around 20 or fewer students. There wasn't really anything special about the classroom unless you ignore the fact that the females do not like their male peers because they are disgusting perverts that only care about the girls' bodies. But besides that, it was just your average classroom. However, this class was about to get a shocking surprise, one that will leave them absolutely speechless. Currently, the class wasn't doing anything special. They were waiting for their teacher to arrive so they could get the day started. Some were talking to themselves, some were on their phones looking at photos, videos, or simply playing games. Girl 1, hey, you planning anything for the weekend? Girl 2, not that I can think about. Girl 1, well, you wanna come over to my place for the weekend? Girl 3, I like that idea, we can all have a little sleepover. Girl 2, not sure. Girl 1, come on girl, I got those one-piece onesie pajamas. Girl 3, wait, you mean the ones with? Girl 1, yep. Girl 2, alright, I'm in. The first girl giggled as the third one shook her head at her friend. Just then they heard the door open, which gained the students' attention. They looked over and saw their teacher walking into the classroom. The boys started drooling at their teacher's appearance. Their teacher was an extremely beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 20s. She had long purple hair and red eyes. She wore a white shirt with the top unbuttoned with a black long-sleeve suit over the top. She also wore skin-tight pants that showed off her hips, the main reason why the male students were drooling. The female students glared at their male peers. They were disgusted by their perverted expressions. Girl 1, stupid pervert. Girl 2, disgusting. Girl 3, how dare they drool at Miss Scathach like wild dogs. The teacher named Miss Scathach overheard her female students and couldn't help but feel disgusted too. While she understood that boys will be boys, she has been Class D's teacher for quite a while, and the boys keep on drooling every time they see her. She stood in front of her class, clearing her throat, which made the students who weren't in their seats quickly sit down. Her eyes moved from left to right, making sure that none of her students were on their phones or talking. When she was sure that no one was doing anything, she smiled slightly. Scathach, good, now I am sure you lot haven't heard it yet, but we have a returning student. This gained everyone's attention. They wondered who the returning student was. The boys hoped that it was a girl with big tits, while the females just hoped that it wasn't another pervert. They already have the perverts they have, they don't need another one. Suddenly, the class in Scathach heard a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The purple-haired woman smiled. Scathach, that must be the student. She looked over at the door. Scathach, come in. The door opened and the person walked in. Scathach's eyes widened as well as the Class D students. The person was someone very familiar to them all, someone who the females despised, but looking at them now, they were shocked. The males were honestly surprised and disappointed. They were hopping for another female student. The returning student was a certain brown-haired boy named Issei Hyoudou, the leader of the infamous perverted trio. Only this time, his appearance was much different than the last time anyone saw him. For starters, he was much taller, if they had to guess maybe around 6 foot or something along those lines. He was taller than anyone in the room. Miss Scathach was barely up to his shoulder. That was definitely a shock to the purple-haired woman because she was a mature adult, so she and the other teachers were supposed to be taller than the students. But to see one of her students actually be taller than her has left her speechless. She honestly couldn't believe what she was staring at. The next thing was that his facial features looked sharper than normal, plus he seemed to have gained a bit of muscle mass. He looked nothing like his old self. While the females were a bit disgusted that the leader of the infamous perverted trio had returned, they couldn't help but blush slightly at the sight of the brown-haired boy. They felt their hearts beating slightly fast as they stared at him. They had to admit that he looked pretty handsome and cute. Then again, it was Issei Hyoudou they were talking about. They weren't sure if he had changed or if he was still the disgusting perverted teenage boy like before. There was a little voice in the back of the girl's mind begging that Issei wasn't perverted. They didn't want to mess up his good looks. It's rare to find a boy that looks just as good as the Prince of Kyoto, Yudo Kiba. Issei looked at his classmates and smiled slightly, waving at them. Issei, hello everyone, it's good to see you all. When Issei spoke, nearly all the females fainted with blushes on their faces. This caused the others to stare at the now unconscious females and sweat drop slightly. Issei himself also sweat dropped. He wasn't expecting that to happen. Issei, are they all right? One of the male students looked at one of the unconscious females. He felt her neck to make sure she was alive. Male student, yep, they're alive, just unconscious. Scathach couldn't blame her female students for fainting. She herself was having a tough time controlling herself. There was a slight blush on the purple-haired woman's face as she cleared her throat, gaining everyone's attention. Scathach, well now, while we wait for the girls to wake up, does anyone have any questions for Issei? At that moment, many hands went up into the air. Issei looked around until he saw a familiar pair of people. The first was a brown-haired boy with glasses while the other boy had blue eyes and a shaved head. They were Issei's two friends, Matsuda and Madohama. A small smile grew onto his face. He was glad that his friends haven't changed a bit. He was kinda worried that something would have happened to them while he was in the hospital, but he does wonder about something. He wonders if they remember Yuma, the fallen angel who killed Issei during his date and left him bleeding out with a gaping hole in his chest. Issei did remember that before the date he showed Yuma to the two and bragged about him being the first in the group getting a girlfriend, which they took personally. But Issei can't help but get the feeling that they may not remember. If they did, then he guessed that they will probably ask him how she was doing. Issei, sup Matsuda, Madohama, good to see you both. Matsuda, Issei, where have you been? We've been trying to call you for days. The brown-haired boy chuckled slightly as he scratched his cheek. Issei, I've been at the hospital. This caught everyone's attention. They wondered what happened to the infamous pervert. Matsuda, what happened? Issei sighed. Issei, I was in an accident, nearly died too. Silence filled the classroom as many couldn't believe what they had just heard. The female students who fainted before woke up not too long ago and were shocked. Hell, even Miss Scathach herself was shocked by what Issei said. While she didn't like the brown-haired boy's perverted antics, having to scold him multiple times a day, she was still his teacher. She still cared for his safety. In fact, she cared for all of her students' safety. Madohama, well, you're back now. The pervert trio can return to peeping on boobs. Matsuda, yeah. After Madohama said that, many if not all the girls in the class glared at the two boys. Of course, they would say something like that without hesitation. They have done some similar multiple times in the past. Scathach made a mental reminder to give Madohama and Matsuda both a detention for saying something like that. She then looked at Issei, awaiting to see the perverted grin on his face. However, to the purple-haired woman's surprise, she saw that Issei was shaking his head. This was something she didn't expect. She fully expected the brown-haired boy to go back to his usual perverted antics. But that didn't seem to be the case. Issei, yep, they haven't changed a single bit. Scathach, Issei. The brown-haired boy looked at his teacher. Issei, yes, teach. Scathach, you may head to your seat. Everyone can ask more questions during lunch. Issei nodded his head as he walked over to his desk. He pulled the chair out and sat down in it. As soon as he sat down, his gaze moved to his right as he saw someone who was giving off a strange aura. The person was a petite girl with white hair and gold eyes. The front of her hair has two long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She also wore a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. This person was Tauju Kaneko, also known as the mascot of Kyo. Issei didn't really know much about her because he had seen that she prefers to be alone. Issei also knows two more important things about her. The first is that she has a deep hatred for perverts, not sure if it has anything to do with her past or if she just hates them in general. The second thing that Issei knows is that Kaneko is fond of sweets. Whenever he did see her sitting by herself eating chocolate bars and other types of candy. That was all that Issei knew about the white-haired girl, nothing more and nothing less. However, as he stared at her, he couldn't help but feel a kind of familiar aura coming from her. The aura reminded the brown-haired boy of Yuma, or whatever her name was. But it wasn't actually the same, it was different. The aura coming from Kaneko felt more devilish. Issei, this aura, it feels the same but different at the same time. I'm not too sure, but I should stay on guard just in case. For the rest of the class, Issei kept a close eye on Kaneko as he listened to his teacher. She didn't seem to be giving off any malicious intent or anything, plus the system hadn't popped up in front of him yet. The brown-haired boy wondered if the system doesn't see Kaneko as a threat. He wondered if someone had to actually try and attempt to threaten his life for the system to react. Would he have to kill them? Is that something Issei can even do? He has killed monsters like those Rakens and that king of swamps, but would he be able to handle killing another human? Issei, can I even do something like wait a second. Something just hit Issei. What if they weren't human? Yuma looked like a human, but she turned out to be some kind of evil angel, so she wasn't technically human. Issei could kill her. If Kaneko was something similar, he could kill her if she tried to attempt something on his life. But he has no idea how powerful she is. For all he knows, she could be way stronger than Yuma or the king of the swamps he fought. He will have to be careful around her and stay on guard. Time skip brought to you by Sung Jin Woo in the Fate series. After a long hour of listening to his teacher, the bell finally rang, which signaled the end of the class. About time too, Issei was kinda getting a bit nervous with all the eyes that were on him during the entire class. Issei got out of his chair and made his way out of his classroom. As he was walking, he did notice that there were a few people staring at him. However, he didn't let this bother him. He couldn't really blame them. After all, the brown-haired boy had changed quite a bit over the last couple of days. He did notice that a few were shocked and a few had some disgusted expressions on their faces. The disgusted looks were mainly from the girls for obvious reasons. He was a pervert that peeped on many girls before his quote-unquote death. As Issei was making his way down the hallway, he wondered if there were more people with a similar aura to Kaneko. There was no way that Kaneko alone could have such an aura. There had to be multiple people. When he arrived outside, Issei soon stopped in his tracks. He felt that someone was staring at him, but he didn't feel any malicious intent. Turning to the location, Issei looked up at the second floor. He soon saw who was staring at him. It was a red-haired girl with blue eyes. Issei remembered her before his date with Yuma. He saw her, if he can recall her name, was Ria's gremmery. The brown-haired boy remembered that his friend Matsuda said that she was basically the queen of Kyoto. Everyone loved her. He had to admit that Ria's was a very beautiful girl, definitely someone he would have loved to date or at least known when he was younger. But he knew that she was leagues above him, plus every boy in the school would have killed him if Issei even tried to approach her. He also remembered that she was the president of the Occult Research Club, but Issei wasn't sure what the club was about though. He didn't look that much into it before his date. Issei's brown eyes locked onto her blue eyes. She had a very similar aura to Kaneko, but on a much higher level. Did that mean that she was stronger? He still didn't sense any malicious intent from her. Did she not see him as an enemy, or is she really good at hiding her intent? The system had still not popped up with any warning yet, so the brown-haired boy guessed he was safe for now. Issei might as well try and be friendly. Can't show her that I'm a threat to her. He stared at the crimson-haired girl and gave her a wave. She looked surprised at first, but she soon smiled and waved back. This was a good thing. Then again, she could be acting. But he could just be overthinking this entire thing. After waving at Ria's, Issei saw her walk away from the window. This allowed Issei to let out a small sigh. He then looked to his right as a screen appeared. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job none. Title Wolf Assassin. Level 18. Health points HP 2220/2220. Magic MP 350/350. Fatigue 0. Strength/SDR 40. Vitality/Vit 27. Agility/Agile 35. Intelligence/Int 27. Sense 29. Available points 0. Issei, I need to get stronger if I want to survive in this world. I have to, for myself and for my mother. The brown-haired boy's eyes seemed to glow slightly as he turned and began to walk off. He said it once, he will say it again. He was given this second chance and won't let it go to waste. Unknown to Issei, he was being watched by Ria's gremmery once again. Ria's that boy. After she waved at him, she didn't actually walk away from the window. She merely hid to the side and watched him. She saw that he was looking at something to his right. Was it his sacred gear? She didn't sense one from him, but she did sense something. Her entire body was telling, no, it was screaming at her that the brown-haired boy was strong, that his strength was something that could assist her in the long run. But she wondered, how did he survive the attack from the fallen angel? Riaz walked away from the window and sat down on a couch. Standing next to her was a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, very long black hair, and violet eyes. Her hair was tied in a long ponytail. reaching all the way down to her legs with two strands sticking out from the top and sloping backward, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place. Ria's Aquino. The girl named Aquino looked at the crimson-haired girl. Aquino, yes, Ria's. Ria's, tell me, how was Issei's barely alive body discovered? If memory serves me correctly, there was barely anyone at the park. Aquino, you are correct, but I believe that they were contacted by some mysterious person about Issei. Ria's hummed to herself. She had heard that Issei had a date with a girl named Yuma. Obviously, she knew that the girl was a fallen angel. The crimson-haired girl wanted to help Issei before the fallen killed him. But she only imagines how bad it would be for him. If he managed to survive, then he would have gone around and started saying stuff. Everyone would have seen him as crazy and not believe him. Ria's didn't want to risk making his life worse. She wanted to explain everything to him when she revived him, but looks like she won't be able to do that. Unless she asks if he wants to become like her. To do that, she will have to bring him to the occult research club. Ria's, Aquino, can you ask Kiba to go and grab Issei? Aquino, of course, but why? The crimson-haired girl smiled. Ria's, I believe that he deserves some answers about what happened that night. Unknown to the two girls, they were being watched by a figure who hid in the shadows. The figure seemed around 6 feet tall. They crossed their arms. So the Gremory is interesting in Issei, not really a surprise. The figure turned toward Issei's direction, watching the brown-haired boy walk off to find a spot to eat some food. Issei, when the time for you and I to meet each other face to face, I hope you will forgive me. With that, the figure disappeared in a flash of red light. End of chapter. Chapter 8, Simple Conversation. Third-person POV. The Student Council. The Student Council is high up within schools. It is a group of students elected by their peers to address issues of concern and organize student events and activities. Each school throughout the world has a student council or something similar to one. Q Academy isn't so different. Besides the principal and a few of the staff, the student council in Q Academy is the second most powerful in the entire school. They can decide the punishment of a student who is doing the wrong thing. They can also decide if a teacher gets fired or not. While the student council can be scary at times, they are generally there to help the other students whenever they can. Sitting at a desk working on stacks of paperwork was the student council president, the leader of the student council. The president was a bespectacled young woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut, and violet eyes. She wore a standard Q Academy female uniform. The only thing different was that she wore a pair of glasses. This girl was Sona Shitori, the student council president. Sona is by far one of the smartest in Q, if not the smartest in the entire school. Her knowledge of things is both jaw-dropping and horrifying. She always seems to have an answer for any questions she is asked. This has resulted in much respect and hatred. Some people respect the black-haired girl for her knowledge of things, while other lesser people hate her because to them, they believe that Sona thinks she is above them. But Sona is not cocky or arrogant. She is quiet, calm, intelligent, and helpful when she needs to be. Although she isn't drooled upon like her other female peers because her body isn't as developed as theirs. However, this does not bother Sona in the slightest because she knows that there will be someone that she will fall in love with. It may not be today, tomorrow, or next week, but she knows that she will meet someone special one day. All she can do is wait until then. As Sona was finishing up with some of the paperwork in front of her, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching her. Turning her head to the right, she was greeted by the vice president of the student council and her close friend, Tsubaki Shinra. Tsubaki was a young, bespectacled woman with long, straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees, with light brown eyes. Just like Sona, Tsubaki wore a standard cute female uniform and had blue, semi-rimmed glasses with square lenses. Sona, Tsubaki, you're back. I see that you have done all your task. Tsubaki nodded her head. Tsubaki, indeed I have. I also took the liberty of checking in on the others and see how they are doing. Sona, and how are they doing? Tsubaki, they should be done with all their task in the next half hour, but maybe close to 2 hours because of Saji. Hearing that caused Sona to let out a small sigh as she shook her head. Saji was the newest member of the student council. From what Sona has seen, he is a pretty average student in all of his classes. He didn't have any hidden talents. Saji also follows commands quickly, not as quickly as Sona would want, but it's a start. Although Sona has been told by one of her peers that Saji has been bragging about being in the student council, stating that he is now above them and that they should respect him and whatnot. She will have to deal with that later. For now, she just wants to finish her paperwork and call it a day before the next class starts. Sona, I see. Thank you, Tsubaki, for the report. Tsubaki bowed to the black-haired girl. Tsubaki, you are welcome, Sona, but have you heard the rumor? This gained Sona's attention. Since they were in high school, there were gonna be some kind of rumors going around. But hearing Tsubaki says something about a rumor was a completely different story. She had never heard her friend ask such a question before. Sona, what rumor? Tsubaki, they say that Issei Hyoudou, the leader of the perverted trio, has returned. As soon as Tsubaki had finished that sentence, Sona's eyes widened in shock. She quickly stood up from her chair, knocking it over, which surprised Tsubaki. Sona, where is he? Tsubaki stared at the black-haired girl with a surprised expression. She didn't expect this from Sona. Normally she is calm and collected, but right now Tsubaki can hear worry and happiness within her voice. Tsubaki, Sona grabbed Tsubaki by the collar and stared into the black-haired girl's light brown eyes. This spooked Tsubaki because she could have sworn she saw Sona's pupils get smaller. Sona, tell me. Tsubaki got a little scared. She had never seen Sona like this before. It was very worrying. What was her relationship with Issei anyway? The last time she heard, he was nothing more than a pervert who enjoyed peeping on teenage girls in the changing room. Also, Sona dislikes perverts just like all the other girls in the school. Tsubaki, I don't know. I just heard that he had returned from the hospital. Sona, the hospital? Why did he have to go there? I have to find him. The black-haired girl quickly let go of her best friend and, like the author's love life, she ran out the door. Tsubaki blinked as she stared at the door, seeing that Sona somehow took the damn thing off the hinges. Tsubaki, what the fuck just happened? Sona ran down the hallway, knocking down any unfortunate students that were in her way. She had to find him. She had to find Issei and see if he was all right. She had noticed that he hadn't been at school for a couple of days, but she was never told what happened. She also did not hear anything on the news, so she suspected that the brown-haired boy was all right. But turns out she was wrong because she just now found out that he was in the hospital. Even though he was a pervert, Sona didn't have any negativity toward Issei. Sona, Issei, what happened to you? Meanwhile, with Issei. Issei was currently sitting on a bench. He was about to eat his lunch that he made for himself. Since his mother had to leave for work early, the brown-haired boy had to make his own food. It wasn't too difficult because he was basically a young adult. He could do something like make a simple lunch easily. Issei sniffled as he wiped his nose. Issei, was someone talking about me, or is my allergies acting up again? Silence was all that the brown-haired boy received as an answer. He didn't even get one from the system. He shrugged his shoulders as he decided not to think about it much. After all, he was hungry. Issei, well, no point in worrying about it. Time to eat. Yo, Issei. Grumbling a little bit because he was prevented from eating his lunch, Issei turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw his two friends walking over to him. He had a feeling he knew why they were here. He guessed that they were gonna ask him to come peep on the kendo girls again. Issei, hey guys, what do you want? Matsuda, what are you doing? Issei, I was going to eat my lunch, which I would like to do, but I have the feeling that you two want something from me. Madohama, PFD, no, what makes you think that? Issei deadpanned at the two boys. Did they seriously think that he will fall for that? If he was his old self, then he would have definitely fallen from Madohama's words, but thanks to the system, the brown-haired boy was way different than his old self. He's not gonna fall for something like that. Issei, yeah, what do you want? Make it quick. Matsuda, well, since you're back. Both Matsuda and Madohama grew perverted grins. Yep, Issei called it. Both wanna go peep on the kendo girls, Tilda. Issei stared at his two friends. He was about to speak, but he soon heard a noise which gained his attention. His eyes wandered over to it as he saw that it was from the system. Urgent quest, better reputation. You must not resort to your old ways, second chance to make amends for what you did. Caution, failure will result in penalty. Issei became nervous almost immediately. He couldn't help but feel like the system knew that Matsuda and Madohama were gonna ask him that question. He feels like it made this urgent question just for this very moment, but Issei understood why it was doing it. It was true, the system gave the brown-haired boy a second chance at life. He couldn't just let it go to waste and go back to his old ways. Maybe he could finally get an actual girlfriend. So Issei had to handle this situation calmly, otherwise he was gonna be dead meat. Issei, sorry guys, but I can't. Matsuda and Madohama grew shocked expressions, worrying Issei because Madohama's face looked like it became something from a comic book or an anime. Issei, how the hell is his jaw not broken from doing? Matsuda, why not? Madohama, yeah, boobs are life. The brown-haired boy's sweat dropped. He already knew that his two friends were never gonna get any girlfriends in the future. Issei, guys, I just got back from the hospital. I just don't feel like doing it. Matsuda crossed his arms. Matsuda, I guess that makes sense. You're probably still recovering from whatever happened to you. Issei nodded his head. Issei, yeah, plus my doctor told me to take things easy and not do anything that could cause me stress. He smiled at his two friends. What he said was a total lie. His doctor never told him any of that. He just said that to make his friends believe him. Despite Matsuda appearing to seem intelligent, he was actually really stupid. When Issei was his old self, the three of them were so dumb that every other student guessed that the trio shared the same brain cell. The reason for that was because the trio never learned their lesson from the beating they get from the kendo girls. They always came back for more. But this time things are gonna be different. Issei won't be doing any of his old antics. He is gonna be better. He's gonna become something else. Madohama let out a small sigh. Madohama, well, I guess we'll leave you alone then. Issei, thanks guys, I wish you luck. Make sure you don't get caught. Matsuda, PFD, we won't get caught, we're too smart. Issei sweat dropped as he chuckled a little. Issei press X to doubt. He shook his head as he watched his two friends walk off. Issei then looked over to his side to see the system appear. You have completed urgent quest, better reputation. A smile grew on Issei's face. He was glad that he didn't have to go back to the penalty zone anytime soon. The next time he goes there, he will have to be stronger, a lot stronger than he is now. Even with his new weapons and increased stats, he knows that if he gets cocky, then he will end up dead. Choose reward from the list below. Reward 1, random loot box +1. Reward 2, ability points +3. Reward 3, book on how to pick up girls. Issei's right eye twitched slightly at the last reward. He couldn't help but feel like the system was making fun of him on that last part. However, he let out a small sigh. Issei, I choose the random loot box. At that moment, a box appeared in the brown-haired boy's hands before disappearing. He was about to see what he got from it, but he soon sensed something. This sent Issei on guard as he quickly turned and saw someone approaching him, but when he saw who the person was, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Issei, great, as the pretty boy. The person was a handsome young man with short blonde hair, blue eyes, and a mole underneath his left eye. He wore a standard Kyoto Academy boys' school uniform, which consisted of a black blazer with white accents over a white, long-sleeved dress shirt with a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants and brown dress shoes. This person was Hyoudou Kiba, also known as the Prince of Kyoto Academy. All the girls loved the blonde-haired boy because of his charming looks and gentleman-like personality, but all the boys hate him because he makes all the girls fall for him. Issei crossed his arms. He was annoyed at Kiba for two reasons. The first was that he was interrupted before he got the chance to eat his lunch, again. The second reason was that he didn't want to deal with the pretty boy right now. He wasn't in the mood. But he had the feeling that he wasn't gonna just walk away from this situation. Plus, Kiba was giving off the same vibe as Kaneko and Ria's did. The school pretty boy wasn't human. Well, that's a shocking and a half. Kiba approached Issei with a smile on his face. Kiba, greetings, Issei. Issei, what do you want with me, pretty boy? Kiba, I came here at the request of Ria's grimoire. This surprised Issei a little. Ria sent him. What could she want with Issei? But more importantly, why send Kiba or all people to fetch him? Kiba is loved by every girl in the entire school. Seeing the two with each other, no homo, will just cause a ruckus of some kind. Plus, Issei just arrived at school. He is pretty sure he has missed a few days' worth of homework, but if he didn't go, he wondered what Ria's would do. He let out a small sigh. He guesses he better get it over with. Issei, all right, let's go, pretty boy. Kiba, oh, of course, please follow me. The brown-haired boy stood up after packing his stuff away. He then proceeded to follow the blonde in a random direction. As they were walking, they made their way past a few people who began to gossip about them, well, more like the girls complained. Female 1, new Kiba, why? Female 2, he's been corrupted. Female 3, damn you Hyoudou. Female 4, you got the prince dirty. Issei shook his head. He knew something like that would happen. He's just gonna ignore it for now. He wanted to see what Ria's wanted with him first. He had a feeling it wasn't anything bad. If she wanted him dead, then she would have already killed him by now. Then again, they were in school, so that could cause some ruckus. However, Issei was pretty sure that she could have easily manipulated people's memory or whatever. Since she wasn't human and Yuma wasn't human, it was obvious that they held some sort of supernatural abilities. Issei himself wasn't even sure if he was even human anymore. He feels like he is, but he could be completely wrong. Plus, he has the system, something that only he could see and no one else. Yeah, definitely human. As Issei followed Kiba, they ended up heading toward the back of the school. Surrounded by trees was the old school building. It was used a long time ago when Q was simply an all-girls school. But it was soon abandoned when the school turned co-ed and a new one had to be built. No one came to the old school anymore. Issei remembered that his old self used to get goosebumps whenever he saw the place, but right now he doesn't have that. Issei has heard rumors that the old school building had been listed as one of the 7 mysteries of Kyo. He wasn't sure what the other 6 were, though. The building looked very old-fashioned, all made of wood. However, Issei didn't see any broken windows. The place seemed to be in good condition despite being old. Kiba Butchu is here. This gained Issei's attention. He knew that Kia was taking him to Ria's, but he didn't expect her to be in the old school building. Also, if Kiba is calling her Butchu, then that means she is the president of a club. The brown-haired boy never really took clubs seriously. When he was his old self, he and his 2 friends basically ignored all the clubs that the school had. The Kendo Club, Art Club, Drama Club, History Club, Newspaper Club, Occult Research Club. Issei didn't care about all those clubs. He was too busy focusing on breast and other perverted things. But not anymore. Both Issei and Kiba entered the 2-story building and climbed up to the 2nd floor. They continued walking, passing through corridors that seemed well taken care of. As they were walking, Issei realized that everywhere they passed, there wasn't the slightest sign of dust. He expected cobwebs, dust, insects, and maybe some other stuff in the place. But he doesn't see any of it. Was the building even abandoned? Eventually, the 2 reached their destination. They stopped in front of a particular classroom. Issei read the plaque next to the door, Occult Research Club. This got his attention. Looks like Ria's was the president of the most mysterious club in the entire school. The brown-haired boy wasn't sure if he should be surprised or nervous. Issei, looks like this is it. He looked at Kiba. Issei, so this is where Ria's is? Kiba nodded his head. Kiba, yes, Butchu is inside. Issei, well, let's get in there. Kiba opened the door and the 2 entered the room. Kiba closed the door behind them as Issei began to analyze his surroundings. There were strange words and symbols drawn from every corner. The floor, the walls, and the ceiling were covered in strange signs, but one in particular stood out from the rest. It was a large circle drawn in the middle of the room. Issei remained on guard, but not enough that it was noticeable by Kiba or by the others who were in the room. Speaking of others, Issei noticed that Kaneko was sitting on a sofa. She seemed to be once again eating a couple of sweets such as chocolate bars and lollipops. Kiba, Kaneko, this is Issei. The white-haired girl slowly looked up at the 2, her hazel eyes staring into the brown-haired boy's brown ones. She soon nodded and went back to eating. This caused Issei to sweat drop a little. However, he didn't really expect much because he has heard that Kaneko preferred to keep to herself rather than talk with others. Issei, nice to meet you. Kaneko nodded as she continued to eat her candy. Issei's ears soon picked up the sound of water dripping from the back of the hall. It sounded like a shower. The brown-haired boy turned his gaze to the source of the noise, seeing the body outline of a woman behind shower curtains. If Issei was his old self, he would have the biggest perverted grin on his face right now, but he has more important things to worry about. He needed to remain on guard. He can't get distracted. However, Issei did hear the sound of the running water being interrupted by someone. But you hear. This gained his attention. Was there someone else with Ria's? He could tell that it was Ria's because of the strand of hair that was hanging forward. Issei remembered the crimson-haired girl who had that when he and her made eye contact with each other. Ria's, thank you, Akino. Akino. Issei wasn't sure if he had ever heard of someone by that name before. Then again, he doesn't know much or anything about the third years. The curtains soon opened, revealing Ria's wearing her school uniform. Issei noticed that her hair was wet as she walked out, smiling at the brown-haired boy. Ria's, hello Issei, it is nice to meet you. Issei nodded in agreement, wanting to be seen as friendly. The last thing he needed was to make any enemies, especially enemies with beings he has no idea about. He soon noticed that there was someone behind Ria's. The person was a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, very long black hair, and violet eyes. Her hair was tied in a long ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs, with two strands sticking out from the top and sloping backward, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place. Issei had a feeling that this person was the one called Akino. There was no one else in the room besides himself, Kiba, Ria's, Kaneko, and that girl. Akino, Ara, a pleasure to meet you, cutie. My name's Akino Himejina. She smiled at Issei in a polite way. Her smile was something that Issei didn't trust. His instincts were screaming at him to be careful of her. This set the brown-haired boy on high alert. He better keep a close eye on her and keep his distance. Although she emitted an aura similar to that of Yuma, Issei didn't know why, because the aura felt off. While it did feel similar to that of Yuma, it also felt like Ria's, Kiba, and Kaneko's. Felt like she was two different things entirely. Maybe that is what she is. Ria's, it seems that everyone is already present. Now then, Issei, would you like to take a seat? Issei didn't see why not. He doubted it was a trap, because if it was, then Kaneko wouldn't be sitting down. The brown-haired boy sat down on the same couch as Kaneko, but he saw that she insisted on keeping a distance from him. Issei just let it go and kept focusing on what was in front of him. Akino, would you like some tea? Turning his gaze to Akino, he saw that she had a cup of tea in her hand. The system wasn't going off to the tea and didn't appear to be poisoned or tampered with. Issei, I appreciate it. He took the cup from her, making the black-haired girl smile. He then took a sip. Issei, it's very good. Akino, Ara, I appreciate your compliment, Fufu tilde. Issei's sweat dropped. What the hell was wrong with this woman? He turned his attention to Ria's, who sat on the other couch, right in the middle. Akino was seated next to the crimson-haired girl with Kiba standing next to her. Ria's, I'm gonna cut right to the chase. How did you survive the attack from the fallen angels? Issei, wow, that was very direct. Ria's, by the expression on your face, you don't seem to know yourself, do you? Issei nodded his head. Issei, yeah, I don't know how I survived. I don't even know what fallen angels truly are, but... The brown-haired boy stared at the crimson-haired girl with a serious expression, his brown eyes seemingly glowing a completely different color. Issei, you know, because you aren't human, are you? Ria's was surprised by this. She wondered if it had anything to do with Issei's sacred gear, if he had one in fact. She nodded her head. Ria's, yes, you are correct, Issei. We are not humans. The brown-haired boy watched as bat-like wings sprouted from their backs. Ria's, we're devils. Fallen angels, devils, that could only mean that there were angels, gods, and other types of supernatural beings. Issei had a feeling about it, but he wasn't truly sure. It was always nice to find out from another source rather than go off by your own theory. Ria's, we devils have been at war against the fallen angels since ancient times. We fight for possession of the world of the dead, also known as hell by humans. The world of the dead is divided into two areas, the devils and the fallen angels. Devils form pacts with humans, receiving their sacrifice, which increases our strength. The fallen angels, on the other hand, control humans to eliminate devils. In addition, they have the angels who come here by divine order to try to eliminate the two races. With that, we have all three factions. This has been going on since antiquity. Issei, I see, so I guess Yuma was a fallen. Ria's, yes, that woman who pierced you with that light spear was a fallen angel. I waited until she left to revive you, but when I arrived there, I saw the ambulance driving off with your body, which was in critical condition. This only filled Issei with more questions. If Rias knew that Yuma was gonna attack him, then why didn't she stop her? Why didn't she save him from Yuma earlier? Did she want to look like a savior of some kind when she revived him, make the brown-haired boy grateful for her saving him? Issei knew there had to be a reason. If he was gonna get the answer he desired, he might as well as her now. Issei, may I ask you something? Rias, of course. Issei, why didn't you save me before she pierced me? A small sigh escaped from the crimson-haired girl's mouth. She had a feeling that he would ask a question like that. Rias, because if I did, then what would you have done? Issei, I would have panicked. Rias, exactly, you would have panicked and ran off to tell someone what happened. No one would have believed you and things would have gotten worse for you. If I could, I would have saved you. But I had no choice but to let you die. Issei stared at the crimson-haired girl. Silence had filled the room, drowning out any source of the sound. The brown-haired boy soon closed his eyes and let out a small sigh. Issei, it's quite all right, Rias. I do not blame you. This surprised Rias. Rias, really? He simply nodded. Issei, why would I hate you? You have done nothing wrong, but why did she kill me? Rias was still surprised that Issei did not hate her for leaving him to die. She fully expected the brown-haired boy to be furious with her. She actually expected him to maybe get a little physical, but he has done none of that. This was very strange. He isn't acting as she has heard. He hasn't bothered staring at her voluptuous body. His eyes appeared to be full of seriousness. It was like he was a completely different person. Rias quickly composed herself when Issei asked her the question. Rias, the reason she approached you was to make sure there was something dangerous inside of you. She must have noticed a faint signal coming from that. That's why she spent all that time with you, so she was able to confirm that you were a human possessor of a sacred gear. There was that word again. Sacred gear. Issei, what is a sacred gear? Kiba, a sacred gears is basically items with powerful abilities bestowed upon humans by God. Issei, by God, I see, so are there any differences in sacred gears? Rias, most sacred gears can appear different from each other. For example, one sacred gear could appear in the form of a gauntlet while another could take the form of a sword. Issei, I see, so they are totally different from each other, and I guess whatever form they take is what they remain as. Rias nodded her head. Knock, 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 knock. Everyone's attention turned toward the door. Issei raised an eyebrow because he was pretty sure that Rias said that everyone was already in the room. Issei, Rias, didn't you say that everyone was already in the room? The crimson-haired girl nodded her head. Rias, I did. I don't know who that could be. Kiba, shall I open the door but you? Rias looked at the blonde-haired boy. Rias, yes, but don't do anything. We don't know if it's a teacher or a student that came for something. Kiba nodded as he walked toward the door. Everyone watched as he opened the door. At that moment, some sort of blur came charging into the room with immense speed. It soon struck Issei in the chest. Sona, Issei. The impact knocked the brown-haired boy off the couch and onto the ground. Issei, oof. Rias blinked in surprise. Rias, Sona, what the hell? Bleh. 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 End of chapter. Chapter 9, Spider and Blood. Third-person POV. Rias, Sona, what the hell? The crimson-haired devil girl stared at her best friend with an expression of shock and confusion. She was in the middle of explaining the supernatural to Issei. They had just finished talking about the reason the girl named Yuma, who was a fallen angel in disguise, killed him. It was because he had a sacred gear within him. However, they didn't get to talk about anything else because Sona just burst through the door and tackled Issei off the couch. The black-haired girl was holding onto Issei tightly, crying her eyes out into his chest. Issei s Sona. Sona Issei, don't you dare make me worried ever again. Issei. Sona looked up at the brown-haired boy, allowing Issei to see tears rolling down her face as she had an angry yet upset expression on her face. Sona, I thought you were taking a few days off. I had no idea you were in the hospital. Do you have any idea how worried I was when Tsubaki just told me? Issei didn't say anything as he stared at the black-haired girl. Surprise was obviously slapped across his face. He had known Sona for a while. He basically saw her every single day when Issei was his old perverted self. Each time he saw her, she would scold him for doing perverted things. He understood that, but he had no idea that she actually cared for him. He thought she hated him with a passion. He thought that her kindness was all a show because she was the student council president. Was he wrong about Sona this entire time? Did she actually care about him? Issei s Sona, I thought you didn't care about me. Sona, you idiot, of course I care about you. You are the only friend I have. Ria's hey. Ria's crossed her arms. What the hell did Sona mean that Issei was her only friend? The crimson-haired devil girl has known Sona since they were bobbies. The two basically grew up together. So what the hell? Why the fuck was she saying that Issei was her only friend? Actually, Ria's has never seen Sona like this before. She is normally rather calm and collected with things around her, even with Ria's herself. However, she was now acting completely differently. Did she really care about the brown-haired boy that much? Sona, you're the only one who sees me as just a regular person. Everyone else sees me as some sort of tyrant with all this power, but you don't. Issei stared at Sona with an expression of shock. She continued to cry for a whole minute before Issei decided to do something about it. He couldn't just leave her the way she was. It was tearing Issei up inside and breaking his heart. So he brought the black-haired girl close to him and began hugging her. Sona was surprised by this sudden event, but instead of fighting it, she actually began hugging back. Rias and the others watched as the black-haired girl snuggled into Issei's chest, feeling his warm embrace wash over her. As they watched, Rias, Akino, and Kaneko couldn't help but feel jealous of Sona. Kaneko and Rias weren't sure why they felt jealous. They had just met Issei and he was known as the worst out of the perverted trio. Akino, on the other hand, was jealous because she's Akino. There's no need for an explanation. Issei, Sona, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you upset. Sona, but you did. Issei, I know, I didn't mean to. I got the attention of some very bad people. Sona looked up at the brown-haired boy. She had finally stopped crying, but her face was stained from the number of tears she let out. Sona, who did you get the attention of? Issei didn't know how to reply. He wasn't sure if he should tell Sona all about what Rias had told him. He didn't want the black-haired girl to freak out and think he was crazy. He wasn't after all. Rias saw the discomfort on Issei's face and decided to help the brown-haired boy out. Rias, Sona, he gained the attention of the fallen angels. Issei's eyes widened as he looked at the crimson-haired devil girl. Surprise slapped across his face. Issei, Rias, what the hell? Why did yo? Sona, why were the fallen after him? Issei blinked when he heard that. He looked at Sona with a surprised expression. She wasn't shocked. This was something that Issei did not expect to happen. Did this mean that she knew about the supernatural? Wait, was Sona even human? Now that Issei thinks about it, he was getting the same feeling as Rias and the others. It was a powerful aura, one that rivaled a certain purple snake the brown-haired boy faced. This set Issei on guard. He remembered how strong that snake was. He barely defeated it after all. And if Rias and Sona's auras are greater than Kasaka, that means that their power is way above that of a rank C monster. This was bad for Issei. If he makes one wrong move or does something to piss either of the two off, he gets the feeling that he will not like what happens. So he decided to just play it cool. When he leaves, he needs to head to a certain location anyway. He needs to gain more experience and grow stronger. Issei, Sona. Sona, him. Issei, you're not human, are you? You're like them, a devil. Sona fell silent from the brown-haired boy's words as her gaze looked over at Rias, her eyes basically demanding to know if the crimson-haired girl told Issei about the supernatural. Sona, you didn't. Rias began to sweat a little from her best friend's gaze. She rubbed the back of her head and nodded. Sona, you told him. The sudden shout caused everyone in the room to flinch a little, but Issei only blinked in surprise. Why was Sona so angry with Riaz? Riaz, yeah, I told him. Sona, why? Riaz, he deserved to know the truth about why he died that night. Issei, wait, you said I was on the blink of death before Sona came rushing into the room. Riaz blinked as she just remembered that the brown-haired boy didn't really die, he was just hospitalized for a few days. Riaz, oh right, sorry. Issei waved it off, it was a simple mistake. Everyone makes mistakes from time to time, no reason to get upset about something that everyone does. Sona deadpan at her best friend. Sona, you're an idiot sometimes, you know that, Riaz. The crimson-haired devil girl pouted cutely at Sona. How dare she call her an idiot? She was not an idiot, she was a proud member of the Gremory household. Issei couldn't help but chuckle slightly, making everyone look at him. Riaz, what's so funny? Issei, oh nothing, it's just that you look cute when you pout. After saying that, Ria's face began to heat up as a blush appeared on her. Her heart felt like it skipped a beat from the brown-haired boy's words. Riaz, W at me, cute. Riaz has been called many things in her life. The male students of Kyoto have called her a goddess, a princess, and some other things. But never in her life has anyone called her cute, well, anyone that wasn't her parents. Sona and the other girls glared at Riaz, a jealous aura covering their bodies. Why did Riaz get to be called cute and not them? Kaneko was the small cute one and she wasn't being called cute. Riaz sensed the jealousy coming from the other females and quickly cleared her throat, her blush fatting from her face. Riaz, thank you, Issei, but I think we should get back on track. Issei, alright, but... He looked at Sona, who was still on him. Issei, can you get off me, Sona? Sona quickly got off Issei, a crimson blush covering her face as she cleared her throat. Sona, my apologies, Issei, I guess I got a little out of hand. The brown-haired boy chuckled as he brought himself up to his feet, dusting himself off. Issei, it's fine, Sona, I can't blame you for acting like that, I did make you worry after all. Sona crossed her arms. Sona, yeah, do not ever do that again. Issei chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. Issei, no promises there, I'm afraid, but I will try my best. Sona couldn't help but sigh. She gets the feeling that Issei will be getting into a lot of trouble in the future, she just knows it. She just hopes that he doesn't piss off someone like the Devil Kings, the Angel faction, or even the Dragon Gods. Sona, alright then. Sona turned her attention to Riaz. Sona, you may continue with the explanation, Riaz. Were you gonna tell him about the Great War? This gained Issei's attention. Great War, he wondered what this Great War was all about. From the sounds of it, he guesses it must have been some sort of war in the supernatural world. War, a state of armed conflict between different countries or different groups within a country. To start a war, one must do something to annoy another. It is a struggle between opposing forces or for a particular end, the war on poverty. When war is wagged, it could either be a country matter or a worldwide matter. Other countries try their best to stay out of whatever war it is because they don't want their people to die or get caught in the crossfire. The only reason another country would join in a war is if they need to defend their home or if they are forced to. When the brown-haired boy thinks of a war of any kind, he normally thinks of wars like World War I and World War II. Those two were devastating wars back in the day. Issei, what's the Great War? Riaz looked at Issei. She had a feeling he would ask that question. She was gonna tell him it at a later date, but it seems that she is gonna have to tell him right now. Well done, Sona, well done. Riaz, to tell you that, I have to explain the three factions. Issei, okay, I'm listening. Riaz, you see, the three factions started thousands of years ago. The biblical God cast out angels that opposed his teachings, creating the fallen angels who inhabited the underworld alongside the devils. Issei nodded. Riaz, the three factions eventually warred against one another under the leadership of the biblical God, the four great Satans, and the fallen angel organization, Jigori, led by their leader Azazel, in a conflict which came to be known as the Great War, which continued for an unknown period of time. Issei nodded his head in understanding as he began processing the information he had just been given. God, four great Satans, a war that continued for a long time. Issei never really believed in God or the devil when he was younger. Then again, he was only human back then. He also didn't have a strange video game system that appeared in front of his face from time to time. He felt like he was in some sort of gacha system. Issei, I see, that is quite a story, Rias. I had no idea that your people had to go through such a thing. Rias, it's alright, Issei, it's in the past now, but now that I have told you basically everything you need to know, I have a question for you. This gained his attention as he wondered what she wanted to ask him. Sona, who was standing next to the brown-haired boy, silently looked at the crimson-haired devil girl. Sona, Rias, you're not planning on asking him, are you? Rias, I am. Sona sighed and shook her head. Sona, why am I not surprised? Issei looked at Sona with a raised eyebrow, confused about what was wrong. All Rias was doing was asking him a question. That was all she was doing. Issei, what was she gonna ask me? Rias, Issei. He looked at Rias. Issei, yes. Rias, would you like to join my peerage and become a devil? Issei was surprised by this. He didn't expect Rias to ask him such a question. Become a devil? Could Rias really make him one? If he becomes one, does that mean that he has to listen to her orders? He didn't like that idea. He wants to live freely. However, before he could reply to the crimson-haired girl's question, a screen appeared in front of him. Urgent quest, don't change. You must not become a devil. You'll be limited and become weak. Caution, failure will result in penalty or death. Death. Issei was shocked and became very nervous by this. He already died once and that was very painful. Just like the other urgent quest, he also doesn't want to go back to the penalty zone. He still gotta get stronger. Issei took a deep breath and began to relax. He couldn't be freaking out at a time like this. He had to handle a situation like this calmly. Maybe Rias will understand and accept whatever his decision. The system really doesn't want him to do certain things. First, it prevented him from going back to his old perverted self and gaining a small amount of better reputation in Kyoto, though everyone still thinks that the brown-haired boy was the usual pervert. Now the system is trying to prevent Issei from becoming a devil. It was almost like the system had a form sentience, or maybe someone was using the system and was watching Issei. Either could be a possibility. Issei, sorry Rias, but I don't think I can accept that. This surprised Rias and everyone else in the room. They didn't expect Issei to straight up refuse the offer of becoming a devil. Rias, oh why? Issei, don't get me wrong, the idea of becoming a devil sounds cool and all, but I want to live my life as a human. Rias felt a little upset. She was hoping Issei would accept and join her peerage, but she understood that not everyone wants to change, they just want to be normal. Issei could see that Rias was slightly upset about his choice. Feeling bad, he came up with an idea. He wasn't sure if this was gonna be a good one, but he might as well try. Issei, but I wouldn't mind helping you and everyone out if you allow me. Rias, really? The brown-haired boy nodded his head. Rias smiled. Rias, well then I accept that offer. Issei smiled. Sona watched with a smile on her face. She was glad that Issei didn't become a devil. He doesn't deserve to become one just after he came back from the hospital. Issei looked out the window, seeing that the once bright blue sky was becoming a dark orange color, signaling that the day is becoming to an end. Issei decided that it was time to head off. He had something to do before he goes home anyway. Issei, well, I think it's time for me to head off. Rias, all it then, Issei. I hope to see you again soon. The brown-haired boy nodded his head. He then stood up from the couch and looked at Sona. Issei, I guess I'll see you tomorrow, Sona. Sona, indeed, I hope to see you tomorrow and not in the hospital again. Issei chuckled. Issei, once again, no promises. With that, Issei began to make his way out of the occult research club. He did wave goodbye to Rias and the others as he left the building, but as he was walking, another screen appeared in front of him. You have completed urgent quest, don't change. A small smile grew on Issei's face. He saw the reward and they were basically the same as the last urgent quest. So he took the 3 ability points. He will never take that book on how to pick up girls. Seriously, why the hell is the system trying to give him something like that? Is it trying to be a wingman or is it just trying to see him suffer? Issei soon remembered that he had a random loot box from the last urgent quest, but he never got the chance to open it. The brown-haired boy opened his inventory and opened the random loot box. It disappeared, and in its place was a key. Item dungeon key. Item class C. Type key. Issei's eyes widen. Issei, no way, it's a C rank item. The last dungeon key I got was only E rank. Was this the work of the system? Did it want him to go and do a C rank dungeon? Was he even strong enough to take on one? If he remembered correctly, he was only level 18. He wanted to be at least level 20 plus before he took on anything more difficult, but his stats were pretty decent. Maybe he did have a chance at beating the C rank dungeon. Issei, a C rank dungeon. As Issei was walking, the sky suddenly changed color. He froze as he looked up. The once orange sky was now a dark purple color, and everything around the brown-haired boy was warped. Issei was confused. What the hell was going on? It couldn't be the penalty zone because he did his daily quest. No, this had to be the work of a supernatural being. But what? Issei, what the fuck is doing this? Suddenly, Issei sensed something and quickly turned toward a group of trees. He narrowed his eyes at the trees. Issei, whoever you are, come out. The brown-haired boy heard a chuckle as multiple people came out. They all had impressive aura, but there was one that was stronger than the rest. Issei looked at the one he guessed was the leader of the group. It was a middle-aged-looking man with short black hair and dark blue eyes. His attire consisted of a pale gray trench coat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black pants and shoes, a pair of black gloves, and a black fedora. You managed to detect me and my soldiers. I must give you credit for that. Issei, who the hell are you? What do you want from me? The man chuckled as he held his hand out, and a blue spear of light appeared. The others did the same, and yellow ones appeared. Issei's eyes widened as he remembered those spears all too well. Those were light spears that belonged to fallen angels. Issei, light spears, you're just like Yuuma. The man smirked as a pair of black feathered wings sprouted from his back. The color of those wings, the darkness that could swallow everything, even light. It was a color that Issei shall never forget, a color that will be engraved within the brown-haired boy's mind. Donasik, since you are gonna die, I shall tell you my name. It's Donasik. Issei narrowed his eyes. He was about to summon his dagger when all of a sudden, the key within his hand began sparking with blue electricity. Both Issei's and the fallen angel's eyes widened as the key flew out of the brown-haired boy's hand and landed on the ground. Before anyone could say or do anything, a portal appeared where the key landed and began pulling the group close to the portal. Issei, shit. Issei turned and tried to run away, but the force of the portal was so strong. The fallen angels were also having a tough time getting away from the portal. They tried to fly away, but it didn't work. One of them even tried throwing their light spear at the portal, but the weapon only got sucked in. Donasik, damn it, what did you do, brat? Issei, how the fuck should I know? Suddenly, the group heard a loud growl from the portal. This sent a shiver down their spines as a type of web was shot out and stuck to everyone's leg. Their eyes widened as they tried to free themselves, but before they could, they were pulled into the portal. Issei, shit, I blame you, system. As Issei was pulled into the portal, it closed behind him. The brown-haired boy fell for a good couple of seconds before he landed on a rocky ground with a loud thud, letting out a small groan from the impact. Issei, ow. Issei slowly sat up and shook his head. He looked around himself and saw that he was in some kind of cave system. He brought himself to his feet as he titled his head. What the hell was this place? Was it the dungeon? It must have been the dungeon. Why else would the key act like that? Speaking of which, why did the key act like that? Issei thought he had to go to a specific location to use the key to enter the dungeon. But apparently the key just opened the dungeon under the brown-haired boy's feet. It had to be the work of the system. As Issei was thinking, he heard a noise from above. It sounded like snoring. What could be snoring within a cave system? A lizard, a dragon, a wolf, or a bear? He slowly looked up and his eyes widened in both shock and horror. It wasn't any of those things. It was something else, something more horrifying. It was a massive spider that looked like a tarantula. It had a gray carapace on its abdomen with 8 legs, covered in black chitinous armor with gray exposed joints. It also had multiple glowing red eyes. Giant arachnid Berura. Issei, no way, is that the boss of this dungeon? Issei didn't think he would just appear in front of the boss. He thought he had to fight the other creatures within the dungeon first. However, it appears that he won't have to. The brown-haired boy noticed a whole bunch of large lumps scattered across the massive spider web. He guessed the spider killed all the other creatures. Issei shouldn't really be surprised. Spiders are known to have massive appetites. They could eat loads and store the rest for later. It seems that the boss is no different from the everyday spider in Issei's world. Issei, thank God it's asleep. As Issei was staring at the spider, he wondered something. What happened to the fallen angels? They also were pulled into the dungeon along with Issei. Did the spider take them out already? Suddenly, Issei sensed something and moved. A blue light spear came by and missed his head by an inch, but it did leave a mark on his cheek. The brown-haired boy looked over at where the light spear came from. He saw Donaseek and the other fallen angels. They did not look very happy. Donaseek, you brat, where have you taken us? Issei narrowed his eyes. Issei, why should I tell you? Donaseek growled, but he soon grew a grin as he summoned another spear. Donaseek, doesn't matter, all we have to do is kill you and this shall be over. Issei gritted his teeth as he summoned Kasaka's venom fang into his right hand, surprising Donaseek and the fallen angels. Donaseek, is that your sacred gear? The brown-haired boy didn't answer the fallen angel as a screen appeared in front of him. An emergency quest has been issued. Issei, huh, an emergency quest, what? Emergency quest, kill the enemies. There are entities nearby that intend to murder the player. Slay them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, a penalty will be issued as a result. Enemies required to be killed, 8. Enemies killed, 0. Issei's eyes widened. He had to kill the fallen angels. What the hell was this? Issei has only killed monsters. He can't kill another human. Blood. But they aren't humans, plus Yuma killed him without mercy. She actually took pleasure in killing him. Blood. Blood. The brown-haired boy narrowed his eyes. He had to remember that everything focuses on the survival of the fittest. Blood. Threat. The strong survived while the weak had to die. Issei was weak and so he died. Blood. Blood. Kill. But now he was given the chance to become strong and he isn't gonna let that go to waste. Kill if you don't want to be killed. Kill the threat. Blood. Kill. Threat. Kill the enemy. If he had to kill to become strong, then he shall do it. After all, it would be very awkward if he just suddenly die after everything he has been through. Blood. Plus he made a promise to Sona. He intends to keep that promise. Promise. Sona. Promise. Issei let out a small chuckle. Issei, the system uses me and I use the system. Ironic. He looked at Donaseek and the fallen angels. Issei took a fighting stance with his dagger at the ready. Issei, all right system, I'll play your little game. After I do all this, that spider is next. End of chapter. Chapter 10, Hunters are Hunters. Third-person POV. Issei narrowed his eyes as he was having a standoff with Donaseek and his fallen angel buddies. In the brown-haired boy's hand was his venom dagger. It will be his first time using the dagger, but he was pretty sure that he can handle using it. When it comes to combat, daggers are extremely good for close-quarter combat. Sure, things such as a bow, a spear, or even a classic sword are good. However, even they have their limits in things. In open fields, they are superior to nearly any other weapon, but when it comes to being in close quarters, they are at a disadvantage. Emergency quest, kill the enemies. There are entities nearby that intend to murder the player. Slay them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, a penalty will be issued as a result. Enemies required to be killed, 8. Enemies killed, 0. Issei, so I have to kill all 8 of them or else they will kill me. Donaseek must be the strongest out of the group. Issei had never fought against other humans before, well, human-like beings. He had fought beast-like monsters, but this was completely different than the other dungeon. The chance of him winning or dying in the dungeon is around 50-50, but whoever strikes first shall guarantee victory for the other. The brown-haired boy could easily attack now and probably kill around 1 or even 2 fallen angels, but if he did that then he could leave himself wide open. Something that Issei does not want to happen. The system may assist him in becoming stronger, but it was up to him to actually get stronger. His decisions will benefit him in the future. He has to make the right ones. Issei, one strike is all that is needed, one strike that shall decide if I will survive this. Donosik narrowed his eyes at the brown-haired boy, feeling the dreadful aura coming from him. He was still wondering where the hell he and his comrades were currently, but that didn't matter right now. However, the black-haired man can't help but feel that something terrible will happen. Maybe that's why Rainier told him to bring back up. He thought that his mission was gonna be very easy. He thought that he was simply gonna kill a human that had great power and return to his base before anyone noticed his presence. But his leader, Rainier, ordered him to bring a squad of fallen angels with him. This surprised Donosik because, besides Rainier herself, Donosik was the strongest out of all the fallen angels that reside within the town of Kyoto. Was she afraid? She must have sensed the brown-haired boy's dreadful aura. Maybe that's the reason for her wanting Donosik to bring back up with him. Then again, the black-haired man remembers that she killed a human a week ago, if he remembered correctly. Was the human in front of him a friend of that human? Maybe she wants to make sure that no one tries to investigate what happened to that boy. Hey, Donosik. Donosik turned his head, looking at one of the fallen angels that accompanied him. Donosik, what? The fallen angel grew a sinister smirk. He stepped forward. Fallen angel, I'll take care of this human. Donosik watched as the fallen angel started to make his way toward the brown-haired boy. Donosik couldn't help but feel like the fallen was gonna regret this action. However, there was nothing that the black-haired man could do, nothing to stop him. The fallen angel approached Issei, a malicious smirk growing on his face. This was gonna be an easy feat. He could kill the brown-haired boy before he even tries to defend himself. But before the fallen could think about throwing his light spear, Issei appeared in front of him with his dagger placed against the fallen's neck. The fallen's eyes widen in pure surprise at the fact that Issei was in front of him. How the hell did he do that? He just blinked and the brown-haired boy was in front of him. That shouldn't be possible. There is no way a human can move that fast. Humans are not capable of fighting supernatural beings. It would be like a baby trying to fight the fucking sun. It's just ridiculous, absolutely to the fullest. Issei used all his strength and slashed the fallen angel's head completely off his shoulders, causing blood to splatter across the rocky ground and across Issei's face. Issei won. The brown-haired boy's eyes glowed menacingly as he looked at Donosik and the other fallen angel, whose eyes were wide as they stared in shock and horror. Issei glared at them as a screen appeared in front of him, causing a small smirk to grow on his face. Enemies required to be killed, 7. Enemies killed. Issei, 1 day and 7 remain. That one I just killed was very cocky. Another screen appeared showing his stats. The brown-haired boy's gaze turned to it as something got his attention. It was his level. His level didn't go up. He didn't get a notification of him getting a level up. Did that mean that the more he levels up, the more he needs to kill to level up? He knew that it was a basic thing in video games, but in those, you could see how much XP you get from killing a mob. Issei can't see how much XP he gets, so he could be getting like 100 per kill or simply 5 per kill. The brown-haired boy didn't really seem to care when he was back in that other dungeon, but back then he nearly died multiple times and was only focused on leveling up his stats. But since he is higher level than he was before, he should be wondering about things like this. Issei, do supernatural beings not give XP? I should have leveled up to the next level by now. I've done my daily quest every single day since I left the hospital. Does it have to be the monsters that come from the dungeon? Donosik and the remaining fallen angels continued to stare at Issei with shocked expressions. They still couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. One of their own was just killed by a human. They hoped they were only imagining this. They weren't scared, but they were confused. They have lived among the pathetic humans for many years and have seen that they aren't very strong. Fallen Angel 1, how is this possible? Fallen Angel 2, there is no way a human can do that. There is no way that one can do it. Donosik gritted his teeth as he glared at the brown-haired boy. Donasik, how the hell did you do that? Issei didn't reply to the black-haired man's question. He slowly made his way toward the supernatural beings, keeping his serious expression. He was only following the system's orders. Still, it didn't change the fact that he killed someone. Luckily, it wasn't a human being. If he doesn't kill them, then he shall be killed. He can't back down now. He has come too far and is risking his life to become stronger. Issei tightened his grip on his dagger, the memories of his pointless life, going along in an endless loop with no purpose whatsoever. His death, he remembered every single agonizing moment of his death. He remembered all of it. He had to do this. He had no other choice. He had to become stronger. After all, Issei, only the strong will survive. A dark aura started covering Issei's entire body. The aura sent shivers down the spines of Donasik and the remaining fallen angels. But they weren't the only ones who sensed the aura. The giant arachnid barrier, who was still sleeping up till this point, slowly started to wake up. It had just fed upon all the other creatures that lived within the dungeon and took a nap, waiting for its next meal to turn up on its doorstep. However, it wasn't expected to be greeted by a powerful and menacing aura. It felt dark and cold. It made the giant arachnid barrier feel like it was within the abyss or something. It didn't know how to feel about it. On one hand, it felt enraged that something was within its home and trying to show that it was more powerful than it. Then again, on the other hand, it also felt something it had never felt before. It was an emotion it had only seen other living creatures feel. The emotion giant arachnid barrier was feeling was fear. Meanwhile, at an abandoned church. On the outskirts of Kyoto, there stood a church that seemed to be abandoned for many years now. The church appeared to be around 2 stories tall. It had broken windows, damaged walls, and appeared to be overrun with vines and other types of plant life. The sky surrounding the church was dark with the clouds a silvery gray color, almost like it was gonna rain or something. Within the abandoned church, a loud annoyance could be heard. I'm so fucking bored. Sitting on one of the old seats was a girl with blonde hair which was styled into twin tails and blue eyes. She wore a gothic Lolita attire which consisted of a black dress with white frills, a large black bow on the front, a green jewel embedded on the collar, white thigh-high socks, and black shoes. She also wore a large black bow on top of her hair. Where's Donasik? He's been gone for hours now. Will you shut up, Mittelt? Your voice is getting on my nerves. The blonde-haired girl named Mittelt looked over to her right and saw one of her comrades. The person was a tall and buxom woman with brown eyes and long, navy blue hair that obscured her right eye. Her attire consisted of a maroon, trenchcoat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. The trenchcoat top was open at her chest, giving a view of her breasts and cleavage. She also wore a gold necklace around her neck. She appears to wear a white shirt underneath her top, but it can only be seen from the bottom. Mittelt glared at the woman. Mittelt, shut up, Calawarner. You have no right to tell me what to do. The woman named Calawarner narrowed her eyes at the blonde-haired girl. How dare she say that when she was her superior? The 2 females were not normal people. In fact, they were not human at all. They were supernatural beings, fallen angels to be exact. They had been residing within Kyoto for a while now. There weren't many of them, only around 15-20 of them. The last thing they wanted was to be spotted by the devils that resided within Kyoto, but they get the feeling stealth isn't much of an option anymore. The devils should have sensed their presence ages ago, so either the devils within Kyoto are very stupid or they do know and are waiting for the perfect moment to attack them. Calawarner, in case you forgot, Mittelt, besides Rainier and Donasik, I am the next in line. Mittelt, I don't care. Also, where even is Donasik? Their comrade, Donasik, had been gone for a few hours now. They were told that he had to go kill a single human, but that he was gone for a while now and they have no idea where he is. Both Mittelt and Calawarner continued to argue with each other for around a couple of minutes, making loads of loud noise. This caused someone to sigh in annoyance and walk over to the 2 women. Will you both shut up? Both Calawarner and Mittelt looked at where the voice came from and saw their leader, Rainier. Rainier was an attractive young woman with violet eyes having a slender body. She had long, silky black hair down to her hips and possessed 2 black feathered wings. Her attire consisted of black, strap-like objects resembling leather around and under her breasts. a thong-like piece held around her hips by 3 thin straps, gloves that ran right up her arms with small lengths of chains hanging from them, shoulder guard-like objects on her shoulders with 3 large spikes sprouting from her right shoulder, and black thigh-high heel boots. Calawarner, Rainier, what are you doing here? Rainier glared at the blue-haired woman. Rainier, I was trying to plan out how we're gonna take that girl's sacred gear when she arrives, but I can't really think about it when you 2 bitches are yelling at each other like a married couple. Both Midhelt and Calawarner flinched a little. They may all be fallen angels, but there were major differences between them. For starters, Rainier was easily the strongest out of all of them, with Donasik coming in second place. Rainier was the one coming up with the plans that they did. She was also the one who personally took care of any loose ends that could hinder their plans. Midhelt and Calawarner knew that they shouldn't really try and anger her. Sure, they may be on the same team, but that didn't mean that they were safe from being killed. Rainier could easily kill them if she wanted to, but she hasn't because she finds them useful. She needs them for her plans, a plan that they are still not sure will work. Midhelt, sorry Rainier, we didn't mean to anger you. Rainier sighed. Rainier, I swear you both are gonna be the death of me. You know that's my job. Rainier, Midhelt, and Calawarner's eyes widened from the sudden new voice. They quickly looked over and saw a hooded figure. The fallen angel's eyes widened as they were greeted by a massive surge of power. They had never felt anything like it before. It made their blood run cold and their body trembles before whoever it was. Rainier, who the hell are you? The figure grew a small smirk, his eyes glowing a menacing crimson-red color. Destruction. Back with Issei. The brown-haired boy dodged a light spear that was thrown at him by one of the fallen angels, who was ordered to throw it at Issei. Fallen angel, stand still you little shit. Issei continued to dodge the constant attacks, having to use his dagger to block a few of them, but he was soon able to close the distance between him and the fallen angel, glaring at the supernatural being who was terrified at this point. How is a human moving this fast? This shouldn't be even possible. This had to be the work of a sacred gear. It had to be the work of one of those artifacts made by God. Issei, your tricks are getting in my way. The brown-haired boy started to use his dagger to slice the fallen's arm off, causing blood to splurt from the stump. But that was the end of it. Issei soon started to slice and dice the supernatural being into millions of pieces. Donasik stared in pure horror, not able to even figure out what was going on. Fallen Angel 3, that piece of shit. Fallen Angel 4, die. The third fallen angel was about to attack Issei with his light spear, but his eyes soon widened as blood erupted from his mouth. Issei somehow appeared behind the supernatural being, slicing his chest with his dagger. The fourth was shocked at this, but he soon shook off that feeling and was about to strike him with his own light spear. However, Issei dodged the attack and grabbed his arm. He soon smirked, and with his strength, Issei broke the arm of the supernatural being. The fallen angel screamed in pain and agony. The brown-haired boy then sliced him in the gut. Blood erupted from the fallen's mouth and gut as time seemed to slow down for him. Fallen Angel 4H, how can a human move like this? I can't block his attacks, they're too fast. Issei narrowed his eyes as he gripped his dagger tighter, his eyes glowing as he took down another fallen angel who foolishly attempted to attack him when his back was turned. But he didn't kill him, he instead used one of his dagger's abilities and inflicted bleed on him. The fallen started screaming in pure agony. He started rolling on the ground. Issei, hunters are born to hunt those weaker. The fallen continued to scream in pure agony, continuing to roll across the ground. Fallen Angel 5, GAH, who the hell is this human? Lifting his dagger up, Issei stabbed it into the fallen's head, killing him instantly. Issei, I have to become one, I must become a hunter. The brown-haired boy panted slightly, feeling a little fatigue from all he had just done. However, he still had loads of stamina left before he drops to his knees. He then turned his head to the final member of the fallen angel party, the strongest of them all. Donasik took a step back, his entire body shivering in complete and utter fear. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. It was not possible. Donasik, he took out my entire squad. The black-haired man soon gritted his teeth, summoning another light spear in his other hand, and glared at Issei. Donasik, you bastard, how dare you take down my squad, you pathetic human. Issei narrowed his eyes. Enemies required to be killed, 1. Enemies killed, 7. A holy aura slowly started to cover the fallen angel's body, letting the magic aura wash over the brown-haired boy's body. However, Issei didn't feel affected by it at all. Sure, it was impressive, but he didn't feel afraid at all. Maybe it was because of the system. After all, he didn't feel afraid of Rias or Sona, and they were devils. Donasik, I didn't think every single one of my guys was gonna be killed, but I'll show you why I'm the strongest of them all. Issei prepared himself for whatever the black-haired man was gonna do, but he didn't really get to do much because he was soon stabbed through the mouth by the leg of the giant arachnid barriera. Issei's eyes widened as he did not expect this to happen. He wasn't really complaining, but it did seem a bit rude to steal his kill. However, then again, was the giant arachnid barriera really intelligent? It was a monster that was from the dungeon, or was it made by the system? Did the system make everything? The giant arachnid barriera growled as it lifted up its leg, tossing the now deceased body of Donasik away and smashing it against the wall. Issei, well, that was anticlimactic. A screen appeared in front of the brown-haired boy. You have met all the requirements to complete the urgent quest, defeat the enemies. Choose your reward. Reward 1, status recovery. Reward 2, ability points plus 10. Reward 3, skill bloodlust. Issei's eyes widened in shock when he noticed the third reward option, a skill. He couldn't believe his eyes at what he was seeing, and from the name, the brown-haired boy could guess what it did. Issei, depending on how much mana is required, this skill could make me a true monster in the eyes of others around me. A small smirk grew on Issei's face. He picked the third option and felt a surge of power flow through his veins. Chuckling, the brown-haired boy looked over at the giant arachnid barriera who stared down at Issei, growing at the boy. Issei, looks like I gotta deal with you now. The giant arachnid barriera let out a thunderous roar, causing a gust of wind that nearly swept Issei off his feet. However, Issei didn't feel afraid whatsoever. He had a new skill to test out, and he had the perfect test subject to use it on. Talk about convenience. Gripping onto his dagger, the brown-haired boy slowly began charging toward the giant spider to enrage it in combat. Issei, let the battle begin. End of chapter. New cover. I made a new cover for solo leveling. What do you all think? Chapter 11, Stray. Third-person POV. A bright light appeared within the park of Kyo. The illumination caused birds to scatter from the trees and fly into the air. From the light came Issei Hyoudou, who fell face first onto the ground. The impact caused a small thud and caused pain to shoot through the brown-haired boy's face. He groaned as he opened his eyes, staring at the dirt ground. Issei, ow, note to self, work on landing. He sighed as he slowly brought himself up. He stood up and started to dust off his clothes. He made sure to check his nose to make sure it wasn't broken. Luckily for him, it wasn't. Good, the last thing he needs right now is his mother or Sona concerned about him. Right now, he has bigger things to worry about. He was exhausted both mentally and physically, and his clothes were worn a little and covered in blood. He looked down at his right hand. On one of his fingers was a mysterious ring. The ring was made out of a strange type of gold, darker in color with strange patterns. To top it all off, the ring also had a bright green jewel embedded within it, which gave off a powerful magical aura. Item, Ring of Loki. Item class, Type armor. Plus 25 intelligence. Plus 300 MP. Effect illusions. Wielder can create up to 10 illusion clones. Issei, the Ring of Loki, my first S-rank item, and to think he just gave it to me. The brown-haired boy could help but chuckle as he recalled how he obtained such an item. It was quite the tale. Flashback. Issei charged toward the giant arachnid, his dagger in his hand, as he was ready to battle the mighty creature. Said creature roared as it tried to attack Issei with its massive jaws, but it failed when Issei easily dodged the attack. Issei, I'm currently level 18, I should. Issei jumped into the air as the giant arachnid barriera slammed one of its massive legs. The brown-haired boy's eyes glowed a slight purple color as he landed. Issei, be able to take on a C-rank boss. Gritting his teeth, Issei began to unleash a barrage of slashes upon the giant arachnid. The monster roared in pain as it tried to retaliate against Issei, but he dodged the monster's attempts and unleashed another attack upon the arachnid. Issei, my attack worked. Issei was honestly surprised by this. He didn't think that his attack would have been capable of damaging the monster's hide. Turns out he was completely wrong. His dagger did more than he thought it would. His gaze turned to his dagger, which was dripping with a strange green substance. If he had to take a guess, it was the giant arachnid's blood. Issei Kasaka's Venom Fang is a pretty good dagger. This made Issei wonder what kind of things he will get later on. After all, this was only a rank C item. There is still the chance of getting something like an S rank or maybe even an SS rank item. A small smirk grew on Issei's face as the brown-haired boy let out a small chuckle. Issei, I might end up turning into some sort of overpowered anime protag. Before Issei could finish what he was thinking, he was struck in the chest by an immense force and sent flying. He crashed into the rocky walls and a wave of pain shot through his entire body. Issei arg. Issei slowly glared at the giant arachnid barrier, which was what struck him. He guessed that it used one of its legs when he was busy thinking. Mental note to himself, keep his head in the battle, then worry about becoming overpowered later. Issei brought himself to his feet and cracked his neck, his eyes glowing slightly purple. Issei, the real hunting begins now. The giant arachnid let out a thunderous roar as Issei charged toward it. The brown-haired boy leaped into the air and started to unleash barrage after barrage of slashes upon the monster. The arachnid tried to attack Issei with its fangs and its legs, but he easily dodged the giant's attacks without much difficulty. Issei feels like he will be able to take down the monster because he has a few advantages. For starters, the size difference. The barrier was easily the same size, if not twice the size of a house, which means that it has loads of strength. However, unless its opponent is slow and stupid, Issei has the advantage in speed. In a fight between strength and speed, sure, the first to land a devastating blow can easily win the match. However, if the opponent can outmaneuver the person, or in Issei's case, the giant arachnid, then speed comes out on top. As Issei continued to attack the monster, he noticed that his weapon was slowly starting to bounce off its hide. Issei, its outer shell is pretty tough. If I want to damage, then I need to use as much force as possible. The spider attempted to squash Issei with one of its massive legs, but the brown-haired boy jumped backward. Though the attack did do something, it caused immense destruction when it made contact with the ground. The giant arachnid growled at Issei, who narrowed his eyes but remained on guard. He started to come up with ideas that could help him defeat the beast. Maybe he could sneak up on it and deliver a fatal blow. Then again, he was in a room full of sticky webs, so there wasn't really anywhere he could hide. Plus, the spider had 8 eyes. He could see him come from nearly any direction. Then there was its destructive power. Issei, besides its 8 eyes, this thing's destructive power is strong enough to break through any object, whether it be the ground or a boulder. Issei gritted his teeth. Every attack the spider was throwing at him could be a fatal blow. Sure, he survived the first strike from the beast, but he gets the feeling that he won't be able to handle much more. Issei, I should take some time to see if I can figure out this thing's weakness. It has to have one. What could possibly be this monster's weakness? The eyes. An obvious choice, though the most difficult to reach in Issei's opinion. He could do it, but if he makes one wrong move, then it could be the end of the brown-haired boy. Plus, there was no way that the weakness was the inside of the giant arachnid's mouth. That would be the most dangerous part of it. He also doesn't know if it can use venom-type attacks. That would be pretty bad for Issei if that were the case. Issei actually is wondering if the venom is like his venom dagger. Issei, wait, was that snake even venomous? It mainly used its tail to strike me. Then again, I was trying to stay clear from its mouth, so it could have had venom within its fangs. The brown-haired boy panted slightly as he prepared himself for any kind of attack. He can't take this battle lightly. But there was another problem. Fatigue 57. Issei, my fatigue is nearly at 60%. The higher my fatigue is, the slower I will become. That isn't good. Issei gritted his teeth. He couldn't drag this battle out for much longer. There had to be some way for him to take this beast down in one fell swoop. Maybe he can use his environment. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of Issei's face, which confused him. What did the system want? Couldn't it see that he was kinda in the middle of something very important right now? Warning, urgent notice. The god of mischief, Loki, finds you interesting. This got Issei's attention. Loki, as in the half-brother of Thor, the god of thunder. Why would the Norse god of mischief be interested in him? Actually, Issei had a better question. How the hell did Loki even know what he was doing? Was he the one who made the system? Couldn't be. The system said that Loki is finding Issei interesting, which means that he can't be the creator of the system. Loki would like to give you something to assist you. Do you accept? Why end? Issei wasn't sure if he should agree to Loki's offer. He was the god of mischief after all. Plus, if Issei knew anything from the Marvel movies and comics, you do not trust Loki at all. But the brown-haired boy can't help but wonder what it could be. Maybe it was some kind of weapon that can instantly kill anything. Sounds overpowered, but Issei kinda likes that because it makes things easier for him. The giant arachnid growled at Issei, who was focused on the screen and the beast. He had to make a choice, and quick. Letting out a small sigh, he gave in. Issei, all right, Loki, let's see what you got me. At that moment, a bright light appeared within the cave. The light was so bright that it caused Issei and the giant arachnid to look away from it or suffer becoming blind. Issei hopes that this wasn't just some troll. He didn't feel like seeing some sort of letter from the god saying that he just got tricked or something. When the light died down, Issei was the first to look, and his eyes widened at what he saw floating in front of him. It was some kind of ring. His best guess was an Asgardian one. The ring was made out of a strange type of gold, darker in color with strange patterns. To top it all off, the ring also had a bright green jewel embedded within it, which gave off a powerful magical aura. Item: Ring of Loki. Item class: Type: Armor. Plus 25 Intelligence. Plus 300 MP. Effect: Illusions. Wielder can create up to 10 illusion clones. Issei couldn't believe his eyes. It was an S-rank item, and his very first one to be exact. Issei, holy shit. The brown-haired boy honestly didn't know whether to be shocked, happy, or in awe. Loki actually gave him an S-rank item, but why would the god of mischief give him a mere mortal such a thing? The ring floated toward Issei as he held his hand out. The ring then floated onto one of his fingers on his right hand. When that happened, Issei felt a surge of power flow throughout his entire body. It wasn't like anything he had experienced before, not even when he got the system felt like this. Issei, whoa, this feels amazing. The giant arachnid soon recovered from the bright light and growled at Issei, who stared at the ring before turning his attention to the beast in front of him. A small smirk grew on his face as he had just come up with a new idea on how to take care of this creature. Issei, let's test this baby out. Suddenly, the jewel in the ring started to glow bright green as 10 Issei appeared out of thin air. They looked exactly like the original and even had the same weapon as him. This took the giant arachnid by surprise. All the Issei smirked as they charged toward the monster. 10 of them started to unleash barrage after barrage of slashes upon the monster, which tried to retaliate with its own attacks. But as it was distracted, the original Issei was making his way toward the monster's head. He had to admit that the power of the ring was really impressive. What sucked about it was that each illusion cost around 50 MP to create and recreate. If they were destroyed, he was gonna need to invest a lot to get his MP as high as he could if he was gonna continue using the power of the ring in the future. When Issei arrived at the monster's head, the giant arachnid finally realized that there was someone on its body and tried to shake the brown-haired boy off as quickly as possible. Issei, nice try. With glowing eyes, Issei plunged his dagger into one of the giant arachnid's eyeballs, which caused the beast to roar in immense pain and agony. But Issei did not stop there. He pulled his dagger out only to plunge it back into the eye. He continued to do this over and over again. Effect Paralyze has been activated. Effect Bleed has been activated. The opponent will lose 1% health every second. Issei smirked as he continued to stab the monster's eyeball repeatedly. This had to be enough to finish the beast off. If not, then he may not be capable of defeating it. His fatigue was reaching very high marks, and if it reached 100%, then he would be done for. It was a race against time. The giant arachnid roared in pure agony from the pain that it was feeling. It couldn't take it anymore. It wanted the pain to stop, which soon happened when its own head exploded. The illusion smirked as the spider fell to the ground, making a loud thud noise. You have defeated the dungeon boss. Level up. Level up. Level up. Issei couldn't help but smile. He leveled up 3 times. He should be around either 20 or 21 if he was correct, which was good but was still not enough for the brown-haired boy. He needed to level up fast if he was gonna survive. He needed more strength, or rather more power. He turned his gaze over at the illusions and smiled at them. Issei, thanks, couldn't have done it without you dudes. The clones nodded as they disappeared, leaving Issei all alone. Now that he has leveled up, he wonders what kind of reward he will get from the giant arachnid. Flashback end. Issei smiled at the memory. He was still wondering about the reward. However, he thinks that it's best if he heads back home and gets some sleep. Plus, he is sure that his mother is worried sick if she hasn't pulled a late-nighter again. He knows his mother likes to do stuff like that, and he usually comes home and finds her passed out on the couch. Normally, he has to take her to bed. He really wishes that she would just let him help her with the bills. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, time to head home, I guess. With that, Issei started to slowly make his way home. He made sure to put his dagger away as he was walking. He didn't want to come across anyone and have them freak out about his dagger. That would be pretty bad for the brown-haired boy. As he was walking, he soon realized something. He never got the chance to use his new bloodlust skill against the spider boss. Issei froze as he remained silent for a couple of minutes. Issei FFFU. Time skip brought to you by Sun Jin Woo trying to get drunk but can't. Mickey, eat up, honey. Issei and his mother were currently sitting in the living room of their home. On a small table was a box of fried chicken with 2 beverages. It was the next day, Saturday, so Issei's mother decided to get something special for breakfast, and she picked fried chicken. Issei didn't have any complaints. He enjoyed some good old-fashioned fried chicken. The brown-haired boy bit into a piece of chicken and was hit by the flavor. Issei, is this a new spice? Mickey smiled. Mickey, yeah, it's chili pepper flakes. Issei, whoa, no wonder I can feel a little heat to it. The brown-haired boy's mother giggled as she ate a piece of chicken. Issei picked up one of the cans and began drinking from it. However, as he did, a screen popped up in front of him. Harmful substances have been detected in your body. Buff detoxification has been activated. You are now being healed. This was the reward that Issei received from the spider dungeon, a pretty useful one the more he thought about it. 3, 2, 1, you have been successfully detoxified. Issei rolled his eyes a little. While he admit that it was useful, he had a feeling that it was gonna be really annoying later on. The effect made him immune to all diseases, poisonous substances, and any other abnormalities in his status. That means if Issei can't get COVID or cancer, and if he went up against any monsters or say supernatural creatures that use poison, then he was basically invincible. Suddenly, Issei realized something. Since he had immunity to all types of poisonous substances, that meant, Issei, I have to check this out. If this works, then it will definitely assist me in my journey. The brown-haired boy stood up from the couch, gaining his mother's attention. Mickey, where are you going, sweetie? Issei, just to my room, I've had enough chicken. Mickey, oh okay, you want me to put some in the fridge? Issei smiled at his mother. Issei, sure. He turned and made his way into his room, making sure that the door was closed behind him. Issei held his hand out as a bag appeared in his palm. Item, Kasaka's venom gland. Level of difficulty. Type, poison. Effect, Kasaka's ironclad scales, 20% less physical damage. Side effect, muscle damage, -35 strength. Issei, I didn't use this item because of the side effect, but if I automatically recovered from being poisoned, then the side effect won't have an effect on me. The brown-haired boy let out a small sigh. There was no point in overthinking it. He opened the bag and poured the purple liquid down his throat. As he finished it, a screen appeared once again. Harmful substances have been detected in your body. 3, 2, 1, you have been successfully detoxified. A small smirk grew on Issei's face when he saw this. Looks like his theory was correct. This was gonna be such a useful ability. He honestly couldn't wait to see the shocked expressions of whoever or whatever he was gonna face later on. They were gonna be in for a really big surprise. Issei, alright, time to check my stats. Issei turned and looked at another screen showing his stats. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job none. Title Wolf Assassin. Level 21. Health points HP 2600/2600. Magic MP 650/650. Fatigue 0. Strength/SDR 38. Vitality/Vit 30. Agility/Agile 30. Intelligence/Int 3125. Sense 31. Available points 0. Physical damage reduction 20%. Issei, okay, this looks good so far, but if I am gonna actually survive this world with Rias and the supernatural race at my doorstep, I'm gonna need to step this up and grind more. At that moment, Issei heard a knock at the door, which caused him to look over at it. Issei, Mom, what's up? The door opened and Mickey poked her head inside. Mickey, hey sweetie, someone named Rias Gremory is calling you. This surprised Issei. What could Rias want with him? He did say that if she ever needed his assistance with anything, then he would help. Maybe she needed his help with something. Issei, alright Mom, I'll take care of it. The brown-haired woman nodded as she handed Issei the phone. She then closed the door to give her son some privacy. Issei placed the phone to his ear as he sat down on his bed. Issei, hello Rias, what can I do for you? Ria's phone. Issei, I have heard reports of a stray devil in the area. My peerage and I are gonna take care of it. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, stray devil, what's that? Ria's phone, I'll tell you in a bit. I just wanted to know if you want to come and watch. Issei took the moment to think about it. He might as well, since he was gonna be getting involved with the supernatural a lot. He breathed in and out before he grew a serious expression, his eyes glowing. Issei, I'm in. Time skip brought to you by Jewish Vampire. Night had risen over the town of Kuo. Everyone was inside their warm beds, sleeping soundly, dreaming of whatever they desired. A bright red light appeared, and from it came Issei, Rias, and her peerage. The brown-haired boy checked his surroundings and saw that they were at an abandoned warehouse. This gave Issei total horror movie vibes. Issei, well, this place isn't creepy at all. Rias, first time seeing an abandoned warehouse. Issei shrugged his shoulders. Issei, not sure. Rias, I see. She then looked at her peerage. Rias, stay alert everyone. The crimson-haired devil girl's peerage nodded their heads as Rias turned her attention back to Issei. She could feel that Issei has gotten a lot stronger than the last time she saw him. This surprised her since she had just saw him yesterday. How could someone get stronger in a short amount of time? She'll worry about that after they deal with the stray devil. Rias, tell me Issei, are you familiar with chess? Issei, very little. I do know that Sona is unbeatable in it. Rias, well, as I the master, the king, along with my queen, my second command, my cavalier, the knight, my tank, the rook, the clergyman, the bishop, and my foot soldiers, the pawns. Those who become devils gain unique traits of any chess piece that they choose. Issei nodded in understanding. Rias, but if you betray your master or run away, you will become a stray devil. Issei crossed his arms. Issei, so, a stray devil is simply a devil who abandons or kills their masters for their own desires. Rias nods. Rias, yes, but they become something worse. This gained Issei's attention. He wondered what the crimson-haired girl meant by that. The group made their way inside the building. Issei fully expected to see some sort of monstrous creature. However, much to his disappointment, he was greeted by nothing. The warehouse was completely empty. Darkness had taken over most of the building. The windows were broken and the floor was both cracked and dirty. Issei, you know, I should have expected this. Rias, don't worry Issei, you will soon see some. I smell something good and something disgusting. Is it sweet or sour? The sudden voice made everyone on guard. Their eyes darted around the room as they tried to find where the voice came from. Issei narrowed his eyes as he saw something hiding within the shadows. Issei, I can see you, come out. Whatever was in the shadows let out a small giggle as they slowly walked forward. Issei saw that the owner of the voice was a young woman with a voluptuous figure. She had gray eyes and long, black hair. To top that all off, she was naked. Issei blinked as he stared at the woman's naked body. He soon sighed and shook his head. Issei, why do I get the feeling that this was gonna get hideous real quick? Ria's visor, you abandoned your master to achieve your own desires. In the name of Marquis of Gremory, you will die 1,000 deaths. The devil named Visor grew a smirk. Visor, I like to see you try. I'll paint these walls with your blood to match your hair. Suddenly, Issei saw something come out of the darkness. He saw what was basically Visor's lower half. She wasn't a normal devil per se. Her lower body was gigantic and beastly with 4 legs, with her front legs featuring humanoid hands with red claws. Issei stared at the monstrosity before him. If he was his old perverted self, then he would be drooling and terrified at the sight. Right now, there was only one thing the brown-haired boy could say. Issei, your days. Ria's Kiba. Kiba Roger. Issei watched as the blonde-haired boy disappeared from view. Normally, he would think that something like that was because of teleportation. However, since Ria's mentioned chess, this made Issei now believe that Kiba was a knight, which meant that his attribute was speed. Issei, so Kiba is a knight. Ria's, you are correct. What he lacks in strength, he makes up for in speed and agility. Issei nodded in understanding as he watched the stray's giant front limbs being cut off, causing her to scream in immense pain. Issei had to admit that he was impressed. Kiba could easily be faster than he was. Even with the amount of speed he has, the brown-haired boy has the feeling that Kiba is holding back. Ria's Kaneko. Kaneko understood. Issei watched as Kaneko started to walk toward the stray devil. He was confused as he wondered what she was gonna do. He soon saw the stray reveal a giant mouth with massive piranha teeth. Visor then ate Kaneko in one bite. Issei, Kaneko. Ria's, it's okay, Issei, she's fine. Issei, The brown-haired boy watched as the stray devil's mouth was forced open and revealed that tea was because of Kaneko. Her clothes were slightly ripped and she was holding the stray mouth open with her arms. Kaneko, so disgusting. Issei was surprised by this. He then looked at Ria's. Issei, how? Ria smiled. Ria's, she is my rook. Her attribute is super strength. That won't even put a dent in her. Kaneko, see you on the flip side. The white-haired girl punched the stray devil in the mouth, breaking its teeth and sending her flying. After flying through the air for a little bit, Visor soon landed on the floor, feeling immense pain wash throughout her entire body. Issei walked up to Kaneko and gave her his jacket. This surprised her as she looked at him. Kaneko, why? Issei smiled at her. Issei, can't have you getting a cold. This caused Kaneko to blush slightly. Issei soon noticed the stray's arms that were sliced off were slowly starting to make their way toward Ria's. The brown-haired boy narrowed his eyes as his ring glowed green. The arms tried to attack Ria's, who finally noticed, but before they made contact with the crimson-haired girl, they were struck by 2 of Issei's illusions. Ria's blinked as she stared at the illusions. Ria's, Issei and Issei. The illusions looked at Ria's and winked at her as they disappeared. She turned her attention to the original Issei, who smiled. Ria's blushed slightly as she smiled back. Ria's, thank you, Issei. Issei, no problem. Ria's turned her attention to Aquino, who made her way toward Visor. Ria's, Aquino, finish her off. The black-haired girl giggled in excitement, sparks of electricity slowly appearing in her hands. Aquino, you're not the only one who likes to pay rough tilde. The stray started to tremble in fear. Aquino, not gonna give up. Goody, I get to play some more tilde. Aquino unleashed a powerful thunder attack upon Visor, causing the stray to scream in immense pain and agony. The entire room was illuminated by the light of the electricity. The echoes of agony filled Issei's ears as he almost felt bad. Ria's, Aquino is my queen. Her attribute is a combo of the other pieces and she is skilled in many kinds of spells. Aquino licked her lips. Ria's, one more thing, she's into S&M. Hearing this caused a shiver to run down Issei's spine, and he made a mental note to stay as far from her as possible. Ria steps forward. Ria's, that's enough, Aquino. The black-haired girl stopped her attack as she pouted. Akino awa over already. Riaz walked toward Visor, who lay on the ground, basically half dead from the attacks it suffered. Riaz, any last words? Visor, fuck you. Riaz narrowed her eyes. Riaz, very well then, begone thought. The crimson-haired devil girl unleashed a red and black energy attack which instantly vaporized the stray devil to nothing but ash. This shocked Issei as he had never seen such power before. He knew that she was definitely holding back her power. Issei felt a little bit worried. If Riaz had this kind of power, then he has to make sure he doesn't do anything to piss her off, or else he will suffer a fate worse than death. Maybe there is a chance for him to survive against her power. Maybe he just needs to level up more. Issei, yer days, this is gonna be one annoying journey. How do anime protagonists deal with this? End of chapter. Chapter 12, Issei vs. Cerberus. Third-person POV. Issei, after seeing Riaz and the others fight that stray, I need to level up more. Currently, Issei was at his home taking a nice hot shower. He had just got back after watching Riaz and her peerage battle the stray devil, Visor, or whatever her name was. Issei didn't really bother to remember the name since, for starters, he wants to get the mental image of that monstrosity out of his mind, and second, he had much to think about. When the brown-haired boy saw the battle, he was left speechless by their devil abilities. Riaz and Akino looked like they both had the power to annihilate anyone who crossed their path. To top it all off, he gets the feeling that they were holding back. They probably have battled stray devils in queue for a while now and can easily take them out in a matter of minutes or even seconds. Meanwhile, Issei is struggling to battle the boss monsters from the dungeons. Of course, he knows that there is a complete difference. The stray devils were once regular devils, so they have more intelligence than the monsters that reside within the dungeon. However, Issei can't help but feel like all he has done so far has been for nothing. He needs to really take this seriously, otherwise he will pay the price, and so will his mother. Issei gritted his teeth as his eyes started glowing slightly. Issei, no more. He looked at the ring that Loki had given him. The god gave him a mortal such a powerful ring because he was interested in him. Issei needs to not disappoint him, otherwise the half-brother of Thor may end up taking back what was once his. Issei, it's time to take this seriously. After a while, Issei turned off the shower and started to dry himself off. When that was done, he made his way back to his bedroom and quickly put on some spare clothes. Tomorrow was the weekend, so he didn't have to worry about school. This was a good thing since it was the weekend. Issei could now go off and level up before heading back to school when the weekend was over. The brown-haired boy made his way out of his room after putting on some clothes. He walked into the living room and saw his mother fast asleep at her desk. In front of her were some books and folders which Issei can guess were from her work. He guessed that she was ordered to sign some paperwork or whatever. Issei sighed. Issei, your days, mom. He picked up the blanket from the couch and walked over to his sleeping mother. Issei slowly and quietly placed the blanket on his mother before backing off. The last thing he wanted was for his mother to catch a cold or freeze while she slept. He deeply cares about his mother since she was always there for him. Issei barely knows anything about his father, doesn't even know what he looks like, and there aren't any pictures of him anywhere within the house. If there were any, then Issei would have seen them by now. The house they were in wasn't along the lines of massive, it was more simple. Yep, Issei was a boy who lived in an average house and has no idea who his father's identity is. Talk about original. Issei walked away from his sleeping mother, not wanting to wake her up. As he did, he made a screen appear to check his stats. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job none. Title Wolf Assassin. Level 21. Health points HP 2600/2600. Magic MP 650/650. Fatigue 0. Strength/STR 38. Vitality/Vit 30. Agility/Agile 30. Intelligence/Int 3125. Sense 31. Available points 0. Physical damage reduction 20%. Issei level 21 is a decent start. If this was a video game, then I would say that I could easily handle E rank to maybe C rank creatures and bosses. While that sounds like a good thing, in reality, it truly isn't, because Issei has come to understand something about the system and the dungeons that it creates. Nothing can be predicted. It's like moving through a fog because he isn't sure what will be ahead of him. For all the brown-haired boy knows, he could enter a C-rank dungeon one day and find an S-rank boss just waiting for him. He needs to be smart with what he does, but he can't be too cautious about it because that may also end up biting him in the butt later. For now, Issei thinks that he will simply go for a walk. He doesn't really feel all that tired at the moment. The brown-haired boy has a tendency of staying up late anyways, so this wasn't really new to him. Plus, if the system decides to give him his daily quest, then he will be able to do it and not have to worry about getting any penalty. He doesn't want to deal with that place until he gets stronger. Issei made his way to the front door and grabbed the doorknob. He opened the door and walked outside while closing the door behind him. It was a chilly night. Luckily, Issei remembered to grab his jacket before he left. He wasn't the idiotic perverted boy he once was. He was new and improved. Issei took a deep breath before letting out a small sigh, causing a small breath cloud to appear since it was cold. This made the brown-haired boy chuckle slightly before he started heading off in a direction. He had to admit that it was very peaceful within Kyoto at night time. One would rarely hear anything at this time. If Issei had to think of anything that someone would hear, he would have to go with either the wind or any nighttime creatures. Speaking of which, it was also rare to see any animals within Kyoto. Not sure why. Maybe it was because it was a small town, so there wasn't really a point in people getting pets. Issei wanted a pet when he was younger. He wanted a dog, but his mother said that they couldn't because they didn't have the money for it. To this very day, Issei still wonders what it would be like to have a dog as a pet. Maybe one day, after he figures out who gave him the system, he will leave Kyoto and move to a place where he can actually get one. It sounded like a good idea. But there was only one problem. Issei cares deeply about his mother. He can't leave her. She would be devastated since the brown-haired boy was the only family she had left. Issei's grandparents passed away when he was younger, and his aunt never comes to visit, and like before, Issei also has no clue who his father even is or looks like. All his mother had left was him. He can't leave her as they did. He has to be there for his mother. Plus, he felt more of the responsible one, which is funny when one thinks about it, since Issei is merely a teenager, while his mother, on the other hand, is a mature woman. Then again, people have thought that the two looked like siblings since his mother looks so young. Issei was still trying to figure that out. The brown-haired boy let out a small sigh. Issei, life full of wonder, misery, and adventure. Suddenly, Issei heard a noise coming from his right. He quickly looked over and saw that it was coming from the bush. He narrowed his eyes as he quickly summoned his dagger just in case it was some kind of attack. The noise grew louder and louder until a black cat came out of the bushes. Issei, a cat. The brown-haired boy observed the creature. It didn't have a collar, so that meant it was a stray, and yet its fur was totally clean. This instantly set off alarms in his mind. Something wasn't right about this entire situation. Issei has seen pictures of stray animals in the past. Both cats' and dogs' fur is normally very dirty and sometimes jagged. But the cat that was in front of Issei was completely clean. There was no way it cleaned itself to perfection. Something felt off about that black cat. Issei wasn't sure why though. There was also another thing that didn't make sense to Issei. Issei, why has a cat just suddenly turned up in Kyoto? There haven't been any in the past. He approached the cat, who simply stared at the brown-haired boy with its yellow eyes that seemed to almost glow in the night. When he got to it, he slowly crouched down. Issei, hey there, little guy or girl. The cat simply stared at Issei in silence before it approached him and started to nuzzle its head up against Issei's leg. Good to know that it was friendly. Issei really didn't want to deal with a hostile cat. That was the last thing he needed. The cat purred, which made Issei smile. He then started petting the cat, which it seemed to enjoy quite a bit. Issei, you're a cute one, aren't you? The cat let out another purr in response to the brown-haired boy's question. Issei picked up the cat and held it in his arms. Issei, you don't seem to have a collar. Does that mean that you have no owner? The feline let out a cute meow, which made Issei chuckle in response. While he had admitted that it was the cat, gave off a strange feeling. He can't help but feel like he was supposed to find this cat. Was it fate? Was it because of the system? Did it have some sort of motive? No, there can't be a reason for it to do something like that. The brown-haired boy let out a small sigh. Issei, I can't believe I'm gonna say this. He looked at the cat and grew a small smile. He wasn't sure if this was truly a good idea or not, but if it turned out to be a bad one. You'll deal with that when it comes to it. Issei, looks like you're coming with me, girl. The cat purred and nuzzled into Issei's chest. The brown-haired boy then realized that he needs to come up with a name for it. Issei, what should I name you? Issei began to think long and hard. He didn't want to make any mistakes while coming up with one for her. But what could be a good name for a black cat? Nero, Kiro, Yaru, Jiachai. Issei's eyes widen as he finally got the perfect name suggestion for the black cat. Issei, I know, I'll call you Yoruichi. The black cat, now named Yoruichi, purred at the new name given to her by the brown-haired boy, making Issei chuckle because she really seemed to like it. Issei, that's good to hear. Time skip brought to you by Bayverse Transformers vs. Primeverse Transformers. It was a new day in the town of Kyo. The sun was shining brightly as the birds flew through the air. Issei, Mom, why did you want to work out with me all of a sudden? Currently, Issei and his mother were at the park in regular clothing. Issei wore a white shirt which was covered by a blue jacket, long black pants, and gray shoes. Miki, on the other hand, wore a similar shirt with a pink jacket over it. She wore white shorts with long black ones underneath and pink shoes. Miki, well, I feel like you're getting full of yourself. Plus, it will help my joints after I woke up at my desk. Issei, it was your fault for falling asleep in the first place. This caused the brown-haired woman to pout at her son. Miki, I had a lot of work to do, plus at least I'm not the one who brought in a stray cat. Issei's mother found out about Yoruichi when the black cat accidentally woke up while she was still sleeping. Of course, his mother wanted to know where the brown-haired boy got the cat from, and he told her. He told her that he went out for a walk and discovered her. He told her that even though she was a stray, she was really clean and tamed, which he still finds strange. After a little convincing, Miki decided to allow Issei to keep Yoruichi, but he will be the only responsible one for the feline. Issei doesn't really have a problem with that since she has been well behaved since he brought her into his home, plus all cats tend to just sleep all day. Issei, hey, you told me I could keep Yoruichi. Miki rolled her eyes. Miki, whatever, so are we gonna start of what? Issei nodded. Issei, yeah, but I won't wait for you if you can't keep up. Miki, I'll be fine. Issei shook his head as he and his mother began their jog. The reason they were doing this was that Issei needed to finish up his daily quest, and well, his mother decided to join him. As they were running, Issei can't help but think back to all that stuff on his mother's desk. That stuff was all the work she had to do just to get enough money to keep them fed. They were very lucky if they managed to get some good food. The brown-haired boy has told his mother in the past that he can get a part-time job, but she refused to let him do it. However, the more he thinks about it, there might be a way for him to get the money so he and his mother get a better life without getting a part-time job. Issei has gotten numerous items and other stuff from the dungeons. He could sell them off and get a whole bunch of cash. He wasn't sure how it would transfer into dollar bills, but he was sure that he would find a way. Issei, hey, Mom. The brown-haired woman looked at her son as she kept jogging. Miki, yes. Issei, let's say you somehow got $30 billion. What would you do with that money? Miki thought about it for a moment, panting as she was struggling to keep up with Issei. She wasn't very old, but she wasn't like she used to be. Also, the fact that she doesn't know about her son having the ability to increase his speed with each level he gets. Miki, I guess I'd use the money to get us a better home and get as much food as we can desire. The rest I would put into a saving account just in case. Just then she realized something about the number her son gave her for the question. To her, it felt a little unrealistic. Miki, why did you say that number, sweetie? 30 billion sounds a bit unrealistic, so why? Issei simply shrugged at his mother's question. Issei, not sure, just thought of a random number. This made the brown-haired woman deadpan at her son, which made Issei chuckle. Miki soon started giggling as well, but soon saw that her son was getting further and further ahead of her. This surprised her because of how fast he was going. It was like he went from 0 to 100 in a second. She has seen her son run before, normally when he gets chased by the kendo girls for peeping on them, and even then, he was nowhere this fast. This was something else. Issei, slow down. However, the brown-haired boy didn't hear his mother's words as he continued to dash off into the distance. It got to the point that Mickey had to stop running because she was running out of breath and felt like she was gonna throw up. Panting heavily, she walked over to a bench and sat down on it. Mickey, geez, when did he get that fast? Suddenly, Mickey heard a chuckle as she saw a bottle of water in front of her. Here, you look exhausted. Mickey, thanks. Mickey took the bottle of water and took the cap off. She then started to drink the cold water, which felt really good. She really needed this drink and probably won't do any more exercising with Issei because she can already feel her muscles getting tense. Mickey, thanks for the what? The brown-haired woman turned to see the one who gave her the water bottle when she did her face because to heat up. The person in front of her was a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs, and a black goatee. He wore a V-neck maroon long coat with a wide, open high collar that opens up at the hem. The long coat also featured 2 black belts around the waist and 4 black bands on each arm, 2 of the bands at the wrist and the other 2 near the elbow. He wore gray slacks and brown shoes. Mickey had to admit that the man in front of her looked really handsome. If she was to compare him with her husband before he disappeared, then she would proudly say that both would look like supermodels. Mickey, whoa, he's handsome. Suddenly she realized what she was thinking and her face went bright red. Man, hey, you alright? Mickey, why yeah, I am perfectly fine. The man noticed the brown-haired woman blush and couldn't help but chuckle. Azazel, you still got it. He then bowed to Mickey, placing his hand on his chest. Azazel, pleasure to meet you, my dear. My name is Azazel. Mickey, I am Issei Hyoudou. Azazel's eyes widened slightly from hearing her name. It was a name that he was been mentioned before, a long time ago. Azazel, so this is her, the one he told me about. Azazel has to say that Mickey looks smoking hot. He almost thought that she was some sort of teenager, but after hearing the name Hyoudou, he now knows that she is older than that, but not too old. Meanwhile with Issei. Issei panted slightly as he continued with his jogging. The brown-haired boy wasn't wasting a single moment because he wanted to see what this daily quest will give him as a reward. He already knew that he was gonna get the usual rewards, but the random loot box was the most important one because Issei won't know what is inside of it unless he picks it. So far he has gotten 2 dungeon keys from it. The first was an F rank and the second was an C rank key. This has made him curious about something. Is it only dungeon keys he will get from the loot box? Does he get something else? He doesn't mind the dungeon keys because they help the brown-haired boy level up quickly, but he just doesn't want to only get them. It would be nice if he got something like a new item or a new weapon. That was all he was saying. As he jogged, he heard the sound of a ding, signaling the end of his quest as a screen appeared in front of him. Daily quest, trained to become a formidable combatant, has been completed. Seeing this brought a small smile to Issei's face. He then brought himself to a full stop as he just realized that his mother was not behind him anymore. Issei, mom's not behind me anymore. Did she fall behind? Issei crossed his arms. He warned his mother that he would wait for her if she fell behind. She was confident in her ability to catch up with the brown-haired boy. Looks like she was just all talk. He shook his head. Since it was the weekend, his mother won't be doing work. Plus it was a small town, so she won't get herself lost. Issei turned his attention to a screen. When he did, his eyes widened from what he saw. Push-ups 100/100. Ups 100/100. Squats 100/100. 11/10 km. Issei, what the? It kept track of the extra exercise I did, even though the quest is already completed. This made Issei more curious now. Did this mean that he could push past his limit and see what will happen? Will the system give him double the amount of loot? He doubts that because when has the system ever been nice to the brown-haired boy? As far as Issei knows, the system has been nothing more than a complete asshole. He still hasn't forgiven it for putting that book on how to pick up girls. Will it allow him to not do the next daily quest since he has already done double? That would be nice, but Issei also doubts that one for a simple reason. The system uses him and he does the same with it. Issei uses the system to get stronger and it uses him too. Well, he isn't sure yet, but what the brown-haired boy does know is that things aren't as easy as they sound. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei days, things are just getting weirder by the day. He then turned his attention to the ring of Loki that was still on his finger. Issei, you have some sort of plan for me, don't you, Loki? Time skip brought to you by Gore the God Butcher in Record of Ragnarok. A few hours have passed since Issei discovered that the system tracks any extra exercise that he does, and this made him decide to push past his regular limits. It wasn't easy even if Issei has grown so much from his old self. However, it was worth it in the end because he got something very interesting. Currently, Issei was in a part of Q with his hoodie over his head and wielding his venom fang dagger in his right hand. Push-ups 200/100. Ups 200/100. Squats 200/100. 20/10 km. Issei let out a small chuckle as he reached into his jacket pocket. When he was doing the extra work for his daily quest, something happened. Turns out that it turned into a hidden quest. The brown-haired boy is taking a stay guess, but he thinks that this will be something that will happen a few times as he continues to get stronger. Issei took out a red key. It was no regular ket though. It was a dungeon key. He obtained it from the random loot box, but this one was much different. Because item key to the demon's castle. Level of difficulty, type key. It was an S-rank key, his very first one, and just from its name, Issei can already tell that he will be going to a demonic place. Issei chuckled as he looked at the key in his hand. He was honestly surprised when he obtained it from the loot box. Issei, looks like I was wrong. I did all that extra work and got something way better in the end. This makes Issei more curious about these hidden quests. Before he was thinking that they would only show up a few times, but now he thinks that they will be given when he exceeds the requirements of the daily quest. If that was the case, then Issei may be getting better stuff in the future. The key to the demon castle might just be the tip of the iceberg. Issei, this could end up being a one-time thing, but if not, then I'm gonna use this as long as I possibly can. The brown-haired boy held the key out as it started sparking with red electricity. He turned it, and in a matter of seconds, a fiery portal appeared in front of him. Issei started at the portal with an expression of seriousness. Determination was in his eyes because this would be his first time in an S-rank dungeon. The monsters will be way stronger than the previous two. Things will only get tougher the more he does. Yet, Issei isn't afraid. In fact, this was filling him with excitement because he can use this opportunity as a test to see how well he does against an S-rank monster. Issei, well, no point just standing here. Without hesitating, Issei walked into the fiery portal and found himself in a completely new place. Or was it? Issei took the few seconds he had to check his surroundings. Everyone looked exactly like the town of Kyoto, except there were no humans in sight and everyone was on fire. This left the brown-haired boy puzzled. This was an S-rank dungeon, and yet it looked like his home. It made him wonder, was this because of the system? Was it trying to tell Issei something about this dungeon? He could feel the pressure all around him. Very powerful monsters lived in this hellish place, and they all were ready to tear Issei limb from limb. There was no way he could survive this. Then again, Issei, I still have that teleportation stone I obtained from that instance dungeon. If shit gets real, then I'll simply use it to get out of here. Issei narrowed his eyes. Issei, all I can do now in this situation is give it my all. Things were getting tougher. Issei needed to get more powerful. In order to do that, he needs to know exactly how strong he currently was. If he gives up just because he's scared, then he won't become any stronger. The brown-haired boy soon perked up as he heard a loud and vicious growl in front of him. Issei looked in that direction and looked up a little. When he did, he narrowed his eyes because he was greeted by a sight he never thought he would see in a dungeon. Let alone an S-rank dungeon. The gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus. Cerberus. Out of all the monstrous creatures from Greek mythology, Cerberus stood out the most for numerous reasons. For starters, the beast was the pet of the Greek god Hades, the watchdog of the underworld, the one who makes sure that no one even dares to try and escape from where they have been sent to suffer for all of eternity. Issei read that Cerberus does this by literally devouring them. He wasn't sure if it meant getting eaten by him means getting erased from existence itself. He didn't really want to find out either. Another reason why Cerberus is so different than the other creatures in Greek was because of his appearance, a three-headed dog that stood taller than 10 fully grown men. The brown-haired boy really wasn't expecting to see Cerberus in the dungeon. A part of him didn't want to kill the three-headed beast because this could end up being bad for him. He was sure that Hades deeply cares about Cerberus. If Issei kills it, then the Greek god may end up wanting to make him and his mother suffer for the rest of their lives. Then again, this could also not be the real Cerberus. It could just be a fake that the system came up with as a challenge for Issei. Issei narrowed his eyes at the three-headed dog in front of him. Issei, if I give up just because I'm scared, I won't become stronger. I will become stronger. Cerberus growled at the brown-haired boy whose eyes were glowing. It then let out a thunderous roar before charging at Issei. Issei, time to level up. Issei leaped into the air towards Cerberus. He made sure to stay clear of the beast's 3 heads. One bite from those 3 and even Issei will be done for. Plus, as the saying goes, 3 heads are better than 1. The brown-haired boy held his dagger tightly as he delivered a powerful slash on Cerberus's arm, causing blood to erupt from the wound. He came to this S-rank dungeon to test himself. He wanted to see how well he does against such a powerful monster. Issei continued to attack Cerberus, unloaded slash after slash upon its hide. Title: Wolf Assassin buffs have been activated. This filled Issei with delight since Cerberus was a beast-type monster. This means that he's gonna be doing double the damage to him. Sure, it may not be enough to kill it, but it will sure do something to the monster. Issei used his speed to strike Cerberus, attacking the 3-headed dog from numerous sides such as the left, then the right, from below, and even above. Cerberus roared and growled as it tried to attack the brown-haired boy, but Issei was simply too fast for the devourer of souls to keep up with. As Issei landed on the ground, he soon remembered his bloodlust ability. He wonders if it will affect Cerberus. It might not, but it was still a good enough time to use it. If it did work, then it could leave Cerberus wide open for more attacks. Just has to remember to stay far away from its 3 heads, or else he will pay the price. Issei's eyes started glowing as an aura covered his body. Skill: Bloodlust has been activated. Cerberus stared at the brown-haired boy as it was struck by Issei's bloodlust. It remained where it stood, unmoved by what had just happened. Issei gritted his teeth as a screen appeared in front of him. The foe's resistance was too high. The effect was cancelled. Issei, great, that didn't work. I wonder if... His eyes soon widened as he just realized something very terrible. If Cerberus has high resistance, then that means that his dagger's 2 effects will be pointless against it. He won't be able to paralyze it or make it bleed. From a growth standpoint, the 3-headed dog was basically the best opponent for Issei to challenge. It was the devourer of souls in the Greek myths, a truly terrifying monster that no one wishes to come across. However, it doesn't even look fazed by Issei's attacks so far. Even with the buff from his Wolf Assassin title, he has basically done nothing at all. Issei gritted his teeth in annoyance. Issei, fucking hell, I can't believe I'm still so much weaker. Cerberus growled at the brown-haired boy who glared back at the 3-headed dog, one of his eyes glowing. Suddenly, Cerberus's eyes started to glow crimson red as it unleashed a powerful roar that nearly knocked Issei off his feet. This surprised and worried Issei because this meant that Cerberus wasn't even taking him seriously. He guessed to the 3-headed dog Issei was merely another soul trying to escape hell. The gatekeeper of hell. Cerberus has used skill, Rage. Cerberus will be in a state of rage for 3 minutes. Of Cerberus stats will increase 2-fold. Issei, what? Cerberus charged toward Issei at blinding speed. The brown-haired boy managed to evade the attack by jumping into the air and stabbing his dagger into the middle head. Issei, you have to be fucking kidding me. What kind of skill is that? Talk about bullshit. While Issei was annoyed by this turn of events, he understood that the system was telling him the difference between his and Cerberus's strengths. Cerberus does not feel any pain. Issei's eye twitched. Issei, are you shitting me? The devourer of souls threw Issei off his head and lunged toward him. Its middle head then snapped its jaws upon Issei's left arm, though the brown-haired boy didn't get a chance to scream as both he and Cerberus crashed into a house. Cerberus stood up as Issei laid on the rubble, missing his left arm. He cried in pain as his health was going down by a lot. Health 1292,600. Health 726,2600. Health 411,2600. Issei F fuck, that hurts like hell. Issei may have lost a limb, but he wasn't losing any health from the blood that was pouring out. Looks like even in a dire situation, the system is trying its best to ensure that the player doesn't die. Because it can't have its only player, Issei Hyoudou, die. Issei gritted his teeth as he glared at Cerberus, who loomed over the brown-haired boy. Issei can't help but feel like it was bragging about how weak he was. Fucking bastard. Just because it was a creature from Greek mythology, the pet of a god, doesn't mean it gets the privilege to brag about its strength. Issei now knows what he needs to do since the system was making sure he stays alive. He needs to become a stronger avatar. He needs to exceed its expectations. He needs to swallow the system whole. Cerberus lunged at the brown-haired boy once again, trying to devour him. However, Issei has had enough of the three-headed dog and its bullshit. Issei status recovery. A bright light erupted from the ground as Issei glared at the pet of Hades. Thanks to the status recovery, his health was back at max and his arm was now back in its proper place. He was also holding the maw of Cerberus's middle head open with his bare hands, something that a complete idiot would do. It was a terrible idea. But Issei's all about those. Issei, I'm sick of you. Using his strength, Issei twisted Cerberus's head and used it to leap into the air. The other two heads looked at the brown-haired boy as he used his dagger and slashed one of the head's eyes out, causing it immense pain. As Issei was in the air, he activated the ring of Loki and created around 10 illusion clones. If this was his final stand, then he was gonna make sure that Cerberus stayed dead. Issei die. Issei and his clones stabbed their daggers into the remaining head of Cerberus, causing blood to erupt from its mouth. They pulled their dagger out, and just as they did with the giant arachnid in the C-rank dungeon, they repeatedly stabbed the devourer of souls over and over again. Before long, the pet of Hades fell upon the scorched ground, going limp from the air. At that moment, Issei also sent his illusions away as he panted heavily. Just then, a screen appeared in front of him. You have defeated the gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus. His face was full of surprise. He can't believe it. He did it. He defeated Cerberus. He actually managed to kill the pet of the Greek god Hades. He wasn't sure if this was a dream or not. Was he dead? No, he couldn't have been, since he used the status recovery just before Cerberus got to him. The brown-haired boy actually did it. He defeated his very first S-rank monster. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Issei smiled. He has gone from level 21 or level 25, which was very good because that meant he was now 4 steps closer to his goal. The brown-haired boy looked at Cerberus's now deceased body. Issei, because of you, I now know how strong I truly am. He turned his gaze to the demon castle, which stood only a few feet away from him. He narrowed his eyes at it. Issei, if I were to go in there, I would die. Issei looked back at the body and petted Cerberus's 3 heads. Issei, thank you, Cerberus, you have taught me so much. He turned to another screen that showed the items he obtained from killing Cerberus. They were very good items. Item: Warden's Necklace. Level of difficulty. Type: necklace. Agility +20, sense +20. Item: Key to the castle. Level of difficulty. Type: key. Item: Cerberus Fang. Level of difficulty: none. Type: miscellaneous. Issei smiled. He could use the necklace to increase his agility and the key for when he desires to come back to this place. As for the Fang, he wasn't sure what that will be used for. However, he gets the feeling he will find out soon enough. Issei inventory. A screen appeared next to the brown-haired boy. He then reached into it and brought out a teleportation stone. As he was about to use it, another screen appeared in front of him. The god of the underworld, Hades, is watching you. Issei's eyes widen in shock and fear. Killing Cerberus got Hades' attention. He was hoping it wouldn't happen because the brown-haired boy got the feeling that the god of the underworld wouldn't be very happy. Looks like his worries have just been increased tenfold. Issei, well shit. End of chapter. Chapter 13, Hang Out with Sona. Third-person POV. Mount Olympus. Known throughout Greek mythology as the home of the 12 Greek gods, but now is it the home of many other beings such as dryads, naiads, and many other gods and goddesses. Olympus is an ancient city that rests on the highest mountain. Well, it is the highest mountain for the gods since no mortal can see or enter Olympus. Each god and goddess within Olympus and other mythology are different from how people see God in Christianity. For starters, there is a god that is known to command the very sun itself. While a feat like that sounds impressive, there are in fact other gods who can do the same thing. Similar to many other things such as a god of thunder, a god of death, and much more, but the Olympian gods are well known to be the first on mortals' minds. The Hall of the Gods, the largest room in all of Olympus. It is a place where the gods' thrones are located and where all formal and war council meetings are held. They normally don't have many meetings unless it's something that would concern them, such as something that could very well end the lives of the gods. While yes, the gods are divine beings, or rather deities, which means that they're immortal, they have heard the rumors that the God of the Bible, the creator of the angels, the holy swords, and the sacred gear system had somehow died during a battle between the three factions. The throne room was empty and silent, illuminated by the flames of Olympus, which are known to be so hot that not even the gods could touch it without suffering from eternal agony. Suddenly, a bright flash of white light appeared, and from it came the very beings who live upon Mount Olympus. The Greek gods. They all saw in their respective seats, but the one sitting in the center was the king of the gods and the god of thunder and lightning, Zeus. The gods sat in silence for a solid minute or so before the king of the gods decided to break the silence. Zeus, who called this meeting? Artemis, I would like to know as well, Father. I was in the middle of a hunt with my huntresses. Artemis, the daughter of Zeus and the goddess of wild animals, the hunt, vegetation, chastity, and childbirth, surprisingly. Artemis was known to only hunt with women because she dislikes men. They say it originated when a skilled male hunter bragged about being better than the hunting goddess and was not kind to the animals he hunted. Artemis also sees men as nothing more than disgusting pigs who only desire a female body, reason why the goddess of the hunt has decided to remain a virgin forever. Ares, you and your hunts are pointless when it comes to true battle. In a real fight, you must decimate your enemies no matter what. Ares, the god of war. He represented the distasteful aspects of brutal warfare and slaughter. He and Artemis also don't have a very good relationship with each other, because he thinks that Zeus always favors her over him despite all the things he has done to gain his father's approval. Artemis, be quiet, Ares. Ares, oh, shut up. Besides, I've already called dibs when you want to lose your virginity. After saying that, Artemis fired an arrow at Ares, who easily blocked the attack with his swords. The god of the war yawned lazily before smirking at an infuriated Artemis. Artemis, I will never lose my virginity to a filthy male like you or any male. Ares, yeah, keep talking. You won't be saying that when you're screaming my name in bed. Hera, Ares, enough, or do you wish to end up like your alternative counterpart in that one universe? Hera, the goddess of marriage, women, and family, and the protector of women during childbirth. She is the sister and the wife of Zeus, which makes her the queen of the 12 Olympians and Mount Olympus. Despite being married to Zeus, Hera knows that her husband has countlessly cheated on her with other women and have had numerous children. The one she hates the most is a demigod known as Hercules. No one knows why she only chooses to target only him and not the other half-children of Zeus. To be honest, they don't want to know since she is very powerful. Ares, forgive me, mother. Ares looked away as he recalled hearing tales of another version of himself who made a mortal man a great warrior, only for him to kill the god. After that, Ares killed his family so nothing would be holding him back. Zeus, enough, who is the one that summoned us here? That would be me, brother. The Greek gods perked up at the sudden voice as they all saw the room growing darker by the second. They watched as some sort of liquid shadow rose from the ground. From it came out a man with a powerful aura that could cause any lesser being to fall to their knees. Even the gods and goddesses felt a shiver run down their spines when they saw this man. Zeus, Hades. Hades, the Greek god of the underworld and the elder brother of Zeus. After he and his brothers, Zeus and Poseidon, defeated their father's generation of gods, the Titans, and claimed rulership over the cosmos, Hades received the underworld, Zeus the sky, and Poseidon the sea. Hades smiled. Hades, hello brother, I see you and everyone have arrived. Zeus, yes, tell me brother, what the fuck is with this anime-looking appearance? Hades, what, don't you like it? Ares, you look ridiculous. The Greek god of the underworld simply crossed his arms. Hades, says the man with a bucket on his head. Ares, hey, it's not a bucket. Hades smirked. Hades, wearing a bucket, say what? Ares, what? Hades, huh. Ares crossed his arms as the Greek god of war grumbled in annoyance. Zeus and Hera couldn't help but laugh a little from their brother's sense of humor. Normally he is known to be very serious and calm. They were glad that he was developing a little. Maybe it had something to do with his wife always being there for him while he tends to all the souls. Zeus, anyways, why did you call us here, brother? Hades, you see, I sensed something while I was tending to the souls. Poseidon, if you sense something, then it must be very important. Zeus deadpanned at the Greek god of the sea. Why the hell was he also in that appearance? Zeus knows where they got it from. What he doesn't understand is why they choose to take those forms. Hera, tell us, Hades, what is tea that you sensed? Hades let out a small sigh. Hades, I'm afraid to say that Cerberus is dead. Silence filled the hall of the gods as their eyes widened in absolute shock. They were left utterly speechless by what the god of the underworld had just said. Cerberus was among one of the most powerful mythical creatures they had ever known. He was the guard god of the underworld and made sure that no one tried to escape. But to hear that he is now dead, they honestly couldn't believe it. They knew that Hades was not making this up because he would not just call all the gods and goddesses from their duties and make up something like that. This was very serious. Zeus, how has Cerberus died? Hera, Hades, please tell me you're joking. Hades stared at the queen of the gods with a serious expression that alone told her that he was not making this up. Hades, so you really think I would joke about something like this, sister? Hera shook her head. Hades, then don't just think I would. Hera silently gulped. She may be the queen of the gods, but she knows that there are things that she should not mess with. One of those is Hades and Cerberus. Those two acted like very close friends. One could say that Hades raised the three-headed dog since he was a puppy, which sounds cute, in a strange type of way. Demeter, Hades, how is my daughter handling this situation? She was quite fond of Cerberus. Demeter, known as the gods of the harvest, agriculture, grain, and fertility. Many of the younger and more foolish male gods call her the goddess of boobs because of her massive rack that is said to put the goddess of sexual love, Aphrodite, to shame. Demeter was also the mother of Persephone, the goddess of spring who was the wife of Hades. Hades, Persephone is all right, Demeter, but she is still quite shocked that Cerberus is gone. Aphrodite, my Matilda, maybe I should go and spend some time with. Aphrodite, the goddess of sexual love and beauty. She is known to be the most beautiful goddess in all of Olympus. She is also known to charm both men and women into bed where she has passionate sex with them. Besides all that, she has the most demigod children out of anyone in Olympus, including Zeus, who was known to cheat on his wife countless times. Artemis, Aphrodite, can you please control yourself? Aphrodite, oh Artemis, you said you won't lose your virginity to any male. Does that mean you want to lick my cherry pussy, Tilda? The goddess of the hunt blushed slightly. Artemis, don't say things like that. I shall remain a virgin. Aphrodite, don't give me that. I can sense it since it is in my domain. I know how much you want me to stroke those smooth, creamy legs of yours and spank your. Artemis was now blushing uncontrollably. Zeus glared at the goddess of love who wasn't bothered by the king of the gods' stare. Hades, can I get back to speaking? And no, Aphrodite, you may not go see my wife. Aphrodite, tilde you win some, you lose some. Hera cleared her throat. Hera, anyways, back to the matter at hand. Tell us, Hades, who killed Cerberus. Hades, before I tell you, please no more screaming. My ears can't take much more of that. Ares, just tell us already. The god of the underworld sighed in annoyance as he shook his head, so much for letting his ears rest. This was honestly giving him a splitting headache, but he won't have to do much any longer. All he needs to do is tell them who killed Cerberus and wrap this meeting up before going back to the underworld. Hades, all right, I'll tell you, it was a human. Silence once again filled the hall of the gods as they blinked. This continued for a solid minute or so before Ares started laughing his ass off. However, the god of war soon stopped laughing when he saw how no one else was laughing at what he thought was a hilarious joke. You serious? Hades, yes Ares, I'm fucking serious. Ares, how the hell can a human defeat Cerberus? Hades, I do not know, but I am gonna be keeping an eye on him. Zeus, tell me brother, what is this human's name? Hades looked at his younger brother with a serious expression. Hades, Issei Hyoudou. Meanwhile with Issei Hyoudou. Issei let out a sneeze before letting out a sniffling sound. He was sitting on his bed just resting up his muscles. He started to scratch the back of his head. Issei, who the hell was talking about me, was it? No, it couldn't have been. It has been a day since the brown-haired boy has faced Cerberus, and he had to admit that he was a bit worried. He can't get the thought of Hades, the god of the underworld, keeping an eye on him out of his head. This was the second god that was interested in what Issei was doing, each from a different mythos. Issei, I better be careful, otherwise I may end up making an enemy that I won't be able to defeat. Issei brought up a screen that showed his stats. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job none. Title Wolf Assassin. Level 25. Health points HP 3150/3150. Magic MP 820/820. Fatigue 0. Strength/STR 41. Vitality/Vit 35. Agility/Agile 3520. Intelligence/Int 3625. Sense 3520. Available points 0. Physical damage reduction 20%. Issei, my stats look good since I obtained that necklace from Cerberus. A small smile grew on Issei's face. He had to admit that he was kinda proud of how far he has grown. It only feels like yesterday that the brown-haired boy was peeping on the kendo girls with his two perverted friends. Now he feels like a full-on anime character. However, he knows that he has quite a distance before he reaches the max level. When he does, what will he be able to do? Will that simply be the end of the system? Is its only purpose just to max Issei out? That can't be, since Issei still needs to find out who is the one that gave him the system. There had to be a reason for the brown-haired boy to have it. The system has been really good to him, well ignoring the fact that it tries to nearly kill him every single day. Besides all that, it has helped him gain strength and money so he can help his mother. Speaking of his mother, Issei just realized something. Where was his mother? He hasn't seen her at all this morning, but she did leave a note saying that she would be at a friend's place for a while. This makes the brown-haired woman very suspicious. She normally never goes anywhere since she is either at work or at home sleeping. Plus, there is something else. As far as Issei knows, his mother doesn't have any friends in Kyoto. He hopes she isn't out meeting anyone. If that was the case, then Issei would have to get involved and make sure that they stay away from his mother. His father left his mother heartbroken. Issei will not let anyone else break her heart once again. The brown-haired boy knows that he nearly did so himself when he was on death's door, but now he will gain the power to protect himself and his mother. Suddenly, Issei heard a notification from his phone. He looked over at where it was. It was sitting on his bedside table with the charging cord next to it. Issei picked up his phone and checked to see who messaged him. His eyes soon widened when he saw the owner of the text message. It was Sona. Issei, Sona's messaging me, I wonder why. He started reading the next message that Sona left for him. Sona text, hey Issei, it's me, I was just wondering, do you want to hang out or something? This surprised Issei. He didn't expect something like Sona Shitori, or rather Citri, to ask him for a hangout. The brown-haired boy thought that she and Ria's would be busy with some sort of devil work since it was the weekend and people would be doing their own things. He thought about it for a moment. He wasn't really doing anything at the moment and he didn't have any quest to do since he had already done his daily quest. There was also absolutely no way Issei was going back to that demon castle unless he was stronger than he currently was. He struggled with Cerberus and Issei was sure there were gonna things much stronger than the three-headed dog. He was also sure that his mother won't be back until later, so he guessed he didn't have a problem with a simple hangout. A small smile grew on Issei's face. Issei, well, looks like I know what I'm doing today. He then proceeded to text Sona back, telling her that he was doing alright and that he would be alright with a hangout with her. The brown-haired boy waited patiently for a reply from the student council president, and almost immediately he received an answer from her. Sona text, excellent, I'll meet you at the Kyo Park fountain. Issei text, okay, meet you there. With that, Issei turned off his phone and placed it down on his bedside table. The Kyo Park fountain, the place where he met his unpleasant end at the hands of his girlfriend, Yuma, a place where Issei feels like he is gonna be visiting quite a lot. He isn't sure if it will be because of the system or because of something else. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, well, better get ready. Time skip brought to you by Lego Ninjago. Issei had arrived at Kyo Park for his hangout with Sona, deciding not to wear anything too fancy and just something he felt was comfortable. Being back in the very place that he died in brought unpleasant memories to Issei, but the brown-haired boy just sucked it up since he knew that there was no point in getting angry over something that was in the past. However, he can't help but wonder what happened to Yuma or whatever her name was. He hasn't seen any activity from fallen angels besides the ones he killed in the dungeon, which makes him wonder what has happened to them. Maybe they retreated back to their base. They could be planning something, but he is sure that Ria's would be working on it if she found out anything. I say. The brown-haired boy perked up at the familiar voice. He turned and was greeted by the sigh of Sona Citri running over to him. To his utter surprise, she was actually wearing some casual clothes and not some type of business suit. Issei, whoa. Sona, what's up? Issei, nothing, I just didn't expect you to wear casual clothes. Hearing this made Sona give him a cute, angry expression. Sona, what is that supposed to mean? The brown-haired boy chuckled. Issei, oh, nothing. Sona pouted at Issei, who just laughed a little at the black-haired girl's expression. He had to admit that it was a pretty cute sight. Issei, so you ready to go? Sona sighed before smiling at Issei. Sona, you bet. She took his hand and started to drag Issei off somewhere. The brown-haired boy wasn't sure where they were going since Sona hasn't even told him yet, but he was sure that wherever they do, they would have a fun time. They walked down the streets of Kyo, and as they were walking, they started to talk about some things. Issei had to admit that it felt nice to see Sona actually being more than a stick in the mud, unlike at the academy. Back in the academy, she would always be so serious with nearly everything around her. Some of the students say that she is being this serious to prove that she could easily run the entire school with an iron fist. But to Issei, Sona was not just the student council president. To the brown-haired boy, she was someone who was simply trying to look out for those who need help. Someone who is trying to protect those that cannot protect themselves from the world around them. After walking for a few minutes, Issei and Sona stopped walking. They looked and saw that they had arrived at the Kyo Karaoke Palace. Issei, the Kyo Karaoke Palace. He looked at Sona, who blushed slightly, rubbing her arms. Sona, I come here in secret to sing. This surprised Issei. He didn't expect Sona was capable of singing. Issei, you can sing. Sona nodded her head, blushing more in the process. Issei, wow, I'm learning more and more about you every second. They both ventured head inside the building. When they did, they saw there were a few rooms already taken. They guessed that they weren't the first ones that wanted to do some karaoke today, well, more like Sona wanted to do it. They were soon greeted by one of the workers that walked up to them with a smile. Worker, welcome to the Kyo Karaoke Palace. What can I do for you both? Sona, a room for two, please. The worker chuckled before looking at Sona with a smirk. Worker, oh, is this your boyfriend? Sona started to blush uncontrollably as both Issei and the worker could see steam coming from the black-haired devil girl's head. Sona, he's not my boyfriend, we're just friends. The worker chuckled. This was the second girl he had embarrassed today. Worker, I'm just joking with you, anyways you both are in luck, we have one room left. Issei, that's good to hear. After paying the worker, both Issei and Sona started to follow the man as he led them to the room. It didn't take long before the worker then stopped in front of a room. He then turned to the brown-haired boy and the black-haired devil girl. Worker, here you go, I hope you two enjoy. Sona bowed to the man. Sona, we will. Issei nodded his head as the worker left the 2B. Sona opened the door as she and Issei walked into the room. Issei, I have to say, not bad. Sona smiled as she walked up to a small table in the middle of the room. She then picked up 2 microphones. Sona, so what song do you want to sing? Issei thought about it for a moment, but soon something came to his mind. Issei, I got one. Sona, oh, what is it? A small smirk grew on the brown-haired boy's face. Issei, I think you will like it. He soon turned on the karaoke machine as the music started playing. Sona sat down on a chair and watched as Issei went to town. I caught it bad yesterday. You hit me with a call to your place. Ain't been out in a while anyway. Was hoping I could catch you throwing smiles in my face. Romantic talking, you don't even have to try. You're cute enough to fuck with me tonight. Looking at the table, all I see is weed and white. Baby, you living the life, but nigga, you ain't living right. Cocaine and drinking with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend. I'm not phased, only here to sin. If Eve ain't in your garden, you know that you can. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me out by your name, I'll be on the way like. SMMM. I want to sell what you're buying. I want to feel on your ass in Hawaii. I want that jet lag from fucking and flying. Shoot a child in your mouth while I'm writing. Oh, why me? A sign of the times every time that I speak. A dime and a 9, it was mine every week. What a time and incline, God was shining on me. Now I can't leave. And now I'm acting hella elite. Never want the niggas that's in my league. I want to fuck the ones I envy. Cocaine and drinking with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend. I'm not phased, only here to sin. If Eve ain't in your garden, you know that you can. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me out by your name, I'll be on the way like. Oh, call me by your name, MMM. Tell me you love me in private. Call me by your name, MMM. I do not care if you lying. Well, I'm just feeling I want to get. I'm into my. I'm still ew. Stop. Also no one yell at me about a certain word in this. It's a part of the lyrics, I can't do anything about it. Silence filled the room as Sona stared at Issei with an absolutely shocked expression on her face. The black-haired devil girl never knew that Issei was so good at singing. His voice sounded like a natural, full of passion, and if she had to admit, flirt. A crimson-red blush grew on Sona's face, her heart starting to beat very fast as she stared at the brown-haired boy in front of her. Sona, whoa. End of chapter. Chapter 14, A Plead for Help. Third-person POV. Sona, whoa. Issei, who had just finished singing, looked over at Sona, who was staring at him with an expression of shock and awe. Could you really blame her? She knew that Issei was many things in the past, someone who would not waste a second and peep at girls, someone who hated getting into fights because he would always lose, and someone who was alright about lying. However, she never expected that he was capable of singing and so well at that. Maybe the brown-haired boy had a hidden talent for singing. Everyone nowadays seems to be really good at something that they never tried before. Issei, so did I do well? Sona, Issei, you were. Issei scratched the back of his head. Issei, was I that bad? The black-haired devil girl quickly shook her head. Sona, no, you were absolutely amazing. I didn't sure you were capable of singing. Hearing this caused Issei to let out a small chuckle as he scratched his cheek. It wasn't anything special. His other was 10 if not hundreds of times better than him when it came to signing. She did have to sing him loads of lullabies when he was a young lad. Issei, it's nothing that special. Sona, nothing that special. Sona stood up and grabbed Issei's shirt. She then started to shake him repeatedly, which caused the brown-haired boy to start getting sick. Sona, how can you sing so perfectly? It took me weeks to months before I was good at it. Issei, Sona, calm down. Sona, no, not until you tell me. Issei, I learned from my mom. After saying that, Sona finally stopped shaking Issei and let him go. It was about time too, because the brown-haired boy felt really dizzy and almost felt like he was gonna throw up right on the spot, but he managed to hold it all down. He made a note to himself to never let something like that happen again. It was already bad enough that his mother slapped the ever-loving shit out of him when he got home from the hospital. Sona, so you learned how to sing from your mom. Issei, why yeah, please never do that again. I felt like I was gonna throw up. Sona soon realized what she did and began apologizing to the brown-haired boy. Issei isn't angry with Sona, but he is still a little bit dizzy. Issei, it's fine, Sona, but to answer your question, I technically learned how to sing because my mom sang to me when I was just a little boy. Sona, I see. Issei soon placed the microphone down on the table. Since he was done singing, he had no reason to be holding the device. Issei, so are you gonna sing? Sona blushed slightly. Sona, I'm not sure you want to hear me sing. The brown-haired boy simply waved her off and smiled at the devil girl. Issei, come on, I am sure you will do fine. Sona, I am not sure. I never sang in front of anyone. Issei placed a hand on the black-haired girl's shoulder, making her look up and see his soft smile. Seeing that smile reminded Sona of her father and how he would always tell her that there is nothing to be afraid of, and that fear is something that weighs a person down. Issei, Sona, you have nothing to be afraid of. Fear is just something that weighs a person down, but if you don't want to sing, then I will not force you. Sona couldn't help but smile at the brown-haired boy. Her facial expression soon changed to one filled with determination. Sona, I can do this. Issei chuckled. Issei, that's great to hear. He then walked over to one of the chairs and sat down in it, smiling at Sona. Issei, you may begin when you are ready. Sona nodded her head as she picked a song. The once silent room was now filled with the echoes of the song. Legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold. And the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll run into smoke. When the fire is fierce, oh, pick yourself up, cuz legends never die. When the world is calling you, the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness. Legends never die. They're written down in eternity. But you'll never see the price it costs. The scars collected all of their lives. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and avenge defeat. Before it all starts, they suffer through harm. Just to touch a dream. Oh, pick yourself up, cuz legends never die. When the world is calling you, when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness. Legends never die. When the world is calling out your name, begging you to fight. Pick yourself up once more. Pick yourself up, cuz legends never die. When the world is calling you, when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness. Legends never die. Done. When Sona was finished singing, Issei stared at the black-haired girl with his eyes widen and his mouth gaping in pure shock. He had never heard anything so beautiful before, not even the songs his mother sang could compare to Sona's. Sona, so Issei, what did you think of my singing? Issei simply stared at Sona. This made her a bit worried because she thought that the brown-haired boy hated her singing. However, Issei soon started clapping, which surprised her. Issei, fantastic, simply fantastic. Sona, really? Issei, you bet. Hearing this brought a smile to the black-haired devil girl. She was glad that Issei enjoyed her song. She had to admit that it felt really nice to sing with someone else around. There was only one other person she had ever done that with, and that was her big sister. Sona's relationship with her big sister was a strange one. She is often embarrassed by her sister's childlike personality and her overprotective nature. Sometimes she feels like she is actually the older sibling and her sister is the younger one because of their different personalities, but Sona herself is also quite protective of her sister and genuinely cares for her. There was only one other person who knew about her older sister's personality, and that was Ria's. Both she and Sona are childhood friends and have a great deal of respect for each other, as well as a friendly rivalry. Sona smiled at Issei. Sona, thank you for your kind words, Issei. Issei smiled back at the black-haired devil girl. Seeing her smile filled Issei with, as they say, butterfly in his stomach. The brown-haired boy had to admit that Sona had one very cute smile, which reminds Issei of someone from his past. Issei, that smile it reminds me of. Suddenly, an image of young Issei and some other boy acting like superheroes flashed through his mind. That boy, Issei knew who that boy was. He was someone who visited Issei and his mother very often since the brown-haired boy's father left them. That was Issei's childhood best friend, and yet the brown-haired boy can't seem to remember their name. That is what felt strange to him. How could he not remember his childhood best friend's name? Issei wasn't the type to easily forget things. Sure, he has forgotten things in the past like homework and any projects for school, but then again, everyone hates school. It felt really strange that Issei can't seem to remember. He'll have to wait until he gets home and ask his mother about his childhood best friends. Issei, I'll worry about it later. For now, I should enjoy my time with Sona. He soon cleared his throat. Issei, so you want to continue singing some songs? Sona smiled at Issei. Sona, sounds good to me. Time skip brought to you by me pointing a gun at my head because I'm sleep deprived. Sona giggled. Sona, I can't believe you actually sang that. Issei chuckled. Issei, what can I say, I'm just crazy. Currently, Issei and Sona were walking down the streets of Kyoto once again. The sun was slowly setting over the horizon, turning the bright blue into a deep orange one. The two had the time of their life at the karaoke palace. They sang so many songs and laughed to the point that they nearly lost track of time. Issei had to admit that it felt nice to spend a day without the system. He had been too focused on getting stronger and forgot the most important thing. He's human. The brown-haired boy wasn't some kind of superhuman. He had his limits and he had the choice if he wanted to do something or not. Issei should spend some more time just having fun and being a regular teenage boy if he were to think about it correctly. What he and Sona were doing right now could easily be described as a date. But he doubts that Sona would even think that. What they were doing was simply a hangout and nothing more or less. Plus, Issei doesn't want what happened with Yuma or whatever her name was to happen to him again. He doubts that Sona would try and kill him unless she had a reason, but the memory of what happened still remained within his mind. Issei, this was fun. Sona smiled. Sona, yeah, it really was. I'm actually glad that I got to spend time with you. The brown-haired boy smiled at the black-haired devil girl. Sona, that smile, it makes him look so handsome. Suddenly, Sona's face went bright red as she realized what she was about to say. Issei saw her red face and couldn't help but grow a small smirk. Oh, he was gonna enjoy doing this. Issei, what's wrong, Sona? Are you a little red under the collar, tilde? Sona, and no, I'm fine. The brown-haired boy crossed his arms as his smirk grew bigger. Issei, your blushing face says otherwise, but I gotta say. Issei got right up in Sona's face. Issei, you actually look very cute, tilde. Sona's eyes widened as she jumped back slightly, her face completely red as steam was basically coming out of her head. Sona, shut up. Issei chuckled. The black-haired girl pouted at Issei. How dare he tease her like that? She wasn't some shy anime girl. No, she was the next head of the Citri clan, which was one of the remaining 32 devil clans of the 72 pillars and one of the highest-ranking and most famous devil families. Sona, how dare he make fun of me, I'm gonna. Just then, Sona got an idea of how she can get payback on Issei, but it was gonna be more embarrassing for her since it will be their first time doing it, but she was just gonna have to suck it up. Sona, you know what Issei? Issei Hyoudou. Sona walked up to the brown-haired boy and kissed him on the cheek, surprising the boy. She then took a step back, her face bright red as she smiled at him. Sona, keep that as our little secret, okay? Issei, Suddenly, one of the system's screens appeared next to Issei. Warning player, EXE has stopped working, reboot required. Issei, fuck you, system. Time skip brought to you by me trying to fucking sleep. Issei, I can't believe it. Issei was laying on his bed and staring at the ceiling of his bedroom. He arrived not too long after saying his goodbyes to Sona. The brown-haired boy is still shocked from what occurred at the end of the hangout. Could you really blame him though? He did just get randomly kissed on the cheek by the president of the student council. He was 100% sure that no one had ever experienced something like that before, especially someone like Sona. What did this mean? Did this mean that they were boyfriend and girlfriend? Was it only a one-time thing? Did it mean nothing in the end and she was just messing with him? Issei felt so confused, so many thoughts were going through the brown-haired boy's mind right now. He let out a small sigh. Issei, my life doesn't cease to fill me with anticipation, good or bad. Suddenly, a red glow appeared in the corner of Issei's eyes. This caused him to sit up on his bed and look over to see a very familiar circle on the ground. Issei, wait, isn't that? From the circle came a very familiar person, Ria's Gremory. Looks like Issei was correct, that circle was the same one from the Occult Research Club. Did this mean that Ria's could teleport into his home whenever she wanted? That creeped Issei out a little bit because he did not want her to teleport in when he was doing something private. Yet, Issei can't help but think of all the advantages of teleportation. He wonders if only devils can use that or if anyone can, because if it's just devils then it looks like Issei will need to find some other way to teleport. Maybe he can find a skill from one of the dungeons. But if he can, then he can use it to his advantage. Even if it's only a short-range one, then he could easily dart around future opponents. All the possibilities are nearly endless. It could make things so much easier for him. However, for now, Issei has more important things to worry about. Issei, Rias, what are you doing in my room? Is something the matter? Rias, Issei. The crimson red-haired devil girl jumped on Issei, pinning him onto the bed and making him grope one of her bazongas. Rias, Issei, please take me. Issei's eyes widened as a small blush grew on his face. Issei, W what? Rias, please. Rias, take my virginity. Rias started blushing as Issei stared at her. He was shocked about this sudden bombshell, but he was more focused on her tone. It sounded very off to him. She sounded desperate, like she was forced into something she wanted absolutely no part in and is trying to do anything to get out of it. This sort of reminds Issei of a case he heard about a while back before he was introduced to the system and the supernatural. The brown-haired boy can't remember the entire thing, but he heard that one of his female classmates, Kai-chan as her friends called her, was actually getting fucked every day by her fat, smelly uncle. Issei heard that someone soon discovered it and Kai-chan's uncle was sent to prison for life, while Kai-chan moved out of Kyoto and went to another country to try and recover from what she went through. Issei watched as the crimson red-haired devil girl got off Issei and slowly started to take her clothes off. Issei just sat where he was and watched, his face becoming redder and redder by the second. He was so glad that his mother was not at home. If she was, then she would be demanding an explanation right about now. He soon shook his head, calming himself down a little. Issei, Arias, you can't be serious. Rias, am I not good enough, Issei? Issei deadpanned. Issei, did I fucking say you weren't hot? The brown-haired boy let out a small sigh. Issei, no, Rias, that's not it. You are very beautiful. What I don't understand is why you're doing this. Rias blushed at Issei, calling her beautiful. Rias, thank you, Issei, but I thought a lot about this and there's no other way. Issei, what do you mean? Rias, if something like this is done, then there is no turning back and there is nothing they can say. Among those close to me, there was no one other than you who could do it with me. This gained Issei's attention. Who was they she mentioned? From the sounds of this whoever, it was sounded like they were very close to Rias, maybe her family members. Suddenly, another magic circle appeared on the floor. This gained both Issei and Ria's attention as they looked at it. Unlike the one that Ria's used, this one was a more silver color instead of crimson red. Ria's, damn it, I was so close. Issei, huh? From the magic circle emerged someone, but Issei couldn't tell the person's appearance since they were standing in the darkness. You think by doing this sort of thing, the engagement would be broken? Issei narrowed his eyes as he saw that the person was a beautiful young woman appearing to be in her early 20s with back-length silver hair that features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest was let down, which ends in twin braids and red eyes. She wore a blue and white French maid outfit with long sleeves and a white maid headband over her head with red lipstick. Issei, a maid. Issei could tell that this was no ordinary maid. He can sense the power coming off her, and it was very strong. The silver-haired woman must be a devil maid, one that must be way more powerful than Ria's, because there is a difference between hers and the crimson red-haired girl's aura. Ria's, if I don't do this sort of thing, then my father and my brother won't listen to me, right, Graphia? Issei, Graphia, so that's her name. Graphia, if it's discovered that you're giving your purity away to this lowborn, then both Master and Cerberus will be saddened. Issei couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed by the fact that she just called him low-born. He understood that the devils had a sense of nobility, but the brown-haired boy hopes that not all of them are stuck-up pricks. Ria's glared at Graphia. Ria's, my chastity belongs to me. What's wrong with giving it to a person I approve? And don't you dare call my friend a low-born. Graphia, no matter what happens, you are the next heir to the Gremory household, so please don't go around recklessly showing your skin to men. Issei crossed his arms. He wasn't really happy that she was basically ordering Ria's not to be herself. He hates those kinds of people. Not only are they arrogant, but they also refuse to let those close to them do anything they desire without being told not to. Ria's, Graphia, did you come here by your own will, or is it the household's decision, or is it by my brother's will? Graphia, all of the above. Ria's let out a small sigh as she stood up and started to get dressed. Ria's, I see you, who is my brother's queen, personally came to the human world with just that, I understand. The crimson red-haired girl then turned her attention to Issei, who remained where he was. She then bowed to him. Ria's, Issei, please forgive me for my actions. I wasn't thinking straight. Let us both forget what happened here. Issei blinked as she walked up to him and kissed him on the cheek, shocking the brown-haired boy because this is now the second time he has been kissed on the cheek by the girl. Ria soon turned and walked up to Graphia, who created a magic circle. Issei watched as Ria smiled at him and waved as they both disappeared from his room. Silence filled the room as Issei stared at the spot where the magic circle once was, loads of thoughts running through his mind. Issei, what the fuck just happened? End of chapter. Chapter 15, Bloodred Commander. Third-person POV. Issei was still trying to wrap his head around what had just happened before him. Many thoughts were flowing through the brown-haired boy's mind. Ria's Gremory, the most beautiful girl in Kyoto, came to him and begged him to take her virginity. Of course, that took Issei by surprise, and like any smart person, they wouldn't understand what was going on. However, before the crimson red-haired girl could properly explain herself to Issei, some silver-haired maid showed up and scolded her. Now Issei is simply sitting on his head, completely confused about the events that happened. But he did understand one thing, one simple thing very clearly. Ria's was in need of help. Issei could see it in her eyes. Plus the maid, Graphia, said something about an engagement, so Issei has a feeling he knows what is going on. Ria's is being forced to marry someone that she doesn't want to marry, so she is trying to get out of the marriage. But her attempt failed. Issei, I get it now, I understand what is going on. A serious expression grew on the brown-haired boy's face as his eyes started glowing. Issei, she needs my help. While Issei hasn't had that much of an interaction with Ria's besides her explaining the supernatural to him, plus there is a small voice in the back of his mind telling him to not trust Ria's because she was the reason he died. The voice told him that she could have taken care of the fallen angels within Kyoto. She could have prevented his death at the hands of Yuma. That she was nothing more than a lying, cheating, and spoiled brat. However, Issei didn't care what that voice told him. He already told the crimson red-haired girl that he didn't have any grudge against her. No one can change the past, so there is no reason to hold on to it. What's done is done. All Issei could do now is move on and grow. Plus, he wasn't complaining since gaining the system has done so much for the brown-haired boy. He has grown stronger and more confident, and he'll be able to help his mother with money. Maybe it's the anime protagonist vibe, but there was no way he was gonna let Rias get married off to someone she doesn't want to marry. Issei, I'm gonna set her free, but to do that. Issei turned his attention to a screen that appeared next to him, showing all of his stats. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job none. Title Wolf Assassin. Level 25. Health points HP 3150/3150. Magic MP 820/820. Fatigue 0. Strength/STR 41. Vitality/Vit 35. Agility/Agile 3520. Intelligence/Int 3625. Sense 3520. Available points 0. Physical damage reduction 20%. Issei, I feel like even at my current level, I won't be able to save her. He looked at his hand before clenching it into a fist. He was far too weak to do anything to help his friend. He needed to grow stronger, he needed to level up more. He has to get stronger weapons, skills, and stats. In video gaming terms, he needs to grind until he can't anymore. He needs to grind as high as he can. Maybe then he will get to a level that can help Rias. A small smirk grew on the brown-haired boy's face. Issei, looks like I'm gonna be doing some solo leveling. Meanwhile with Mickey. The Kyo coffee shop. A small little building that was somewhere in the middle of the town, a place that was open 24/7 and always seems to have the perfect coffee for people, whether it be black, latte, cappuccino, americano, espresso, doppio, or red-eye. Currently, Mickey Hyoudou was inside the building and sitting at a table chatting with the man that she met at the park. Azazel, and then I said, brother, I can taste the color. What kind of holy crack did you give me? The brown-haired woman giggled as Azazel had just finished telling her a very funny story that happened to him a while back before meeting her. Turns out that his brother was a full-on Christian while the black-haired man was only half one. But Azazel's brother made him drink some sort of strange water and Azazel was tripping balls for hours. Mickey found that very funny. Mickey, hee wow Azazel, you are really funny. Azazel chuckled. Azazel, thank you, I do what I do best. Mickey, hee I gotta say, this is a fun hangout. The black-haired man smirked. Azazel, hangout, I thought you were taking me on a date. Mickey's face started to turn red as she quickly waved her hands. Mickey, no, this was only a hangout, nothing more. Azazel chuckled. Azazel, calm down, will ya? I was only messing with you. The brown-haired woman slowly started to calm down as she pouted at Azazel. How dare he tease her like that? He was acting just like her husband, well before he disappeared one day. Azazel, so Mickey tilde, tell me a bit about yourself. Azazel was interested in Mickey. She wasn't like any other human he had met in the past. He should probably not tell her that he was a part of the supernatural for her own safety, but that didn't mean that he couldn't get to know her better. Besides, when he went to the park the other day, he felt a strange aura in the area that she was in. At first, Azazel thought that it was coming from the brown-haired woman, but that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Mickey blushed slightly as she started fiddling with her fingers. Mickey, there's nothing special about me. I'm just a mother trying to make ends meet for my son. Azazel, oh, you have a son. Mickey nodded her head. Mickey, yeah, he's in high school. Azazel, what's his name? Mickey, his name is Issei Hyoudou. He had a little incident a while back. This gained Azazel's attention. Azazel, what kind of incident? The brown-haired woman sighed as she stared at the table in silence, but he soon spoke after a bit. Mickey, he was found nearly dead in the park. They said that he was attacked by some sort of killer that is still at large. This surprised Azazel, a killer in Kyo. It didn't make any sense to the black-haired man since the place seemed really small, so there shouldn't be any kind of killer. Makes him wonder if this said incident wasn't the work of humans, but rather the work of the supernatural. He did hear that a few fallen angels could be in the area, but he hasn't sensed anything just yet. Maybe Mickey's son had a sacred gear that alone can put a target on someone's back, since no one will know what sacred gear a person will have. Azazel, I'll have to keep an eye on this Issei boy. Maybe he'll let me study his sacred gear. Time skip brought to you by me losing my mind. Within a dungeon, silence filled the vast tunnels that had several different color crystals scattered around the place. However, the silence was soon taken away as the sounds of footsteps echoed throughout the tunnels, but the footsteps did not belong to any human. The footsteps belonged to three werewolf-like monsters that seemed to be on the run from something, or rather someone. But what could possibly scare three werewolves? In legends, werewolves are known to be fierce and powerful mythical creatures that lived along with their rivals, the vampires. Both creatures were supernatural and enjoyed hunting their prey at night, but they did it in different ways. One sucked their prey dry of all their blood while the other tore it limb from limb. This has resulted in the vampires thinking of themselves as more intelligent beings. They saw werewolves as nothing more than savages that didn't deserve to be before them. Yet even with their vampiric powers, their beastie enemies have been unfazed by them and remained fearless. That was until now. The one in the middle appeared to be the largest and the one that appeared to have taken the most damage. It was covered in scars and one of its eyes seemed to be slashed out. The leader stopped running, resulting in the other two halting as well. They watched as their leader began sniffing the air like he was trying to pick up a scent of some kind. This resulted in the alpha growling in anger, but before it could give its two comrades orders, the werewolf on the right head was slashed clean off its shoulders. Blood splattered across the alpha and the remaining small ones' faces, causing their eyes to widen as they watched the body fall to the ground. Now with eyes full of fear and horror, they tried to locate the attacker, yet they couldn't seem to see who was the one that killed their friend, but they could smell their presence with the enhanced sense of smell. The alpha growled as it soon noticed something appeared before him, a teenage boy with brown eyes and brown hair. Issei Hyoudou. Issei Hyoudou. In an instant, the brown-haired boy used his venom dagger and slashed the remaining small one in half. This resulted in more blood to splat across the cave floor and the alpha. At this point, it was gonna be a red werewolf and not a brown one from all the blood covering its body. The alpha tried to avenge its comrades, but this turned out short as Issei easily dodged its feral attacks, causing him to roll his eyes. Issei boring. Spinning his dagger around, Issei stabbed it into the alpha's remaining eye and caused it immense pain and agony. Level up. A small smile grew across Issei's face. He cracked his neck as a screen appeared before him. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job none. Title Wolf Assassin. Level 39. Health points HP 7229/7229. Magic MP 1282/1282. Fatigue 0. Strength/SDR 55. Vitality/Vit 49. Agility/Agile 4920. Intelligence/Int 5025. Sense 4920. Available points 0. Physical damage reduction 20%. Issei, I've leveled up and I've gathered a few really exciting skills. You have learned skill Sprint. Skill Speed has leveled up. You have learned skill Stealth. You have learned skill Critical Attack. You have learned skill Advanced Dagger Techniques LV1. This brought a huge smile to Issei's face. He has been wanting a few more skills to go with his Bloodlust one, and he is 100% sure that these skills were gonna definitely help him in the near future. A couple of days have passed since Issei and Ria's little incident, and during those days he hasn't been able to get into contact with anyone from the Occult Research Club. Hell, he couldn't get into contact with Kiba, and that dude was very popular with all the girls in Kyoto. To think that Issei isn't able to find the blonde-haired boy is very concerning. It must be because of the marriage that Issei remembered Grafia mentioning. Ria's peerage must know about her predicament and want to assist her. Issei, I still can't believe how much I added to my intelligence. Originally, Issei didn't want to add points to his intelligence unless he got some sort of skill or magic power, but after gaining the Ring of Loki from the God of Mischief, his original idea took a major 180. He wasn't sure if these skills will be enough to help Ria's, but Issei is a smart person, so he can think of some ways to use them. The camouflage is an obvious one. He can cloak himself from enemies and either sneak by or sneak up on them. The advanced dagger techniques can inflict 33% more damage on an opponent, but it will only work for daggers. Then again, the brown-haired boy has been using his venom dagger for a long while now, so that shouldn't be a problem for him. The only one Issei wasn't really sure about was the critical attack skill. Why would he need something like that when he has been perfectly capable of guessing an opponent's weak points? Issei, maybe I won't use that ski. Suddenly, Issei heard the sound of footsteps approaching him. This caused him to quickly turn and see another werewolf approaching him. The brown-haired boy narrowed his eyes as he held his dagger ready. Issei, someone survived, doesn't matter. The werewolf charged at Issei and tried to attack him with its massive claws, a poor plan on its part because Issei easily dodged the attack. With immense power, he blew 3 holes into the monster's body. Blood erupted from the wounds as the werewolf's eyes rolled back, causing it to fall face first on the ground. Silence once again filled the tunnels of the dungeon, but Issei kept his eyes peeled for any and all types of ambushes. He had to admit that it was a bit too easy, reminding him of his first encounter with the system's dungeons. The brown-haired boy hopes that he won't run into some sort of S-rank boss. He barely survived against Cerberus, and he has the ring of Loki in his possession. Level up. Issei perked up. Issei, I leveled up again that quickly. The player has reached the required level. Issei raised an eyebrow at this required level. He wondered if this meant that he could do something interesting like upgrade his weapons and equipment as he has seen in all those games. You have received a job change quest. Issei's eyes widen at the sight of the screen, a job change quest. If the brown-haired boy remembers correctly, every time he hopes up his stats, he always sees something underneath his name. However, he never really thought much about it since it was always blank. Yet he can't help but feel a bit excited to know what this job change quest will all be about. Issei had a theory on what will happen, but he doesn't want to randomly guess. His guess is that he will be allowed to choose from things like a warrior, mage, assassin, and archer. A small smirk grew on Issei's face. He had a feeling that he was gonna have one hell of a time doing this job change quest. Issei, this is gonna be fun or hell. Either way, it's time to rock. Meanwhile, the universe is vast and filled with powerful beings of incomprehensible power. In fact, there were a few that were one with the universe. One of them was Tang Sanzeng, a Buddhist monk and someone who went on a journey to the West. Tang Sanzeng was meditating peacefully while someone sat next to him with a bored expression on his face. This person was feared throughout the universe. This person was feared by mortals and gods. Hell, even the dragon gods respected the power of this being. This person was Sun Wukong, also known as the Monkey King, the great sage heaven's equal, stone monkey, and finally the victorious fighting Buddha. Wukong was fierce and brave, but he was born mortal like his old friends. However, he soon gained immortality in numerous ways, such as eating some peaches of immortality, wine of the gods, pills of immortality, and even erasing his name from the book of life and death. How the hell can someone have so much immortality? No one knows to this day, and no one wants to know because it's Wukong. As Tang Sanzeng continued to meditate, the Monkey King let out a small sigh in annoyance. This resulted in him interrupting Tang Sanzeng's meditation and making the monk look at his comrade. This wasn't the first time that he has done this. The monk doesn't even want to recount all the times he has heard the victorious fighting Buddha sigh. Tang Sanzeng, Wukong, what is wrong this time? Sun Wukong, I'm so bored. Tang Sanzeng, why? You have achieved omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence. Sun Wukong, yeah, that's the problem. There's no one to fight. I know basically everything there is in the universe. Tang Sanzeng shook his head. Sun Wukong always wanted to fight someone powerful. He enjoys a good fight, but he has faced everyone in heaven already. The only one he can't beat was the Buddha himself. No one can defeat that god. Calm down, Wukong. I am sure you will find someone. Both Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzeng turned their heads and saw the one and only Buddha, a powerful being who was initially a human who found enlightenment and finally ascended to godhood. Buddha was a being that stood above regular gods. He was a being that was liberated from the cycle of life and death, rebirth and suffering. He is also the only one who had ever defeated Sun Wukong, still much to the Monkey King's annoyance. Tang Sanzeng, mighty Buddha. The monk bowed to the divine being as the Monkey King remained where he was with an annoyed expression on his face. Buddha chuckled and touched Tang Sanzeng's shoulder. Buddha, calm down, there is no need to bow to me. He looked at Sun Wukong. Buddha, hello Wukong. Sun Wukong, what do you want? Normally you don't come to visit us unless you either want to say something stupid. Tang Sanzeng, Wukong. Buddha chuckled. Buddha, calm yourself, Tang Sanzeng. I only came here to tell the Monkey King that I think I found someone for him. This gained Sun Wukong's attention. Did the Buddha really just say that he found someone for him to fight? Both Tang Sanzeng and the Monkey King felt like they were imagining things. Then again, they couldn't be since they literally are omnipotent, omniscience, and omnipresence. Sun Wukong, you're joking, right? Buddha crossed his arms. Buddha, do I look like the type to joke? Sun Wukong, you're right, you're terrible at that. Tang Sanzeng, Wukong. Sun Wukong, shut up. Buddha, haha, I see you two still have that peculiar relationship. Sun Wukong sighed and shook his head. Sun Wukong, tell me about it. After achieving enlightenment, he is still the same useless, stupid, and naive monk that I had to save over and over again. Tang Sanzeng, you're still mad about that. How many times must I apologize? Sun Wukong, the same amount that me, Beiji, and Wujin had to save your ass. Tang Sanzeng looked away nervously, deciding to not say anything anymore to anger the Monkey King. Sun Wukong, so Buddha, who is the one that I will battle? The Buddha smiled. Buddha, his name is Issei Hyoudou. Back with Issei. Issei, looks like it's nearly time. Issei was standing in a part of the forest that surrounded Kyo, the sun slowly setting in the distance. He wasn't sure what he was gonna find in this job change quest, but he wasn't gonna let an opportunity like this go to waste. He had no idea if he will be able to get something like this ever again, plus compared to Cerberus, how bad could it really be? A small smirk grew on his face as his eyes shined a different color. Suddenly, he heard a noise and watched as a purple lightning bolt struck the ground. The impact caused the ground to shake as the brown-haired boys started ringing a little from the noise, though Issei wasn't really bothered by this. Issei, looks like it's time. He started to approach as a dark purple portal appeared before him, causing a gust of wind that moved the leaves on the trees. Issei, this sounds fun. I wonder what kind of monsters I'll encounter inside. As he was walking through the portal, he started feeling something. It was a sense of some kind. A sense that the real game is only starting now. When the brown-haired boy arrived on the other side of the portal, he saw two things. The first was the location that he was in. The landscape wasn't like anything he had ever seen before. It resembled something that almost looked like the interior of a castle. The walls were white with wood pillars that had gold paint on them, and there were hanging torches. However, Issei can't really get much of a view of his surroundings because the second thing he saw was an attack that came from a knight. The armored warrior swung its swords at Issei, who dodged the attack, yet the knight continued its onslaught by going for another swing, which Issei quickly ducked under. Issei, holy shit, talk about a first greeting. He summoned his dagger and struck the knight in the chest, but it didn't seem to do any damage to it. This made the brown-haired boy very curious, as he had a feeling about what it was. He dodged the next few attacks and struck back with his own, only for them to do nothing to the armored warrior. Issei, my attacks aren't affecting him. Narrowing his eyes, Issei's dagger started to glow blue. Skill critical attack has been activated. Issei, let's see if this skill works on it. He dodged another attack from the knight before striking it in the arm with his dagger, using his critical attack skill. However, Issei's eyes widened because even with his own skill it did nothing to the knight. Issei, so I was correct. The brown-haired boy decided to give himself some distance from the armored warrior. He kicked it in the gut and sent it flying back into a wall. Issei, this guy isn't strong at all. He's probably on the same level as those werewolves, but I can't do damage to him because of that fucking armor of his. Before coming to the job change quest, Issei wondered if he should spend some of his gold and get himself some armor. He wasn't 100% sure about it since the armor could slow him down. Most if not all of his skills are based on speed and agility alone. Issei did notice that the knight's movements seemed a little sluggish, plus his attacks wasn't like a certain giant snake, spider, or three-headed demon dog he faced a while back. Issei saw the only thing impressive about this dude is that defense. Thick armor, this definitely reminded Issei of a certain snake because the weapon he used against it did nothing to its hide. A small smirk grew on Issei's face. Issei, if I can't use my dagger on you, that means. The knight went in for another attack, but Issei dodged it and activated the Ring of Loki. Ring of Loki has been activated. Another Issei appeared out of thin air and sucker punched the knight in the face. Another one then appeared and grabs its arms. The original smirked as he grabbed the armor warrior's helmet and using his immense strength, tore it open. You have defeated a knight. The brown-haired boy chuckled as the illusion clone dropped the now-deceased knight. Both then gave the original a thumbs up before disappearing. Issei had to admit that he was really enjoying the gift that Loki gave him. It has been mega helpful in loads of quests. Makes him wonder if there will be any other gods besides Loki and Hades who will be watching him. Issei looked at the deceased knight. Issei, I gotta say, for a magic beast you had an annoying defeat. Are you even one? You are a monster, but you're humanoid. He crossed his arms as this was puzzling him. He faced werewolves and they were beasts and yet humanoid in shape. So what did that make the knights then, humanoid beasts? Issei shook his head. There was no point in getting into something that would be pointless. Besides, he needs to stay focused. He has a quest to complete. Issei, alright, it's time to complete this quest. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him. Issei, huh? You are not permitted to leave this dungeon until you have completed the job change quest. Issei, wait, does that mean I can't use a teleportation stone? Consuming potions within this dungeon will have no effect and the shop function has been disabled. You will also not be able to recover your status upon leveling up. Issei's eyes widen as his jaw nearly hit the floor from what he had just read. If he can't use potions in the dungeon, that he was in big trouble. He wasn't sure what was inside the place. For all he knows, there could be an S-rank or higher boss waiting for him. And since he won't recover when he levels up, that means that the brown-haired boy needs to be smart with his mana and can't just do wasting it like some fool. Issei gritted his teeth in annoyance. Issei, looks like I won't be using skills like camouflage, critical attack, or even the Ring of Loki. Sure, they are effective, but they use up too much of my mana. Camouflage requires around 200 mana to cast and takes away 10 with every second, while critical attack only needs 70 mana. If Issei were to use those two skills like an idiot, then he's as good as dead. He doesn't know the rank of the dungeon he was currently in, plus he can't heal himself or run away. Issei, going into this dungeon is very risky. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, this job change quest, it won't be easy, I can see that now. This could take me hours or maybe even days to complete. As Issei began wondering if there was anything he could do, he realized something, and it was very bad. Issei, wait, I don't think I completed my daily quest today. This was very bad for the brown-haired boy. He was hoping to complete this job change quest quickly and do his daily before time was up. However, that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. He really doesn't want to get chased around by giant fucking centipedes again. The first time was a nightmare. Issei, shit, looks like I'll be cutting it close. Before Issei could finish his sentence, he was cut off by the sound of footsteps approaching him. He turned around and was greeted by the sight of several more knights, each holding a different weapon like a sword, spear, axe, and even a mace. Issei sighed and shook his head. Issei, looks like I have to take care of you lumps of metal. Won't be too hard since your only strong suits if your defense skills. Issei smirked as he desummoned his venom dagger and cracked his knuckles. This was gonna be very fun, and plus he has always wanted to punch someone in a suit of armor. Issei, welp, let's do this. With that, he charged toward one of the knights which tried to attack the brown-haired boy with its weapon, but Issei got up close and delivered a powerful strike to the armored warrior's gut. This attack ended up sending the knight flying back into another one. Issei watched as the two were being sent flying back by the force of his punch. He chuckled as he got a love his strength stat. Issei then leaped into the air, which gained one of the knight's attention. Issei then dived, kicked into the armored monster, and launched the knight into the wall, killing it from the impact. As the remaining knight tried to charge at the brown-haired boy and avenge its fallen comrades, it seemed very noble for a warrior to do so, but there was one simple mistake. It was going up against Issei Hyoudou. The armored warrior didn't last that long against Issei, who kicked its head off its shoulders with another powerful kick. You defeated a knight. You defeated a knight. You defeated a knight. You defeated a knight. Issei, really guys, is that the best you can do? He shook his head. Issei, since I can't slice them, I'll just do things the old-fashioned way. The brown-haired boy kneeled down to the knight he had just killed. He started searching its body to see if it had any kind of items that he could use. It took a moment, but before long, he soon found something, or rather two things, that piqued his interest. Item: leather pouch. Type: miscellaneous. Item: high-ranking knight's chestplate. Level of difficulty. Type: defense item. Physical damage reduced by 7%, slows movement if strength is below 80. Issei's eyes twitched. These items were basically useless to him. He doesn't need a pouch to hold his money. There's something called a wallet, and it does that job 10 times better. The chest plate looks good and adds more reduction to physical damage, but Issei's strength is only at 50, so he will be slowed down by it. Maybe he doesn't need to wear it now. He can simply save it for the boss's room and deal with the slowness when it comes to it. Suddenly, Issei's eyes widen as he sensed something coming at him. He quickly summoned his venom dagger and attacked a spot next to him. There was nothing at first, but soon a monster started to appear from nothing. The assassin has been defeated. Issei, an assassin? I thought there were only knights. This was bad, very bad. If Issei gets caught up in a battle, then he could miss any assassins sneaking up on him. He was lucky that he was able to sense this one. However, the move it used just now reminded Issei of his camouflage skill. Sure, it fits the assassin because they are known to be extremely stealthy, but it felt strange to see a monster using a skill that Issei has. Issei, so I'll be encountering monsters that know how to use camo. The brown-haired boy was cut off by a beam of light that passed his head. His eyes widened as he quickly turned around and saw a hooded mage holding a staff. Issei gritted his teeth in annoyance. Can you blame him though? Not only is he stuck in a dungeon he can't get out of, but now he has to deal with knights, assassins, and mages who seem to be coming out of thin air. Issei, so knights, assassins, and mages. Great, just fucking jeet. Issei shook his head as more knights and assassins started to approach him. This dungeon was trickier than he originally believed. Because there were multiple types of monsters, Issei needs to use different abilities in order to counter each of them. Issei charged forward, and with his strength he punched a knight in the face, sending it flying back. He then dodged an attack coming from the beam from the mage. The assassin then wanted to have a go at the brown-haired boy, but Issei managed to grab onto its arm. Issei, would you just? He glared at the monsters, his eyes glowing with a menacing aura. Issei, fuck off. He threw the assassin at the mage, causing the two to hit the wall. 3 stats Issei had to use against these monsters were strength, sense, and finally health. Strength of bash the knight since his dagger did nothing to them because of their defense, sense to detect any assassins that were using camouflage, and finally his health to tank the mage's attacks if he were to be struck. Just then an arrow came out of nowhere and barely missed Issei's face. His eyes widened as he saw a knight with a bow and arrow at the back. He wasn't sure why, but he felt like the system was just fucking with him now. Issei, great, just fucking great. He dodged another incoming arrow before charging forward. He punched a knight in the face before grabbing their weapon. He threw it at a mage that started casting a spell, but it was cut off because of the weapon hitting it. The brown-haired boy then grabbed an incoming arrow and decided to give it back to the archer by throwing it at its fucking head. You have defeated a knight. You have defeated a mage. You have defeated an archer. Issei panted heavily as sweat started to run down his face. This was not good at all. There were still more enemies to fight, and he could feel his fatigue level rising by the second. He needed to end this fight quickly and rest up. Issei, well, time to get to work. Time skip brought to you by Godzilla vs. Destroyer by Slick. Issei was currently sitting up against a wall, panting heavily as he had just finished taking out all the knights, assassins, archers, and mages that were attacking him. He was lucky that he was able to end the battle quickly. His fatigue was nearly at the 90 mark, which was very bad. However, now that all the threats were done with, he could now get some rest and recover some of his fatigue before he sets off again. He then decided to open a few of the leather pouches that he obtained from the enemies. He might as well check what was inside them. Item: leather pouch has been opened. You have obtained 20,000 gold. You have obtained 30,000 gold. You have obtained a bottle of lukewarm water. The final one brought a smile to Issei's face. He desperately needed some water since his throat felt a little dry. He opened the top and started gulping the water down his throat. He didn't want to waste all of it, but he deserved this. Issei: I've leveled up quite a bit and I've acquired a lot of items. The brown-haired boy opened his inventory and started at a few armor pieces he obtained from the knights he battled. Item: high-ranking knight's gauntlet. Level of difficulty: type defense item. Item: low-ranking archer's glove. Level of difficulty: C. Type defense item. Item: high-ranking mage's ring. Level of difficulty: B. Type ring. Item: mid-ranking assassin's boots. Level of difficulty: B. Type defense item. Issei had to admit that while the ranks weren't as good as he wanted, he was lucky to obtain items like these since, as the saying goes, something is better than nothing, and he had to agree with that. The brown-haired boy sighed before standing up. Issei: now that I've recovered, I think it's time to move on to the next stage, but even though I have leveled up. He turned his attention to a giant pair of doors at the end of the hallway. He noticed it while battling against the knights and the other enemies. Issei wasn't sure why, but he was getting a kind of dreadful feeling from it. Only one thing went through his mind as he stared at the massive doors. Issei: and what kind of beast awaits me on the other side of these doors? Issei gulped a little. The door must lead to the boss's lair. He approached the door and started to push on it. Surprisingly, it was easy to open the massive doors. As the door opened, a chill went down his spine as he felt a chilling presence watching him from within the room. Torches within the room began to light up as his eyes widened. He found himself within a throne room. Issei: a throne room. The brown-haired boy tilted his head as he saw that there was no one sitting on the throne. Was the boss some sort of king? Silence was all that Issei could hear. Not even the torches were making a sound. But that silence was soon replaced by the loud clunking noises of metal footsteps. This instantly put Issei on guard. The footsteps continued approaching as someone came out of the shadows. Issei saw that the footsteps belonged to a knight who was taller than the other ones Issei faced. He saw that the knight's armor was blood-red and his right hand was a great sword of gold and black. Issei gulped as sweat ran down his forehead. Issei: the hell, this dude is giving off a chilling aura. The brown-haired boy decided to see what this monster was called. He checked its name, and when he did, his eyes widened in pure shock and horror. Bloodred Commander Igris. Issei: his name is dark red, how is that possible? Issei couldn't believe it. How could something have a dark red name? If Issei's video game knowledge is correct, dark red names are usually extremely bad. Cerberus, who was an S-rank monster, only had a light red name. Did that mean this knight was stronger than the pet of Hades? Issei: this dude, a knight that guards an empty throne, he isn't normal. Issei gritted his teeth as Igris made his way down the stairs that were in front of the throne. The brown-haired boy needed to take his fight very seriously. One wrong move and he is beyond death. He can't die here since he needs to take care of his mother. He blinked and Igris was suddenly before him. It was only thanks to his high sense stat that he had managed to dodge. He squatted down as the large sword swiped runs over him. Issei nearly had a heart attack at the moment and he was glad that he was spared. The pillar, on the other hand, was not as lucky, the entire thing being blown apart by the blood-red commander's attack. This shocked Issei. Sure, the giant arachnid did something similar, but its destruction was only because of its size. This knight, on the other hand, was a completely different story. Issei: he sliced through that pillar like it was nothing. He's unbelievably strong. Issei quickly summoned his venom dagger and tried to stab the knight. Sadly, all it did was bounce off the armor. Issei, it's not penetrating. You have got to be fucking with me. Suddenly, his sense went off again, and just in time to see the great sword being lifted up. Issei's eyes widened as it came crashing down. He quickly backed up to not get struck by the weapon, letting the dust fly up as the blade connected with the tiled floor. He only had a second to catch his breath because he had to bend over backward, cause the giant blade came shooting out of the dust, slicing off some of his hair. Issei, holy shit. Issei took this chance to quickly jump back to make some more room between him and Igris. He can't stay close to that monster or else he's gonna get hit by that great sword. He was glad that he didn't put on any of that armor. That speed reduction penalty would take effect if his strength was below 80. His was only in the 50s, so that was definitely a no-brainer, but comparing Issei's own stats with the Blood-Red Commander's. Issei, his strength is at least 80 or probably more than that. Judging from the impact he made on the wall, he's definitely stronger than me. The same goes for agility. Issei gritted his teeth. His dagger won't work because of that knight's armor, which means that his defense must be the same as his strength and agility. He also can't get close to Igris to land an attack on him because he would easily slice him in half with that sword. Issei, how the hell can I beat this dude? Letting out a small sigh, Issei's venom dagger vanished from his hand. Issei, I don't think I can win without a weapon, but if I can't break through the armor, I can't even do damage. So this is the only way, but... The brown-haired boy slammed his fist into his palm. Issei, this is the only way. Issei had no other choice. He was at a disadvantage against this monster, so he had to gain some leverage against it. The knight tilted his head as he watched Issei. Just then he did something that surprised the brown-haired boy. He stabbed his greatsword into the ground before proceeding to take off his tattered cape and the daggers on his waist. It then cracked its neck and stood where it was. Issei, are you being chivalrous? Issei growled and narrowed his eyes at the blood-red knight. Did this mean that it wasn't taking him seriously at all? Did it think he was weak? Despite his words, Igris surprised Issei by charging right toward him. Issei's eyes widened as the knight struck him in the neck, stunning him. The boy then felt his hood being grabbed as he was thrown toward the wall. The force used was so strong that when he collided with the wall, a giant dent was made. Blood came out of his mouth as Issei was left speechless. Was Igris really holding back against him this entire time? Could the blood-red commander really have killed him whenever he wanted to? So many thoughts were rushing through Issei's mind, but before he tried to answer any of his own questions, he sensed something. He gritted his teeth and quickly raised his arms in a cross, barely managing to defend a punch from Igris. Sadly, Igris wasn't done with him just yet. He unleashed another brutal punch upon the brown-haired boy. The second punch forced him into the wall even more. However, as dust filled the spot where Igris struck, Issei managed to jump out of the dust and started panting heavily. Issei, I blocked that attack, but it still feels like I lost 500 of my health. From within the dust, he could see the menacing silhouette of the Mono, the complete monster, before him. Issei, how can I even put up a decent fight against this guy? If he even lands a direct hit on me, I'm basically dead. Issei gritted his teeth in anger as his eyes started to glow. Why was he so weak? Has anything he has done been worth anything? All those challenges, all those quests, all those monsters he had to face. Was all of it just a waste of time? What the hell was Issei supposed to do against an opponent like Igris? The blood-red knight seemed to outclass Issei so many different ways. Strength, speed, defense, who knows, maybe even intelligence. This can't be where he dies, this can't be it. Issei, I refuse to die. The brown-haired boy charged toward Igris. You activated skill, sprint. Maybe this 30% boost in speed will allow Issei to finally land some sort of attack on Igris. Maybe this is what he needs to do. If he can't beat him with strength, then he just needs to be faster than him. Unfortunately, Igris wasn't fazed. Instead, the monster brought its elbow down onto Issei's head. He had to use his left hand to block the attack from the knight. However, this wasn't the end because Igris countered that by smacking it out of the way. The two started to exchange a flurry of punches, only for Issei to lose the exchange. Igris was simply too powerful for him to face. The Blood Knight delivered a large punch into the brown-haired boy's face and forced Issei to end up spinning. He tried to use the momentum to kick Igris in the face, but sadly, Igris grabbed his leg to hold him in place and then proceeded to backhand him so hard that he flew into the wall above the throne, causing another creator before he upon the throne. Issei sat on the throne, panting heavily as blood ran from his mouth and his body was covered in so many bruise marks. His head fell forward, shadowing his eyes. Igris walks over and stares at the beaten Issei. It had to admit that out of any enemy it had faced, the brown-haired boy would be one to remember for all eternity. The blood-red commander held his right hand out, and just like in the Marvel movie, the great sword flew into it. It raised its weapon high, going to execute Issei. Just as the attack was about to connect with the boy's neck, Issei's hand shot up and caught it, but this resulted in his palm getting cut by the edge of the blade. "Issei, I'm not dead yet." Quickly summoning his dagger, Issei stabbed Igris in the right eye. As the monster reared its head back in pain, the brown-haired boy tackled the knight into a pillar, this time cracking the pillar. He then saw Igris pull the dagger out of his eye, causing white blood to erupt from the wound. "Issei, there's no way I'm letting you or anyone else has that item." Igris wanted to strike Issei with his own weapon, but the dagger disappeared from his clawed hands. It then reappeared back in its rightful owner's hands and Issei used it to stab upward. However, it wasn't enough. "Issei, not deep enough, more." The venom dagger started glowing blue. Skill critical attack has been activated. Doing this resulted in critical damage as he stabbed Igris in the neck. Not once, not twice, but 5 times. The brown-haired boy used critical attack one last time into Igris, causing the blood-red commander to collapse against the wall. "You have defeated blood-red commander, Igris. Level up. Level up." Issei panted heavily as he couldn't believe it. He fucking did it. He actually defeated Igris. This felt like a dream to him, or maybe, yeah, a dream. Issei squatted down and rested his hands on his knees. He felt so tired, plus he felt like he was gonna puke his guts up at any moment. "Issei, I won, but..." He stared upon the deceased body of Igris. The only reason he defeated the knight was because of pure luck and nothing more. Even if he used the Ring of Loki, Issei would have still lost. Igris simply beat him in all stats, one wrong mistake and he could have died, plus he was pretty sure that the blood-red commander wouldn't fall for some simple illusions. After taking a minute or two to catch his breath, he soon saw something that made him grin. Items. You have obtained Crimson Knight's helmet. You have obtained the commander's touch. You have obtained leather pouch. You have obtained instant teleportation stone. Issei, 4 items at once, now we're talking. Issei chuckled. He guessed putting his life on the line will be worth it in the end. Well, if he survives, that is. The first item the brown-haired boy decided to check out was the leather pouch. He had a feeling he already knew what will be inside. Item: leather pouch has been opened. You have obtained 1,500,000 gold. Issei's jaw dropped from the amount of money he received, which was more than enough to pay off the bills at his place for the next 5 years. Issei, so much gold. Total gold, 4,234,629 G. Issei can't help but chuckle. He felt so rich now. However, he better keep how he obtained the gold a secret from his mother, or else she will think that he stole it from some bank. The next item Issei decided to check out was the Crimson Knight helmet, which was an exact copy of Igris's one. Item: Crimson Knight's helmet. Level of difficulty: A. Type: defense item. Physical damage reduced by 15%. Health plus 20. Strength plus 20. Issei, whoa, Igris, you sure did have a nice helmet. Besides the key to the demon's castle and the Ring of Loki, this is my first S-rank item. He smiled as he put on the helmet and it vanished around his head, causing his stats to start shooting up. Issei didn't see a reason not to wear the helmet since it didn't have any penalties on it, unlike certain other ones. Name: Issei Hyoudou. Job: none. Title: Wolf Assassin. Level 47. Health points: HP 7,229/7,229. Magic MP 682/2,879. Fatigue 0. Strength/SDR 63 plus 20. Vitality/Vit 57. Agility/Agile 57 plus 20. Intelligence/Int 58 plus 25. Sense 57 plus 20. Available points 0. Physical damage reduction 20% plus 15. Issei, man, I'm getting so much good stuff. The brown-haired boy then held up a red stone with a strange rune on it. He hasn't seen anything like it before. Runestone, the commander's touch. Type runestone. Issei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A rune stone? That reminded him of a certain dinosaur game he used to enjoy playing in his free time. Maybe when all this is over he can get back into playing that game. Just then he realized something that he should have taken notice before. He was given an instant teleportation stone. Why would he be given one if he had already killed the boss? Issei, wait, does this mean? His eyes widen as he put the pieces together. Issei, this quest isn't over yet. Right on cue, a small blue portal appeared in the middle of the throne room. Issei looked over at it as a screen appeared before him, saying something that triggered him. The job change quest will now begin. Issei's right eye started twitching. Was the system telling him that he did all that fighting against a monster that could have easily killed him, and the job change was only starting now? Issei, you have got to be fucking with me. You will accumulate more points the longer you stay alive. These points are needed to advance to a higher rank class. Issei, so this dungeon will stick around unless I complete this. Good luck. Issei, fuck you. A timer started ticking, and from the magical gate came several knights that started to filter into the room. Issei gritted his teeth. He didn't have a problem fighting since he will probably level up off them. The only real problem was that he did not have the mana or the health to be taking on anything at the moment. Then again, none of these knights before him were on the same level as Igris. If they were, then Issei would have been dead before he arrived at the throne room, which was a good thing. He started to come up with an idea as more knights started to enter through the portal. He then remembered that the system said that the longer he lasts, the more points he would obtain. It never said that he had to fight anything. Issei, okay, I have 682 mana and it takes 200 for camouflage. That would leave me with 482. A smirk grew on the brown-haired boy's face as he started to disappear from sight. He didn't need to fight the knights. All he had to do was wait until the system said that he had got all the points he needs. That doesn't sound too hard. The knights started to look around for him for any sight of Issei, but they won't be seeing him for a while. It was a perfect plan. He just hides and waits patiently. However, his stealth was soon destroyed when he noticed a mage summons a giant eyeball out of thin air. He wasn't worried at first, but he soon did get worried when the eye opened and started staring at him. Issei's eyes widen. Issei, it can see through my camouflage. Two knights quickly turned and swung their weapons at where Issei was located. With no other choice, the brown-haired boy got out of his camouflage and proceeded to punch the two lumps of metal. With his boost in stats, they went flying into the pillars. Three more started charging at the brown-haired boy, but he quickly turned and glared at them. Skill Bloodlust has been activated. A blue aura covered the knights as they froze in place, making Issei smirk as a result. All of the opponent's stats will be reduced by 50% for 1 minute. Issei, my Bloodlust skill cost me 100 mana. I only got one shot at this. He jumped up and did a split kick, hurting 2 more. Issei, I gotta kill as many as possible. After facing off against a knight that seemed better than him, Issei needs to prove that not all his wins are because of pure luck. If everything he has done was because of luck, then why is the system still with him? It wants a powerful user, then it could have easily gone and picked someone else. But no, it chose him. It chose an ordinary teenage boy to be its wielder. It was using him and he was using it. That is how it works. So Issei is gonna give this job change quest his all. If hiding ain't gonna work, then he'll just have to fight his way through. Sadly, he didn't get to do much against the knights because he started to get swarmed. The knights just kept coming with each that fell to Issei's hand. The hits were coming far more frequently right now. Issei grunted as he was struck in the face. He tried his best to block and counter, but there were simply too many. Issei, they're respawning too quickly. I can't take enough out in time. He dodged several axes and swords as he began thinking to himself, should he use the instant teleportation stone and just leave the dungeon? No job change should be more important than his own life, besides he doesn't know the benefits of what he'll get. Plus, at his current level, this quest is simply too hard for him to handle. Issei, how much time has passed? He blocked another attack before gazing up at the timer, his eyes widening as it has only been 5 minutes. Issei, you have to be kidding me. The brown-haired boy quickly took out the teleportation stone. He had to escape while he can. He was about to use it, only for a large hammer to smash into his side. Pain. That is all he felt at that moment, pain that reminded him of a certain fallen angel. The force of the attack sent Issei onto the floor and the stone flew out of his hand. It was like they knew what he was gonna do. The knights approached Issei to finish him off, but he punched 2 more and he stood before the rest. His body was aching and he was so tired, he was struggling to keep his eyes open. His fatigue was catching up to him again, this time much worse than before. Issei, I can't let things end like this. He gritted his teeth and clenched his hand into a fist. Issei, I've worked so hard for this opportunity. The brown-haired boy glared at the warriors and jumped back into the fray, his thoughts frazzled. The thoughts of the past came to him as he battled the knights before him. He punched, kicked, blocked, uppercut, tackled. He did everything imaginable to make sure he would win this. He refused to die after coming so far. The thoughts of his mother crying filled with anger and determination. He already made her cry once, he won't. He refused to let that happen again. You've brought all this upon yourself. Issei froze as the voice came from the darkness behind him. Why do you always insist on putting yourself on the dangerous path when there's a safer one for the taking? Issei turned to see the owner of the voice, and to his surprise, it was himself. Issei Hyoudou. Or rather, his old self, the more perverted one. Past Issei, wow, I can't believe we're the same person. Past Issei approached his future self and walked around him. Past Issei, you've grown taller and you put on a bit of muscle as well, not to mention for facial features look sharper. Future, or rather current Issei was so confused. How was this possible? Was it because of the system? Was it trying to tell him something important? Past Issei shook his head. Past Issei, you say you're strong but you're still a weakling. The knights tried to attack Issei while he wasn't looking, but the brown-haired boy countered with a punch. Past Issei, what's the difference between you and me? You found yourself before death once more. Current Issei glared at his past self, who didn't seem fazed by the glare. Another knight tried to attack but was swiftly taken out. Past Issei, if you don't control yourself, your courage becomes recklessness. Issei gritted his teeth. He had enough of listening to his past self. Plus, he has bigger problems to worry about. Issei, shut up. He tried to punch harder, but he couldn't find the strength to. Because of this, he was smacked aside by one of the knights and landed on the floor by another. Issei groaned as forced into the fetal position and grabbed his stomach from the pain. He couldn't take this anymore. Past Issei, you still have a long way to go. From now on, you'll have to kill more people and leave others behind, including friends and family. Past Issei glared at his current self. Past Issei, you will bring about your own destruction. A knight raised its blade to attack him. Issei wanted to move out of the way, but he just couldn't. Past Issei, luck is also a skill. It looks like leaving you to die here is too much of a waste for it. Past Issei turned and started to leave his current self to die. When the knight brought its blade down, it was met with nothing. Issei wasn't there. The brown-haired boy's eyes shot open as he saw that he was not in the dungeon anymore. In fact, he was in a familiar bright desert. He slowly sat up. He went slow because every part of his body was aching in pain. Issei, I'm back in the penalty zone. Issei couldn't believe it. He was back in the place he did not want to go back to. The last time he was in this place, he was chased for 4 fucking hours. Not a good memory. He let out a small sigh. Issei, makes sense why I'm here. I didn't do my daily quest. Just then, Issei let out a small chuckle as he felt tired and sore. He was grateful because if it wasn't for this penalty zone, Issei would definitely be dead right now. Issei, good timing. I think I would survive that situation. Maybe he should keep something like this in mind the next time he goes and does something stupid. Who knows, maybe it will just save his life again one day. As Issei remained where he was, he began to wonder about something that the system told him before the timer started. Issei, good luck. Did the system wish me luck because the job change quest was that difficult, or was it because it wanted me to accumulate as many points as possible? The brown-haired boy wanted to answer his own questions, but he should focus on getting his health and mana up and his fatigue down as much as possible. Issei shop. A screen appeared next to him. He moved over to the potion tab and checked to find any fatigue restoration potions. Issei, my fatigue has gone over 90. I think that's a first, so I better deal with that first. Issei was lucky that he acclimated a lot of gold from all of the quests he has done. He should have enough to buy the best potion available. After buying a few potions, he started drinking them, getting a notification each time he finished. Your fatigue level has decreased. Your fatigue level has decreased. Your fatigue level has decreased. This brought a small smile to Issei's face as he finally stood up. His body wasn't aching as much as before. Issei, that's much better, but my health isn't recovering. Issei wondered if potions won't restore his HP because he was seriously wounded. He did get pummeled by a lot of attacks from those irritating knights. He guessed he had no choice but to let his health recover naturally, though with his high health that would be a while. On the plus side, Issei, at least I feel better than before. Suddenly his ears perked up as he saw the sand start to move. Issei watched as several giant centipedes rose from the ground and roared at him. Issei, ah, there you lot are. I was wondering where you were. Penalty quest, survival. Goal, survive for the allotted amount of time. Allotted time, 4 hours. Time left, 4 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Issei, here we go. One tried to attack him, but Issei simply dodged the attack by jumping on its head. At that moment, he summoned his dagger and stabbed it into the monster's head, causing purple blood to erupt from the wound. Issei, pain that doesn't kill me. Issei dodged an incoming centipede that ended up biting its former comrade, sinking its teeth into its exoskeleton or whatever bugs had. Issei landed on the ground as he glared at the giant creatures before him, his eyes glowing and a small smirk on his face. Issei, it only makes me stronger. Meanwhile with Mickey. Mickey had just arrived back at her home after saying goodbye to Azazel. Night had fallen over the town of Kyo and the people were in their comfy beds sound asleep. The brown-haired woman yawned as she walked into her home. Mickey, man, that was a fun time. She smiled as she decided to check on her son. She guessed that he was probably sleeping at this time. But she might as well go and check because why not? She was his mother after all, so she had to make sure that he was doing all right and nothing bad was happening to him. Mickey went upstairs and made her way to Issei's bedroom. When she arrived, she saw a note on his door. Mickey, huh? She approached the door and started to read the note. This was the first time that Issei had ever left her a note. Hey mom, if you're reading this note, then I am not in my bedroom. Don't worry about me. I am just out doing something with some friends, not sure when I'll get back home, but please don't stay up too late. Love, Issei. Mickey, Issei's out with some friends. The brown-haired woman thought that the friends were those two perverted bots that he used to hang out with, but ever since the incident where he nearly died, she hasn't seen him with those two at all. Were they even still friends? If it wasn't them he was talking about, then who were these friends that her son mentioned? Mickey's strange, something isn't right here, just what are you doing, Issei? Back with Issei. Penalty quest, survival. Goal, survive for the allotted amount of time. Allotted time, 4 hours. Time left, 0 hours, 15 minutes, 22 seconds. Back in the penalty zone, much time had passed and Issei was having the time of his life. A giant centipede roared furiously as it tried to attack him, though it didn't last long. Issei's dagger glowed as he leaped at the monster. With one jab, the entire upper half of the centipede was blown off. Purple blood erupted as its body fell to the ground, coloring the sandy ground in purple. Issei chuckled as he was enjoying the critical attack skill. He wasn't sure about it, but now. Issei felt like he could one-shot nearly anything in his path, and quote, nearly, because he knew that it wasn't gonna be a one-shot for stronger beings. Skill critical attack has leveled up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Issei was surprised by this. He didn't expect this to happen. However, he couldn't help but smile because this meant that he was getting stronger by the day. Issei, whoa, not only did my skill level up, but I did 4 times. He cracked his neck. Around the brown-haired boy were the corpses of several giant centipedes that fell to Issei's blade. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job none. Title Wolf Assassin. Level 51. Health points HP 12,045/12,045. Magic MP 1369/1369. Fatigue 0. Strength/SDR 67+20. Vitality/Vit 61. Agility/Agile 61+20. Intelligence/Int 62+25. Sense 61+20. Available points 0. Physical damage reduction 20% +15. Issei, now that I have recovered a bit, I should be able to take on those knights. He quickly checked to see how much time he had left before he would be sent back to the job change dungeon. Luckily, he had 3 minutes left before he will be teleported back. This brought a smile to his face. This gave him enough time to make a plan. Issei, okay, time to prepare. He looked at his dagger, which was dripping with giant centipedes' purple blood. It was his favorite weapon, but he knew that he couldn't use it anymore. Issei, Kasaka's venom dagger isn't strong enough to break through those knights' defense. The dagger disappeared from the brown-haired boy's hands. He needed a stronger weapon for this upcoming battle. Issei shop. A screen appeared and he started to search for a weapon that could break through the knight's armor. If he found one, then he should be capable of handling the other threats by himself. Issei, let's see. He checked the equipment and went down. He saw several swords that had very nice icons. Guardian saber. Issei, nope. Oracle sword. Issei, nope, also isn't an oracle, something from Greek mythology. Stone axe. Issei, deadpan. Issei, this isn't Minecraft. He shook his head as he felt like giving up, but before he closed the screen he saw something in the corner of his eyes. He quickly checked and saw that it was a dagger known as Night Killer. The sight of the weapon made Issei chuckle because just by the name alone, it was exactly what he needed. Issei found it. He touched the dagger and watched as half of his gold went down the drain. He was so lucky he got so much when he killed Igris. You have purchased Night Killer. Issei, costed a lot, but it will be worth it. The brown-haired boy held his hand out and summoned his new weapon. In a split second, a small black and orange dagger with a gray hilt appeared in his hand. Item Night Killer. Level of difficulty. Type dagger. Attack +75. Effect Night Killer. Attacks used against armored units will inflict 25% additional damage. Issei smirked. Issei, talk about a nice effect. This weapon was basically designed to kill knights. He swung the blade in the air for a few seconds, getting the hand of it, but he soon remembered how he lost the instant teleportation stone. If he made one wrong move, he could lose this new dagger. He wasn't gonna let that happen. Issei quickly opened the shop again and bought some bandages. Issei started to wrap them around his hand, and Night Killer, he can't lose to those walking tin cans this time. Issei, no matter what, I have to win. He was gonna go all out. He needed every bit of an advantage against them. The brown-haired boy took out the rune stone he obtained from Igris. It said that if he breaks it, he will obtain a new skill. Might as well give it a shot. Issei broke the stone, and in an instant, a surge of power flowed throughout his entire body. There was no going back now. You have learned skill, the Commander's Touch. Skill, the Commander's Touch LV1. Active skill. No mana required. The ability to physically control objects without touching them. Issei's eyes widened. Not only did the skill not require any mana, but he could basically use a form of telekinesis. Could it be the same skill as Igris used? He did notice him summon his sword from a far distance, so Issei could theoretically grab his dagger if it were to ever get knocked out of his hands. Issei, a skill that doesn't need mana, talk about op. Issei chuckled. Igris was truly a monster hidden in blood-red armor. He looked at one of the centipede's corpses and tried to use his new skill on it, but it wouldn't move a muscle. Your proficiency level is too low, the object cannot be moved. Issei, oh, so I can only move certain size objects at the moment. If Issei was gonna move heavier stuff in the future, he was gonna need to level up the skill as much as possible. Issei, no matter, it's time anyways, my last chance. Time left 0 hours 0 minutes 4 seconds. Time left 0 hours 0 minutes 3 seconds. Time left 0 hours 0 minutes 2 seconds. Time left 0 hours 0 minutes 1 seconds. Time left 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. The penalty quest has ended. A portal appeared and Issei arrived back in the throne room, ready to face the monsters once again. However, there was one small problem. The knight's numbers seemed to have increased exponentially while he was away. Issei, you have got to be kidding me, you guys grew while I was away. Two drew their swords and charged toward the brown-haired boy, who quickly slashed at them with his new dagger, effectively destroying them. A smirk grew on his face as he started to take down numerous knights, dodging all the counterattacks they attempted. Attack. Dodge. Attack. Dodge. Attack. Dodge. Attack. Issei, Night Killer is fucking amazing. I'm tearing through these dudes like they were mere paper. However, something started to feel off to Issei. He was facing numerous opponents, but he doesn't feel like he was gaining any experience from the kills. Issei, I'm not getting experience. I should have leveled up at least once from all these guys. He dodged a few strikes from some knights as he noticed the mages were in the back row. They weren't attacking him with their spells. Were they casting some sort of debuff spell? That couldn't be right since he doesn't sense anything on him yet, plus the system would have told him that he gained a debuff. Was it a summoning spell? More and more knights are coming from the portal. Could it be that the mages are the reason for it? Does Issei have to kill the mages to finally end this challenge? Issei gritted his teeth as he tore through a few more knights. He decided to test his theory since he wasn't gaining any experience from killing the armored warriors. He approached a mage and with one attack, he slashed the robbed monster clean in half. You have defeated a mage. Suddenly, numerous knights started to fall apart, which confirmed Issei's theory. He then turned toward the other mage and smirked. He jumped into the air and threw at the robbed monster, instantly destroying it, and as it died, those it summoned died as well. You have learned skill, Dagger Toss. Issei, oh, I learned a new skill. The brown-haired boy used his camouflage skill, but just like the first time, the mages made several floating eyes, though this time Issei simply smirked. Issei, it doesn't matter if you found my position. He was currently on the wall, staring down at the monsters he needed to find. He used his skill to make the mages use their own skills, exposing themselves to him. Issei, I now know your location as well. From his position, Issei threw his dagger at one of the mages and stabbed it. More knights started falling apart as Issei leaped into the air. He used his commander's touch to grab his weapon. As he landed, he unleashed a barrage of slashes upon the mage and killed it. You have defeated a mage. Issei smirked as he summoned his venom dagger and started to fight his way through the remaining knights that got in his way, slicing and dicing anything in his path. He even used commander's touch to reach out and crush a knight's helmet before snapping the monster's neck. Issei, I'll slice you all to bits. After a bit, he had defeated so many monsters that the bodies started to pile up. Issei panted heavily as he dodged an incoming attack from a knight that tried to sneak attack him. He quickly killed the monster before glaring at a mage. He was sick and tired of it just hiding behind the armored warriors. It had access to other spells, so it should be fighting its one fights. Issei, how long are you gonna stay behind these bastards? The brown-haired boy used his new skill to reach out and start choking the magician. Issei then pulled himself to it before stabbing it. You have defeated a mage. Suddenly, he felt the floor beneath him start to shake and rumbling. Looking down, he saw the various dead bodies of the knights start to glow purple as they fused together to create one giant one. Issei, you have got to be fucking with me, a golem. Too bad for the monster, he was on top of the thing's head, but it soon realized that as it stood to its full height, wanting to crush Issei against the roof. Thought the brown-haired boy quickly took this chance to see what he needed, the mages and exactly where the last 3 magicians were located. He leaped down, dodging as the golem's 2 arms slammed into the ground, once again obscuring the area with dust and debris. However, Issei used his sprint skill to maximize his speed and take the opportunity, slaying the last 3 magicians in succession. You have defeated a mage. You have defeated a mage. You have defeated a mage. Issei, I did it. Everything came to a halt at that as all the knights came falling down, as did the golem. The giant monster came crumbling down and reverting back to empty armor. Issei panted slightly as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Issei, thank goodness they were all grouped up together, if not then this may have taken longer. He looked up at the timer and saw that it had been over 4 hours since he began the quest, definitely because of his time in the penalty zone. Suddenly the timer came to a halt as a screen appeared before him. You have defeated all the monsters within the testing room. The job change quest has now ended. Issei smiled. Issei, about time. You are qualified for a job placement in a high-rank class due to the number of promotion points you have acquired. Issei sighed happily. Finally, he can get this job and go home to get some shut-eye. He wasn't really sure what he would get, but he has a feeling it will be an assassin because the brown-haired boy has been using a dagger. The appropriate job will be assigned based on an analysis of the player's records. This surprised Issei. He didn't think he was gonna be assigned a job. Issei, so I won't be given a choice, whatever it is I have to take it. Since Issei has focused on strength and agility, he will either be given the fighter class or an assassin class. There is also a chance that he would be given a tanker class because of his high health. Any of those 3 is an option. Wherever the player goes, death follows. The smell of blood fills the air, and the player leaves a trail of corpses in his wake. Issei's eyes widened from what he was reading. Issei, wait, what does that mean? The player also yearns for great power and does not rely on the help of others. The player makes his own way in this world. Your desire to become powerful is strong enough to call forth the wandering spirits within the valley of death. An army of the dead will follow your every order, single-handedly clearing the path upon which you will walk. Judging from the message, Issei doesn't think he's gonna be given any of the 3 classes he thought he was gonna get. An army of the dead. There was no mistake. The job that Issei has been given is none other than. You have been assigned to the necromancer class. Issei, a necromancer. The brown-haired boy was surprised that he was assigned this class of all things, which was strange since his mana didn't really seem impressive. Maybe it was because he has the ring of Loki. It increased his mana by 200, so maybe that is why he was assigned this class. If Issei remembers correctly, in games and stories necromancers usually leave the fighting to their minions and hang back. Accept this job assignment. Accept decline. Issei, I can choose if I want this class even though it was assigned to me. He wonders if he declines the necromancer role, will he be given another job? There is also the chance that he won't be given anything and he will continue his journey without a job. He guessed there is no harm in testing his theory. Issei, decline. Necromancer is a hidden class. Do you still wish to decline? This gained Issei's attention. He has played numerous games in his past and he had never heard of any hidden class before. He wondered if there are any unique abilities to these hidden classes. There was no need for him to think so deeply about this, yet he was curious was all. As he was thinking, Issei's eyes wandered around before landing on one of the discarded robes of the dead mages. Issei, wait, weren't they doing something akin to what a necromancer does? As Issei continued to stare at the discarded robes, he couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Issei, it's like someone wanted to give me a taste of what would happen. Whoever gave me this ability sure knows how to make a fun plot. Unlike the mages, Issei possesses fighting skills, so if he becomes a necromancer he can still engage enemies and combat. And he has the option to summon an army under his command. The brown-haired boy might be able to clear a B-rank dungeon by himself, but he will be an assistant for higher-rank dungeons. Plus, since the game is controlled by his skill level and ability stats, that means that the monsters he summons as a necromancer will grow stronger along with him. Looks like he is no longer solo leveling. Issei smirked. Issei, I accept. Your job has been decided. You are qualified for a job placement in a higher rank due to the number of promotion points you have acquired. Shadows started to appear and move toward Issei, who remained where he was. He didn't feel fear whatsoever, instead he felt excited. You have exceeded the estimated playtime. You have been awarded additional points. Issei, oh, additional points. The instant teleportation stone was not used. You have been awarded additional points. So Issei wouldn't have been given additional points if he used the stone to leave the dungeon. He kinda feels glad that one of the knights knocked it out of his hand before he used it. More shadows started to appear and began to swirl around the brown-haired boy, making him feel a surge of power throughout his entire body. Your remaining health is above 50%. You have been awarded additional points. You have defeated all enemies. You have been awarded additional points. Issei chuckled. He was getting so many additional points that he wasn't sure if it was ever gonna end. Your total number of promotion points has exceeded the limit. This gained Issei's attention. He wondered what the limit would have been if he didn't do all those things. His best guess is around 100 or so points, but he wasn't 100% because the system works in strange ways. Suddenly, the shadows began to get more violent, which surprised Issei, and the surge of power he felt earlier increased. Was this because of the points he acquired? You have been promoted from necromancer to the shadow monarch. Issei, a promotion. Monarch. If the brown-haired boy is correct, a monarch is a person who reigns over a kingdom or an empire. She is basically on the level ranking as a king or a queen, just underneath an emperor. You have learned new job-specific skills. You have obtained bonus stats. You have obtained the title, Conqueror of Adversity. Issei, Jesus, I'm getting so much just from one job. Will I be able to go through a second job change with all the additional points I have? The shadows finally stopped dancing around Issei, who stared at his hand. He would have been stuck as a simple necromancer for who knows how long if he didn't acquire all those additional points. He looked at the scattered armor pieces of the knights, his ears ringing with the sound of screams. It sounded like they were in pain. Shadow extraction may be used on this target. Issei, shadow extraction, so instead of bringing back them as corpses or zombies, I'll be bringing them back as shadows. He could already see the pros and the cons of this ability. The pros are that they shouldn't feel any pain and they can hide within his own shadow. But the cons are that maybe they are weak against light-based attacks, the same that Donasik and his comrades used against him a while back. Please specify a designated command for the shadow extraction skill. Issei, a designated command. The brown-haired boy knew what it meant, so he started to think of something he could say. He pondered what his phrase should be. Issei wanted it to be simple and yet menacing to his enemies. Just then he got an idea. He knew what to say. Issei smirked as his eyes glowed with a blue aura. Issei, arise. From all over the throne room, shadows began to swirl and coalesce over their corpses. One by one, the shadows dragged themselves out of their bodies and stood, dark mimics of what they originally were. As Issei stared at his new army, he had to admit that it was pretty damn cool. He wondered if this meant that any opponent he kills can be turned into a shadow soldier for him to command. He sure hopes so. Looking over his new skills, it seems like he could summon 30 shadows but only store up to 20 at the moment. As he was inspecting them, both the knights and the magicians, something caught his eye. A familiar blood-red color. Issei turned his attention to the body of Igris that was still up against the wall. If he were to obtain him as a shadow, then the brown-haired boy would be able to face so many enemies without worry. Shadow extraction may be used on this target. In order to extract new shadows, you must use the terminate extraction command to return one or more soldiers back to the world of nothingness. Issei couldn't help but let out a sigh of annoyance. He just summoned a few of his shadows and now he has to terminate them just to summon a new one. He turned his attention to a few of the knights. He didn't like this, but he had no choice. Issei, sorry guys, I'm gonna need to terminate a few of you. Sorry for summoning you here for nothing. 11 shadows vanish, leaving the world completely. Issei felt a little upset, but that didn't matter anymore. They were gone and now he had bigger fish to fry. He turned his attention to Igris's corpse. Issei bludgeoned Commander Igris. The thought of having him on his side excited Issei. The nights he terminated sacrifice won't be in vain. Issei arise. The shadow began to form Igris's body, but that didn't last long as the magic stopped and was released, forcing Issei back a few feet. You have failed to extract a shadow. This surprised the brown-haired boy. He didn't know he could fail at summoning one. There was also no sign of any failure when he read the skills a moment ago. What the hell was this? You have 2 chances remaining. Issei gritted his teeth. This wasn't gonna be easy. He brought up his shadow extraction skill and started to read it again. The success rate is based on the stats and the time of death.